Chapter 001. Bang Bang. Yuxian, go home and sleep, don't disturb my work. Myra's white palm slapped on the bar table, waking Yuxian, who was asleep on the bar. Yuxian's eyes opened slightly, and he was greeted by a bulging Myra, so he turned his head to the other side and continued to sleep. Looking at Yuxian, who did not listen to her words, Myra did not continue to be angry, but showed a bad smile, and reached for the ice cubes used for bartending behind the bar. SHHH. The coldness that slipped in from the neckline made Yuxian feel excited, sobered up, and quickly got up to shake the ice cubes out of his clothes. Who stuffed ice cubes into my clothes? Don't let me catch it, otherwise there will definitely be no good fruit for her to eat. Myra, did you see who did it? Yuxian sat down and looked at Myra. I didn't see it, Yuxian. Myra replied with a smile, shaking her hand holding the ice shovel. Myra, what is in your hand? Ice shovel. So Myra, am I a fool? Looking at Mila's smiling face, Yuxian asked extremely seriously. Myra put on a thoughtful expression and quickly replied, isn't it? Myra's answer made Yuxian slap the table. Hey! The ice cube just now was obviously put by you, what a fool! Please don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. What? What the? Myra put the ice shovel back in its place, and while mixing wine, she looked at the crazy Yuxian, and the smile at the corner of her mouth continued to rise. After a short period of crazy juggling, Yuxian quickly regained his calm, took the wine glass handed over by Mila, and complained, I said Mila, can't you wake me up in a normal way next time, and it's only less than 5 o'clock in the morning, where does it affect your work? You also woke up too early, right? It looks like Yuxian, you don't work all day, and you don't know how our poor low-level demon guide has been living a day. Then I'm still embarrassed, who calls the S-class task pay too much, and I am an S-class magic guide. Hey, it's obviously an S-class magic guide, and you don't work well. Hearing Mila's words, Yuxian's face was full of shock. What? I'm all an S-class magic guide, and I have to work all day to take on tasks, so isn't my S-class for nothing? Speechless, Myra pouted, walked to the hall with a broom, and began to clean. Looking at Myra's figure, Yuxian smiled and pulled out a card from the card box hanging on his waist, pouring magic into it, and the light surged out. Come out, winged chestnut ball. Curry curry. The light dissipated, and a furry chestnut ball with wings appeared, and threw itself straight into Yuxian's arms. Needing the winged chestnut ball, Yuxian pointed to Myra, and the winged chestnut ball understood, took out a rag from the utility room behind the bar, and flew towards Myra. Curry curry. Oh, Little Chestnut is cleaning me again. Little Chestnut is the name given by Myra to the winged chestnut ball. Myra held the flying little chestnut and sucked it violently. Few girls could refuse a furry little cute, and the little chestnut in Myra's arms was also intoxicated. Yuxian looked at the person and beast who were cleaning, his thoughts rushed, and he couldn't help but sigh. 20 years old, it's been 20 years. 20 years ago, that is, in X764, Yuxian was born in a small village in this world. The difference is that Yuxian came to this world with the memories of his previous life. In his previous life, Yuxian, as a social animal, worked overtime to the point of sudden death, but in the new world, he was still able to retain the memories of his previous life. Yuxian was still very happy, but unfortunately there was no system, Goldfinger, and other plugins. It may be because he suffered too much in his previous life, and the heavens gave Yuxian a powerful talent for magic guidance, and he was born with huge magic power. When he was 8 years old, Yuxian's parents contracted a disease and died, and Yuxian thought that when he grew up, he would follow the village adventure team out to meet the world. However, an inexplicable killing destroyed Yuxian's village. The villagers were slaughtered, and Yuxian was taken away because of his innate huge magical power, sent to a research institute, and used as a test product. At the research institute, Yuxian heard the guild of fairy tale from the researcher's mouth, and finally knew which world it was. It's a pity that Yuxian in the previous life was a deep game ace guy, and he only learned a thing or two about fairy tale from some sliced videos, but now, Yuxian can experience the world firsthand. 2 years later, in X774, Yuxian fled the institute with a girl a few years older than himself, and the two exchanged blessings and agreed to go their separate ways. Yuxian was lucky to meet Myra, who was a member of Fairy Tale, and was brought back to the guild by Myra, and naturally became a member of Fairy Tale. In X779, in the 5th year of Fairy Tale, Yuxian passed the S-Class test and became the 3rd S-Class wizard of Fairy Tale. For Yuxian to suddenly become an S-Class magic guide, the entire Fairy Tale members, including the guild leader Makarov, are blindfolded, because in the 5 years of the guild, Yuxian has not shown excellence. And Yuxian, who became an S-Class magic guide, is still low-key, and even reduced the task acquisition, and the tasks that the S-Class magic guide can receive are richly paid, and anyone can make Yuxian dashing for a long time. Perhaps because of the social animal experience in his previous life, or the rich remuneration of tasks, Yuxian began to live a rotten life, either wandering around all day, or staying in the guild or home, occasionally taking a task to enrich his wallet, until now. Bang bang! The familiar sound of slapping the table pulled Yuxian's thoughts back. It was Myra. Yuxian, wash the cup yourself after drinking. Also, let the little chestnut play with me. Without waiting for Yuxian to speak, Myra ran away with the little chestnut, leaving only a confused Yuxian. No, who the hell is the waiter here? Also, what does the little chestnut's expression of enjoyment mean? If you have milk, you forget the master, I really want to rub it. Saying that, Yuxian still honestly washed the cup. Turning the cup upside down and walking out of the bar, Yuxian looked at the empty hall. This is a rare scene, usually no matter day or night, there are always guild members drinking and chatting. Although he always made a loud noise, Yuxian did not feel noisy, but felt very reassuring, just like at home. Yuxian suddenly remembered the girl who ran away from the institute with herself 10 years ago, and wondered if she had found her mother. Did you get home? The palm with the symbol of the fairy's tail on the back of his hand swiped across the tabletops, and walked through the hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. Yuxian walked up the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. He planned to change places to sleep. This place was about to become lively. This tavern-like place means a lot to every Fairy Tale member, because it is Fairy Tale. Chapter 002. The 2nd floor of the guild, which is a place for S-Class wizards to receive S-Class tasks and rest. The 5 sofas on the spacious floor were scattered, belonging to the 5 S-Class wizards of the guild, except for the guild leader Makarov, who liked to stay on the 1st floor, saying that he liked the atmosphere on the 1st floor. But after years of observation, Yuxian found that in addition to looking at the guild members and not letting them tear down the hall, Makarov was more to appreciate beautiful women. After all, there are many beautiful women in the guild, hot, pure, open. Various. Sitting on his specially custom-made luxury sofa, looking at the 2nd floor where there was no one else except himself, Yuxian lost his sleep, and he had the impression that their 5 S-Class magic guides had never appeared together. The 1st S-Class Magister, Kildas, known as the Man of Men and Fairy Tale's strongest Magister, took over the century-old mission above the S-commissioned task, and it is estimated that he will not be in the guild for a long time. The 2nd, Laxus, the grandson of guild leader Makarov, has a hot-tempered personality and basically does not communicate with guild members except for the Thorists he formed. The 3rd place is Yuxian himself, who has nothing to do all day and highlights a leisurely one. The 4th place, Ilusa, has the title of Fairy Queen in the wizarding world, has a strong sense of responsibility and leadership, and is the most authoritative person in the guild in addition to the guild leader. After all, Ilusa beats people is really not light. The 5th, Mr., the guild's most mysterious wizard, always wears a black robe to cover his face, except for returning to the guild to hand over tasks. He usually does tasks outside of the guild. In addition to Yu Xian, the other 4 people all took tasks or exercised themselves, which further highlighted Yu Xian's idleness. Thinking of this, Yu Xian sighed, is he too possible? Do you want to find a task to do? Although there are still a lot of deposits, it is indeed a little idle and panicked. Yu Xian got up and walked to the taskbar, looking at the task above. Monitor whether the employer's husband is cheating, pay 5 million J. Hey? This reward is actually 5 million J. Mrs. Kuo. But this can actually be an S-class mission? Yu Xian glanced at the task publisher. Oh, the wife of a member of the Magic Council, no wonder. The Magic Council is very unhappy with Fairy Tail, and has been looking for an opportunity to suppress Fairy Tail, and it may not be good to take over the task of monitoring the counselor himself. If it is discovered, it will be realized. Forget it, the next one. Go to the Bosque Kingdom to transport a batch of goods back to the Fiori Kingdom, with a reward of 12 million J. It's too troublesome to go abroad, and although the Bosque Kingdom and our Fiori Kingdom are peaceful on the surface, they are wary of each other in private. Yu Xian's gaze swept to the next task. Unlock the Curse of Garna Island, reward 7 million J and the Golden Star Spirit Key. Garna Island, not too far, you can also take a boat to enjoy the sea. Removing the order form, Yu Xian nodded with satisfaction. The task reward was also quite a lot, and the Golden Star Spirit Key could be collected or sold. Speaking of the Star Spirit Key, Yu Xian remembers that Lucy, the heroine of Fairy Tail, is the Star Spirit Wizard who uses the Star Spirit Key. It's a pity that Yu Xian can't remember when Lucy joined the guild. It's now X784, maybe it's not far away. Drink, drink. With the booing of everyone, the trio Kana and Wakaba and Makeu raised their barrels and began a ton drinking competition. A manly elfman was competing with Grey, and Grey took off his shirt again, and he undressed at a really fast and terrifying speed. Curry curry. Little chestnuts flapped their little wings and carried trays and Myra to deliver wine to the tables. President Makarov was already sitting at the bar drinking beer while sweeping his gaze to the various beautiful members. Yu Xian walked down the stairs and saw such a scene. Looking at the time, it was 7:20 in the morning, well, a little later than usual, and it usually started at 7 o'clock. Yu Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart, which guild would start drinking at 7 a.m. Old man, I want to take this task. After Yu Xian came to the bar, he skillfully poured himself wine. Makarov's gaze was ruthlessly blocked by Yu Xian, smacked his lips to express dissatisfaction, and turned his head to take the order handed by Yu Xian. In other words, Yu Xian, you actually took the task early, did you run out of money? Makarov was puzzled. After all, after Yu Xian became an S-class magic guide, he had always maintained the habit of doing tasks only after spending money, and he remembered that the money from Yu Xian's last mission should be enough for Yu Xian to use for a while. Isn't it nothing to do, idle and bored, just take on a commissioned task? Yu Xian's gaze focused on the position where Makarov looked before. In the corner, Loki, who was at the top of the boyfriend list in the wizarding world, was playing a big adventure game with a female member. The female member had taken off only her underwear, and she interrupted Makarov. No wonder Makarov was dissatisfied. Allah, it's really the sun hitting the west and coming out. Yu Xian, you will actually take the initiative to take the entrusted task. Curry curry. Myra, holding a tray in one hand and a small chestnut in the other, returns to the bar. What do you mean, am I that lazy? Yu Xian snatched the little chestnut from Myra's hand and rubbed the little chestnut's fluff hard. Yu Xian, entrust you to do this, but there is a premise, you must form a team to complete it, at least 3 people. No, President, then don't I have to share the remuneration with the others? And it's not in line with the rules. S-class missions can only be completed alone. The rules have changed, and now this task requires 3 people. President, you are abusing your power, I will not do this commission. No, you have already accepted the commission, do you want to damage the reputation of the guild? This is threatening me. Little old man, you will regret it. I'm the president. Yu Xian, who failed to quarrel, had a black line on his face. He knew that Makarov was retaliating himself for interrupting his appreciation of beautiful women. Damn it, can the president do whatever he wants? The female member in the corner who plays the big adventure game with Loki has redressed. Makarov smiled victoriously, returned the commission to Yu Xian. The smelly boy caused the old man to miss the good show. Sorry, the chairman can do whatever he wants. With a smile on her face, Myra grabbed the small chestnut that was rubbed with stars from Yu Xian's hand, and she liked to see Yu Xian's deflated expression the most. Okay, just with me, a powerful S-class magic guide, I can easily get it with 2 rookie chickens. Yu Xian now finally understands why Laxus shouts every day to be the next president, not because he is the grandson of the president, but to see the members deflated but helpless. Little old man, I have written down this hatred, don't let me catch him in the future. Chapter 003. The port town, Harujun, which relies on fishing, seems mediocre and even somewhat barren in the prosperity of the kingdom of Fiori. But fortunately, the mayor who has taken office in recent years has been pragmatic and has opened up the business of maritime transportation and tourism, which has made the people here a lot better. With a gentle sea breeze, a handsome trio of men and women with the symbol of a fairy's tail on their bodies stepped into Harujun. Yu Xian, this is an S-level task, but with a reward of 7 million J, is it appropriate for you to divide me 100,000 J? Add money. I don't care about you. Kana, who was wearing a revealing dress, a wine bottle in one hand, and a card satchel in the other, looked at the order sheet in Yu Xian's hand, and Kana, who had been hungover for a night, suddenly sobered up. Looking at the string of zeros on the order sheet, Kana remembered that yesterday she vaguely promised Yu Xian to team up with him. S-class tasks aside, the key is that Yu Xian actually only divided her so much reward, and immediately regretted it. The man in a black shirt and sleeveless white trench coat pointed to the signatures of the 3 commissioners on the order form, and replied Kana with a triumphant expression. No Kana, you have already signed, just yesterday when you were drunk. But this is not in line with the regulations, isn't it necessary for an S-class magic guide to do S-class tasks? Kana was still hard-mouthed. A certain little old man who abuses his power demands that this entrusted task must be completed by a 3-person squad, including me. Yu Xian looked at Kana with a smile, and after staying with Myra for a long time, he was also used to smiling. And Kana, you still owe me a lot of money, and there are 100,000 J to work for the creditor, and whoever listens to it will say good. Abominable president. Recalling that after getting drunk yesterday, he accepted Yu Xian's invitation without hesitation to sign, and did not even talk about the distribution of remuneration, Kana held her head in pain. Drinking and making a mistake, from today onwards, quit drinking. Ton and ton, in order to express her determination to quit drinking, Kana raised her head and drank the wine from the bottle in her hand. I said Kana, you are a little bit unscrupulous, this is an S-class mission. The last of the 3 was Gray, who was wearing a white coat, and the thought of Natsu's expression knowing that he was involved in an S-class mission filled Gray with anticipation. Kana looked at Gray with a fool's expression, and she suddenly felt that this fool would not join voluntarily without remuneration, right? Thinking of Yu Xian with a bad smile, Kana felt more and more that this was the case, and it was even possible that Gray had posted money to join. Feeling Kana's disdainful gaze, Yu Xian immediately read Kana's meaning, and the two began to make eye contact. Kana, do you want to cheat fool's money? Yu Xian, don't talk nonsense, it was Gray who volunteered, well, I just took him 1000J. Kana, yes. Kana, who was not angry at the opportunity, Yu Xian clapped his hands and woke up Gray, who was outside the world. It was time to prepare to go to sea. and first go to the port to rent a boat. The three of them had just arrived at the port, and the port that was already in ruins made Yuxian stop, and there was a familiar magic force rushing towards him in the ruins. Yuxian rubbed his eyebrows, and he had a headache. It's Natsu. No one has been seen yet, but Gray has confirmed who the owner of the magic is. Trouble again. Naz. Kana looked at the ruined dock and understood something. As he spoke, a cherry-haired teenager pulled a beautiful girl with blonde hair to appear in the eyes of the three, and a winged blue kitten flew in front, and behind them was Harujan's army. Oh! It's Gray. And Yuxian and Kana. Like Gray, Natsu on the run recognized Gray at a glance, stopped in front of the three, and greeted the three. Yuxian looked at Natsu and the panting girl, a little strained. He really wanted to say to Natsu, "Do I know you?" It is a pity that the pattern on the back of his left hand does not allow. Something happened. Who is Naz, Harpy, and this cute girl? They. Blonde girl hugged the equally panting blue cat Harpy and introduced herself. Hello. My name is Lucy. After Natsu's overview, Yuxian and the three also knew the reason for the matter. It turned out that Natsu heard that Harujan had the existence of the Fire Dragon King, and it was only at Harujan that he found that only Bora, who was pretending to be the fairy-tailed fire dragon wizard. And the girl Lucy was tricked by Bora into the trafficker's ship because she longed for the guild, but fortunately, the real fire dragon wizard Naz arrived and rescued Lucy. And Naz accidentally destroys the port while fighting Bora and human traffickers. After listening to Naz's narration, Gray was the first to say, "Well done, Natsu, I didn't lose the face of our fairy tale." Yuxian and Kana's faces darkened after hearing this. The entire port was in ruins. Gray, this fool, is actually saying that Natsu did a good job. Sure enough, it's the wizard of fairy tale. The army that followed quickly surrounded several people, and the leading commander Al saw the pattern on the back of Yuxian's hand, and instantly recognized several people as members of the fairy tale, and his heart trembled. Al had long heard that members of fairy tale often performed all kinds of destruction, and he had not seen it until today. During the battle between the wizard named Natsu and a ship of human traffickers, he conveniently blew up the port, and those human traffickers were on the ship. What are you bombing the port for? And now with 4 fairy tale members and an uncertain blonde girl, Al suddenly felt a little dizzy. Sorry, my companion went a little too far in the battle, I will make compensation for him instead. Yuxian's words made Al come back to his senses, his eyes lit up, and he actually took the initiative to compensate. It seems that the fairy tale is not like the rumors, it is all sabotage. After talking with Al, Yuxian paid Al 500,000 J in compensation. Fortunately Harujan has another port to use, otherwise the lost work fee will be more than that. Oh, Yuxian, thank you for helping me compensate. Natsu watched Yuxian and Al talk and laugh. It's not to help you, it's to compensate for you, you still have to pay me back, double as 1 million J. Yuxian's hand was already on Natsu's shoulder. Hearing Yuxian's words, Natsu suddenly sweated. Sure enough, Yuxian's terrifying degree is not below Ilusa. And the rest of the people also have their own thoughts. Gray, Yuxian is worthy of being an S-class magic guide, and he pinched Natsu at once. Kana, it's so dark. This is his own companion, Yuxian. Blue cat hubby, it's over, do I want to change someone? Lucy, 1 million J? Is it a lot? Al, who was leaving, I thought he was a good guy. Wait, his name is Yuxian. Al suddenly turned around and looked at Yuxian. Sure enough. S-class magic guide card King Yuxian, the key is that he is a member of fairy tale. As we all know, the fairy tale can be destroyed wherever it goes, and the destructive power of the S-class fairy queen Ilusha is obvious to all, and the destructive power of the S-class Yuxian can be imagined. Al suddenly worries about Harujan's tomorrow. Chapter 004. Another port in Haruzian, although it was not destroyed, but the people who came to rent boats encountered difficulties. Due to the destruction caused by a certain fool in the ranks, the impact on Haru-jun, who feeds on the water, is extremely bad, so that no one is willing to rent a boat for them now. Lucy, it seems that she also has a share of the destruction. I said, Natsu, why did you come with me? Didn't you see that because none of you want to rent a boat for us? Yuxian pulled Natsu's cheek, his expression helpless. Why can't this guy Gray control his mouth? Let Natsu know that they are going on an S-class mission. This is an S-class mission, Yuxian, you take Gray, what's wrong with me bringing another one? Although he understood that because of his own reasons, everyone could not rent a boat, but Natsu still followed Yuxian with a dead face, thinking that if Gray followed Yuxian to complete the S-class mission, Gray's character would definitely laugh at himself for a long time. Natsu decided that he must rub this task. No, the 3-person squad required for this mission is full, you go back quickly, aren't you going to take Lucy to join the guild? Of course Yuxian knows what Natsu thinks, but with 1 man and 2 men together, this mission will definitely become very troublesome, and Yuxian hates trouble, unless... A bad smile rose at the corner of Yuxian's mouth. Actually, it's not impossible to bring you, but there are conditions. As soon as the words turned, Yuxian looked at Natsu, who was arguing with Gray, and said that Gray, the exhibitionist, took off his shirt again. Didn't he see Lucy blushing? Hearing that there was a turnaround, before Natsu was happy, Yuxian said with a smile and said the following, but instead of letting you join our team as an executive commissioner, but following as an experiencer, of course, it costs money, for the sake of us all companions, I will suffer a loss, count you 5,000 J. No problem, Yuxian, I'll pay out as much as I want. Natsu didn't even think about it, and directly agreed to Yuxian's conditions, completely forgetting that he owed Yuxian 1 million J. Sure enough, Natsu rummaged through every pocket on his body and only made up 800 J, which is still a big gap from 5,000 J. When these 800 J first met Lucy, Lucy thought that Natsu was given to him by a homeless man. Looking at Natsu, who was full of embarrassment and anxiety, Yuxian spoke just right, is the money not enough? Natsu? It's okay, I can lend it to you, the old rule, and return it to me twice in the future. Thank you, Yuxian, you are such a nice person, I will definitely pay it back. Look at him and thank us. Yuxian took out a loan slip, and he had many such loan slips. Under the guidance of Yuxian's smile, Natsu did not hesitate to sign his name on the loan slip, and also filled in his name on the previous loan slip of 500,000 J to 1 million J. Gray, ha ha ha, Naz, this idiot actually cost 5,000 J, I only spent 1,000 J, sure enough, I am better than Naz. Harpy, Natsu, you idiot, I will also have to work for Yuxian in the future, the cat is hopeless. Lucy, a fool, an exhibitionist, an alcoholic, a talking cat, and a profiteer who even pits his own people, should I join fairy tale? Kana, what a familiar scene. And Lucy is not thinking about being very rude. Kanaran remembered that she bought cards from Yuxian, because the money was not enough, and the IOU signed under Yuxian's demonic temptation, and Yuxian at that time also guided her with a smile. Although Yuxian's cards are very powerful, when she thinks of borrowing money that is far away, Kana feels that life is meaningless. But thinking that Yuxian, a profiteer, was actually willing to give 10 J to himself from the 7 million J reward, Kana suddenly felt that Yuxian's profiteer also had a conscience. Yuxian was completely unaware that Lucy had wavered in the guild she was expecting, and Kana suddenly felt that he had a conscience. Putting away Natsu's arrears, Yuxian instructed, Natsu, although you can join us now, you still have to listen to my command. If you disobey the order, I will kick you out of the team, and you will not return the money. Natsu nodded quickly. I am afraid that this is the only opportunity to join the S-class mission recently, in order not to be ridiculed by Gray, he has to hurry. Also, because you are not the recipient of the entrusted task, you have no right to share the remuneration. Yu Xian casually said the final conditions. Natsu still nodded, in order not to be ridiculed by Gray. Lucy, such an important condition should be said first. Kana, profiteers. Profiteer. I actually think he has a conscience. Yu Xian looked at Lucy, who was holding hubby, since the male 1 and the male 2 were brought, then the female number 1 and the male protagonist's pet cat were also brought together. By the way, Harpy and Lucy are also together. Harpy is free, and Lucy will take care of this as the senior of the guild in the future. Can I go too? ×2. Harpy was a surprise. And Lucy is puzzled. The S-class mission, just listening to it knows that it is very dangerous, and Lucy has recognized Yu Xian as one of the 4 S-class wizards of fairy tale, in the newspaper she collected about fairy tale. Harpy is very well behaved, of course they can be together, and you are much more reliable than Natsu. Yu Xian rubbed Harpy's little head, while hubby looked proud, and Yu Xian said that it was more reliable than Naz. As for Lucy, you should experience S-class missions. After all, no matter which guild you join, it is difficult to access S-class missions, and with me, you will be safe. Yu Xian's words immediately convinced Lucy. Yes, S-class missions are difficult to contact with her strength, experience what is bad, free, and not to mention, the most important thing is to have an S-class magic guide escort. What Lucy doesn't know is that there are really not many S-class missions she can touch in the future, but there will be many S-class crises that she and Naz will experience in the future. Dispelling Lucy's hesitation, Yu Xian is also full of interest in the next task. Although he can't remember the plot, it should be very exciting. Although the 3-person squad became 5, only Yu Xian and Kana were actually paid. That's right, Gray, who posted 1,000J to join the team, also agreed not to participate in the pay. Yu Xian was very happy to think that he could get 6.9 million J and a golden star spirit key for this mission, and the little old man of the guild president would definitely regret it if he knew it. Oh yes, Lucy is also a star spirit wizard, and she can also sell her the star spirit key. How much is appropriate? Lucy, who was looking forward to the S-class mission, suddenly felt a chill behind her. It was Yu Xian's kind gaze. The profiteers have set their sights on me. Lucy was shocked in her heart, but then relaxed, almost forgetting that she was the daughter of a rich man, although she ran away from home, but she had a lot of money with her, even if she was pitted herself. Well, it should be out. Lucy touched her wallet unconfidently. Chapter 005. Harujan's only remaining port, a black warship left the harbor and headed in the direction of Garna Island. Captain Al on the watchtower put down his binoculars and breathed a sigh of relief. If this group of goblin-tailed wizards could not rent a ship again, he planned to send them away with the army's ship, although they did not cause damage now, but who knows later. Fortunately, the S-class Magi used the card to conjure a black battleship out of thin air to lead them away. Al recalled the fierce appearance of the battleship. The fragile navy of Garna Island was not its opponent, and Al from the navy knew that, not to mention the kingdom of Fiori, even on this continent, there were very few ships at sea that could compete with black warships. Is this the strength of an S-class magic guide? In other words, does the card wizard still have such a magic card? Fast-moving black battleship. That's so cool. Rarely, Harpy the blue cat did not fly, but ran around the deck of the black battleship. In addition to Yu Xian, the rest of the people were also excited. A war machine equipped with 6 huge cannons, where did it have the opportunity to contact in peacetime? Of course, the excited people do not include Natsu, who is lying on the edge of the ship because of seasickness, which is related to Natsu's magic. Natsu's magic is lost ancient magic, fire dragon magic. Dragon killing magic is the magic against dragons in ancient legends, and fire dragon killing magic, as the name suggests, is the magic that uses flames, immune to flames, and can launch extremely destructive attacks. In addition to attack ability, dragon killing magic can also bring users strong fighting ability and physique, and can eat magic that matches the magic attributes of the body to quickly restore physical strength and magic. For example, Natsu can eat fire magic to replenish himself. There is a saying in the card circles that strong cards always come with risk, and the same is true of dragon slaying magic. Halo vehicles, this is the common disease of dragon killing magic, and what is more frightening is that excessive use of dragon killing magic will make users transform into dragons. Of course, this last point is recorded in books, as if no one has ever seen the dragon slayer turn into a dragon. Naz, are you all right? Looking at Natsu, who was weak due to seasickness, Lucy couldn't help but be a little worried, and comforted Natsu. It's okay, Lucy, Natsu faints all transportation, and he'll be fine as soon as he goes ashore. Harpy flew up and landed on the edge of the ship, explaining to Lucy. However, Gray on the side was not kind. It's really fragile, Natsu, seasickness can't be overcome. Gray, who was shirtless again, taunted at Natsu. But... damn it! Wait for me to go ashore. At this time, Natsu was dizzy, and could only comfort himself in his heart, when I go ashore, I must clean you up. Gray. Lucy was still a little worried, she thought that Natsu and Gray had a bad relationship. Don't worry, Lucy, although one of them is good at fire magic and the other is good at ice magic, the two of them actually have a good relationship. Yuxian could see Lucy's concern. I don't have a good relationship with him. As soon as ×2. Yuxian's words fell, Natsu and Gray refuted at the same time. Fire and ice? Lucy seemed to understand something. Looking at the shirtless Gray and the frail Natsu, Lucy remembers what she saw in a certain BL novel. Why is Lucy's face red? Yuxian was puzzled and wanted to ask questions, but was interrupted by Kana. Yuxian, speaking of which, your card magic is different from other card magic. Kana, who walked around the battleship, raised a question that had been asked for a long time. Although our card wizards have comprehensive abilities, they are actually not strong enough, and they can even be said to be somewhat weak. Hearing Kana's question, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy all looked at Yuxian. They also had this problem. The card wizard has always been at the middle and lower level in the wizarding world, but there is an S-class wizard like Yuxian, and the S-level assessment is not possible to cheat. Of course, Yuxian understood the thoughts of Kana and the others, and spoke. In this world, magic is divided into two types, ability type and possession type. The ability type is like Natsu and Gray, who are able to cast magic through their own magic after awakening magic and becoming a magic guide. The holding type is after awakening magic, which needs to be cast through various magic items, such as the dress-up magic of our goblin queen Alyssa, which requires various armor and weapons to support. Our card magic has a comprehensive combat style, but there is also a fatal problem, which is that comprehensive does not mean mastery. Most card wizards are like this, although stable, but ordinary. Natsu interrupted Yuxian's words. Yuxian, you mean you are proficient in all fighting styles? Yuxian shook his head, which made several people regret. Even the S-rank Yuxian was not proficient in all combat methods. However, Yuxian's next words surprised several people. I'm not skilled, I'm proficient. What? Mastery? That's probably outrageous. Is this the S-class card wizard? Not caring about everyone's surprise, Yuxian continued, in addition to being proficient in various combat methods, this is more important for card magicians. Following Yuxian's fingers, several people looked at the card box on Yuxian's waist. That's right, the most important thing for the card wizard is, of course, the card. However, most card wizards can't make cards, they can only buy them, but most card makers have limited magic and can't make powerful cards. You wouldn't say you happen to be a card maker too, Gray muttered. Kana raised her forehead and thought, why do you think I owe Yuxian so much money? Yu Xian pulled out a few cards from the card box. What do you say? As we all know, card masters who can't print their own cards are not good game kings. In addition to ordinary magic cards, Yu Xian also made 3 types of cards based on his favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards in his previous life: monster cards, magic cards, and trap cards. Monster cards can summon people and monsters on the cards. Magic cards can instantly release magic of various attributes, but most of them are consumables that can only be recrafted after use. Trap cards, although they cannot be released instantly like magic cards, have a powerful effect, and use one less like magic cards. Monster cards can only be made once, but magic cards and trap cards can be remade multiple times, and Yu Xian, who was a player in the underworld in his previous life, made a lot of disgusting cards. Time always flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the battleship is docked off the shore of Garna Island. In the gaze of Kana and the others, the battleship turned into a card and fell into Yu Xian's hands. Yu Xian looked at the card, which was called Heavy Battleship Quasi-Dreadnought. Chapter 006. Garna Island, also known as Alcatraz, is a remote island. Yu Xian took out the ticket, and on the back of the ticket was a map of the island of Garna, and their destination was the only village on the island. After passing through a forest, 5 people and a cat came to the village without hindrance. Who are you? The village guards stopped the 5. We are the fairy tale magister, and we are here to solve your commission. Yu Xian shook the commission slip in front of the guard, and also showed the guild coat of arms on the back of his hand. It turned out to be you. Great, I'll take you to call the village chief. The guards eagerly led the way. Following the guards, the 5 walked into the village. Yu Xian noticed that the houses here were all made of wood, and the weapons in the guards' hands were also a combination of wood and stone, and the plainly dressed villagers looked at the 5 curiously, discussing flying cats. Backwardness is the first feeling this village gives Yu Xian. This made Yu Xian a little worried about whether this village could come up with a high reward of 7 million J. If he couldn't, he would have to cut Kana's pay. You know, on the continent of Ishgar, whether it is the kingdom of Fiori or other countries, magic and technology have developed together. Thanks to magic and technology, the magic crystal was born. The magic crystal is a low-cost magic technology creation, lighting, video and other functions, allowing the magic crystal to penetrate into the family of every country. The village looks like it is hundreds of years behind the outside world. I don't know why, Yu Xian looked at the villagers and felt a little strange, and not only the villagers, but also the sky. Is it because of that so-called curse? Yu Xian intends to find out. Thinking of this, Yu Xian's left eyeball turned golden, and the Millennium Eye was activated. The Millennium Eye is a magic prop made by Yu Xian based on the memories of his previous life, which can see through illusions and people's hearts. In Yu Xian's eyes, the simple villagers are no longer humans, but fierce demons, but they are very weak, they do not have the super strength described in the books, and the magic power is almost nothing. Considering the backwardness here, Yu Xian estimated that these demons were a demon race that lived in seclusion many years ago. Such a demon, Yu Xian estimates that Natsu can fight 100. What really made Yu Xian care was the purple light in the sky, and the towering frozen demon figure in the distance. However, both the villagers and Kana could notice. Yu Xian, what are you looking at? We have arrived. Stepping on the land, Natsu, who had already been alive, looked curiously at the sky that Yu Xian was staring at, but found nothing. Nothing. Yu Xian withdrew his gaze and looked at the village chief who had come forward to greet them. Inside the reception, the diminutive elderly village chief slowly sat down on crutches, and the so-called village chief was just one more cloak than the villagers. Ahem, village chief, I want to confirm to you first, the reward for this entrusted mission is 7 million J and a golden star spirit key. Yu Xian did not ask for the details of the order first. Kana on the side was also very concerned. She knew that this seemingly barren village might not be able to pay. In that case, this profiteer would probably not even give her the 100,000 J. The old man understands, the guests can rest assured, we also have communication with the outside world. The village chief took out a box from behind his seat and opened it in front of the 5 people, thick bills filled the box, and a gold key was placed on the banknotes. Golden Star Spirit Key. Lucy, who is a Star Spirit Magister, recognizes the golden key at a glance. The rare golden key can summon the corresponding Zodiac Star Spirit, and the Zodiac is the strongest combat power in the Star Spirit world besides the Star Spirit King. Under the golden key, there is also the silver key, although the Silver Star Spirit is not as effective as the Golden Star Spirit, but it also has a variety of abilities to assist. Lucy, I want to. When the task is completed, buy it from Yuxian, the money, it should be enough. Yuxian didn't know that Lucy had set her eyes on the golden key, so he nodded to the village chief and began to ask for the details of the order. The village chief slowly narrated. Our island, since ancient times, has become white and beautiful because it can gather the light of the moon. But a few years ago, the moon's glow suddenly turned purple. As soon as the purple moonlight appears, we will be transformed into hideous-looking demons. No, your essence is a demon. Yuxian muttered in his heart, it may be some kind of hypnotic magic that changed the villagers' cognition and made the villagers think that they were human. However, although the purple light is hidden during the day, it still exists. Why didn't the villagers change back to the appearance of demons? Yuxian immediately thought of the answer, moonlight. The villagers transformed back into their true bodies in the purple moonlight, and the root of this so-called curse is the purple moonlight. Thinking about this question enough, another question appeared in Yuxian's mind, what does purple moonlight have to do with the frozen demon? Yuxian did not tell the village chief what he was thinking, but simply asked a few words. It seems that the answer to everything will not be spied until morning. Outside the village, a hidden passage, 3 figures running fast. Soon the 3 reached the end. It was a huge figure frozen in ice, and its hideous and ugly face was clearly visible under the ice. A man in a mask is now under him. Lord Zero Emperor, it's not good. The masked man known as Emperor Zero interrupted the 3, what does it look like in a panic? Say slowly. There are S-class magi on the island. A little brother opened his mouth and said. S-class? Can you see who it is? Emperor Zero's eyes froze. I saw clearly, it's the fairy tale S-class magic guide, Card King Yuxian. Hearing the little brother's answer, the worry in Emperor Zero's heart was put down. It turned out to be the card wizard with few records. Even if the card wizard becomes an S-class, he is not a stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Go down, that Magus is not a threat to me. Emperor Zero waved his hand to let the 3 younger brothers go back to rest, and thought to himself, the card emperor? I hope you don't interfere with my plans, otherwise I'll have to send you on your way. You're no match for the king of cards. A cold female voice interrupted Emperor Zero's thinking, and a woman dressed in white appeared beside Emperor Zero. Oh? Why? Emperor Zero was not surprised by the woman's sudden appearance. The Card King is up to me to deal with, you don't come forward. Without answering Emperor Zero's question, the woman slowly left through another passage. The King of Cards? No. Subject 11? No. Now I should call you Yuxian, we have not seen each other for 10 years, 10 years ago when we parted to wish each other happiness, but until now I have not found my happiness. Chapter 007. In the evening, not far from the village, on the mountainside, you can observe the whole village. Yuxian, why did we leave the village? Natsu licked the corners of his mouth. Although the village looked barren, the villagers cooked well. You'll know right away. Yuxian looked up at the sky, and the rest of the people also followed Yuxian's gaze. As the sun slowly sinks below the horizon, the purple full moon rises, casting moonlight on this isolated island. It's really a purple moon. Why is that? Illusions? Kana and the others had their own guesses, but Yuxian snapped his fingers and led the eyes of several people to the village. At this time, there was no longer a human in the village, replaced by a vicious demon. Those demons are the original villagers? Did they really become demons? Yes, we are also in the moonlight, and we will not also become demons. Gray asked suddenly. I don't want it. Lucy nervously grabbed hubby and hugged. Devils are ugly. Kana quickly comforted Lucy, and Natsu and Gray also looked nervous. What they didn't know was that in the 1,000-year eyes of Yuxian, the moon was still the same white as jade-like moon, without any change, and the white moonlight entered Garna Island and turned purple. Yuxian also made his own guess. A magic that shrouded the entire island twisted the moonlight purple, and the villagers were affected by the purple moonlight, forgetting that they were demons themselves. And according to the description of the village chief, this magic should have lasted for several years. What was the purpose of the person who arranged the magic? Yuxian's brain flew around, and a magic that he had read in his mind emerged: the drop of the moon. The drop of the moon, a magic that claims to eliminate everything. The launch of this magic is very demanding. It is necessary to collect the moon power in the moonlight in the place where the huge moonlight gathers, and then condense the moon power until it changes into a teardrop, a process that lasts for a long time, from 3 or 5 years to 10 years. And it just so happened that Garna Island was a place where moonlight gathered, and the moonlight turned purple for several years. Yuxian could feel that the quality of the moon power in the moonlight of Garna Island was very good, and it was estimated that the moon drop was almost completed. So what will the moon drop be used for when it is finished? In an instant, Yuxian understood the purpose of the person behind the scenes, unsealing the huge demon that was frozen in ice. Interesting. Yuxian, who understood everything, looked back at the worried people and wanted to explain to them. However, in the next second, Yuxian showed a bad smile. Click. The crisp recording sound of the photographic magic crystal made several people who were scared come back to their senses. Hey, I didn't become a demon. Lucy let go of the harpy who rolled her eyes. I said, you're too sensitive. That's right, I found out earlier. Natsu and Gray let go of the hand holding each other, while Kana looked at the two who were still hard-mouthed with contempt. Yuxian looked at the photo that had just been developed by the photography magic crystal and laughed. Natsu, Gray, look at what this is. I saw that on the photo in Yuxian's hand. Natsu and Gray hugged together, with a scared expression, which was very funny. Ah! When was this? Gray didn't expect Yuxian to take pictures of his own embarrassment, and it was with Natsu. Natsu didn't expect Yuxian to take pictures, if he was seen by his guild companions. Natsu couldn't help but shiver. In an instant, the two eyes of fire and ice looked at each other, must be snatched back. However, before the two of them could act, the 2 pieces of paper that Yuxian took out stopped the two of them. One is a request form signed with the names of Yuxian, Kana, and Gray. One is Naz's IOU. Yuxian looked at Gray with a smile. Oh, Gray, you didn't want to attack your fellow team just now, did you? This is a violation of the rules of the guild. No, no, how can I have the idea of attacking my companions? Gray replied nervously. Well, I'm sure Gray won't do anything to his companions. Yuxian nodded, looked at Natsu, who was covered in cold sweat, and shook the IOU in his hand. The meaning was self-evident. Natsu, you don't want to be kicked out of the team by me. Natsu nodded hurriedly. He suddenly felt that he had fallen into Yuxian's trap, right at the moment of signing the IOU. By the way, Najgra, I will share this photo with my guild companions. Don't. ×2. Natsu and Gray blushed. Okay, Yuxian, don't tease them anymore. Kana couldn't stand it anymore. Yuxian bullied these two fools so much. Does he still have a conscience? Oh yes, profiteers really have no conscience. In front of a desperate Natsu and Gray, Yuxian took back the photo and began to tell several people about his discovery. The villagers are originally demons. The purple moonlight is actually artificial. Is the drop of the moon so powerful? A giant demon frozen in ice. The sudden information made several people a little unacceptable. Is this an S-class task? The conspiracy behind it is linked to another. Only Gray's expression was serious. The huge demon frozen in ice, could it be? The scene of a woman freezing a huge demon with her life in front of the young Gray appeared in Gray's mind, which was the pain that Gray buried in his heart. Gray shook his head. The demon should be in the north by now. Well, the goal of this mission is also clear, just terminate the casting of the moondrop magic. Yu Xian said the next action. As for the place where the magic of the moondrop was released, it was of course the place where the power of the moon was most concentrated. Following Yu Xian's footsteps, over two low peaks, a valley sprinkled with moonlight appeared in the eyes of several people. The huge figure frozen in ice could be seen from a long distance, and its hideous face caused Kana and the others to marvel. But Yu Xian noticed that Gray's flash of anger and pain when he saw the huge demon, as well as the clenched fist. Was there a situation? Gray, do you know that demon? Yu Xian stopped Gray. Gray felt the curious gazes of several people, sighed, and said the identity of the demon, that demon, named Delira. Delira. A demon created by the dark magus Jelf. Yu Xian's gaze stayed on Gray. I heard that Delira was sealed by a powerful ice-shape wizard named Ulu, and Gray, you also happen to be an ice-shape magic guide. What a coincidence, isn't it? Natsu's gazes converged on Gray again. Gray smiled bitterly, and finally turned out the years of pain hidden in his heart. Ulu is my master, the person I respect the most. She sealed Delira with her life to save me. It was me who killed Ulu. Chapter 008. Ulu, the magi who sealed demons with his own life. After listening to Gray's memories, several people have a clear image of Ulu, passionate, caring for his disciples, and determination to sacrifice his life in order to prevent Delira from continuing to do evil. A hand was placed on Gray's shoulder, and it was Natsu, who was always arguing with Gray. Although Natsu didn't speak, Gray still felt the burning concern. Don't worry, Gray, with me, I won't let Delira reappear in the world. Yu Xian's relaxed tone made the atmosphere no longer so serious. Yes, there is still Yu Xian here. Just when a few people relaxed, in the valley not far away, a huge magic array appeared on Delira's fool. Purple moonlight shone through the magic array. Delira, something was about to be born in the magic array. The surprised and anxious voice of his companion sounded in Yu Xian's ears, but Yu Xian just stared at the huge magic array in the sky. Isn't this magic array mine? Yu Xian pulled out a card from the card box, and the magic array depicted on this card called Summon Magic Array was exactly the same as the magic array in the sky. Yu Xian already had the answer in his heart, and 10 years ago, a girl successfully learned this magic array from his card, which surprised Yu Xian. As Yu Xian recalled, a familiar magic appeared in Yu Xian's perception, as if inviting him. Yu Xian felt the familiar magic, hooked the corners of his mouth, and called to Gu Gray, Gray, Natsu, and Kana, I have something and need to leave for a while. At this time, where do you want to go? You won't be scared, will you? Natsu didn't understand why Yu Xian suddenly wanted to leave. Don't ask, I'll be back in a minute. By the way, the fight has Natsu and Gray on it, and Kana and Harpy assist in the back, protecting Lucy by the way, but you can't let the future new members get hurt. Yu Xian handed a card to Kana and whispered, if Delira is resurrected before I return, I will use this card. Kana took Yu Xian's card. Fusion dismissed. What does this card mean? In the puzzled eyes of the 4 people and 1 cat, Yu Xian's figure disappeared. Let's go first. On the peak not far from the valley, a petite figure wearing a mask observed the 4 people who rushed into the valley. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the trees behind her. Do you still want to hide? Oh, I'm not hiding, and the person hiding is obviously you, our old friend, and you actually used disguise magic to meet me. Yu Xian sat on the tree trunk and looked at the people under the tree with a smile. I'm not afraid that you won't recognize me and become what I was 10 years ago. Hearing Yu Xian's words, the masked man's petite body changed, and a beautiful woman holding a mask appeared. Long black hair fell down her white blouse and fluttered in the wind. Although we have only been together for 2 years, I will not forget you, Sister Tears. Yu Xian jumped from the tree and landed beside the woman. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the memories of the past were in their hearts again. 12 years ago, Yu Xian's village was destroyed, and Yu Xian was arrested in a group of research institutes as a research body, number 11. It is said that it is the number 11 experimental subject, but all the experimental subjects are only Yu Xian and the tears of the number 1 experimental subject, and the other experimental subjects have died in a series of experiments. Tears is 1 year older than Yu Xian, and when she was a baby, she was sent to the research institute and has been growing up in the research institute, although she was born with powerful magical powers, but her body was fragile, so she was not sent to the experimental table. And Yu Xian is not so lucky. He is as naturally powerful as Tears, but he has a good body and has been subjected to various experiments. Every time Yu Xian, who was tortured and dying, was taking care of him in Tears, and the two also formed a friendship and secretly discussed escaping from the institute together. Finally, 2 years later, the two destroyed the institute with powerful magic and managed to escape. Then the two part ways and move towards their goal. Yu Xian wants to join Fairy Tale, and Tear wants to see his mother. After some memories, Yu Xian was also quite emotional. If there was no support for Tears, he might not be able to support it. Long time no see, Tears. Long time no see, Yu Xian. Just as Yu Xian and the two were reliving the past, in the valley, at the feet of Daliera, Gray, who entered the valley, took the lead and wanted to destroy the magic array, but was stopped by the man who called himself Zero Emperor. Not far from them, Natsu is entangled by Emperor Zero's 3 younger brothers, and Kana assists Natsu in the rear while protecting Lucy. As for the hubby, it is cheering Nez. The ice dragon collided with Gray's ice sword, and Gray was beaten backwards. He did not expect that this Zero Emperor was also an ice-shaped magician. The battle between the two formed ice under their feet, and Gray felt a hint of familiarity with Emperor Zero's moves. Just when Gray was distracted, Emperor Zero seized the opportunity and cast an ice tiger straight at Gray. Gray, who had come back to his senses, did not have time to dodge, and was hit hard to the ground, and the blood flowing from his abdomen was particularly dazzling on the ice. Gray. Seeing that Gray was injured, Natsu wanted to go to help, but was continued to be entangled by the 3 younger brothers who followed. Kana in the rear was also anxious, but he thought of Yu Xian's instructions, and still stopped the idea of stepping forward to fight. Gray, you're still as distracted as ever in battle. Emperor Zero knocked down Gray, who was back on his feet. Who are you? Gray had some guesses about the identity of Emperor Zero, but he couldn't help but ask out loud. Perhaps feeling that the victory was in hand, Emperor Zero slowly removed his mask. It's you, Leon. Gray's eyes widened. It's me. The white-haired man under the mask of Zero Emperor threw the mask on the ground. Long time no see, Gray, my junior brother. On the mountain peaks next to the valley. Aren't you going to help your companions? Tearfully looked at Gray, who was beaten to no avail, and Emperor Zero was still reluctant to be cruel to his junior brother. Although Gray was beaten all over his body, there was not a single fatal wound. Leave them alone, the fairy tale magi won't lose just like that. As soon as Yu Xian's voice fell, the 3 people who entangled Natsu were knocked down by Natsu, followed by one after another. Words, Tears, why do you want to resurrect Daliera? I also use my summoning magic array. Yu Xian looked at the frozen Daliera, and tearfully replaced the magic array of the moon drop with a summoning magic array, and summoning a magic array could not condense the moon drop. Summoning a magic array can forcibly combine the magic of the two attributes, and now it is forcibly combining the power of the moon and the demonic power of Deliara. If this continues, Deliara may actually come back to life. Fortunately, he left Kana cards that separate the two powers. Chapter 009. A moment of silence. Tears raised her right hand, and a gilt coat of arms appeared on the back of her right hand. The heart was linked to the blade, and the scarlet color was like flowing blood, exuding an evil aura. Yuxian frowned. Of course he knew the guild represented by this coat of arms. Almost all guilds, and even many ordinary people knew this guild, the strongest dark guild, the Heart of the Devil. But Yusuinke doesn't care about what demon heart, what he cares about is why Tears joined the Dark Guild. As the name suggests, the Dark Guild represents the dark side of the wizarding world and is made up of various evil wizards. They often carry out various illegal commissions, targeting innocent civilians, and some extremist members even carry out unprovoked killings. Why did Tears of Good join the Dark Guild? Was it coerced? Feeling Yuxian's scrutinizing gaze, the tears that concealed the guild coat of arms gave Yuxian an unexpected answer: I voluntarily joined the Demon Heart. This answer can surprise Yuxian, but it feels reasonable. When they separated 10 years ago, Tears' wish was to find her mother, and if her mother was a member of the Dark Guild, then it would be logical for Tears to join the Dark Guild. Yuxian also did not think about Tears having an accident on the way home, but thinking of the magic of Tears, it was still no problem to escape if he couldn't beat it. Have you seen your mother? Yuxian still planned to ask. Hey! Mother! She only cares about her apprentice, and simply forgets that she also has a daughter, and it was she who abandoned me. The tearful tone was filled with coldness. Forget? Tears are abandoned. Yuxian didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt a little distressed and tearful. In the Dark Research Institute, what supported the tears was her longing for her mother, but the tears now said that she was abandoned. Yuxian could imagine that a little girl had gone through a lot of hardships to find her mother, but what she saw was the smiles of her mother and other children. Such a major blow finally put Tears on the path of the Dark Guild. Tears, leave the Heart of the Devil, come to us. Yuxian's left hand with the goblin's tail coat of arms grabbed the tearful cold right hand. Tears felt the warmth transmitted by Yuxian's palm. Tears forced down the thought of leaving the demon's heart, got rid of the warmth she longed for. Tears withdrew from her right hand. Yuxian was a little disappointed, but he also understood how could Tears who joined the Dark Guild not attack innocent people? Yuxian still wanted to say something to the Tears, and a heaven-shaking roar made him have to look away. In the valley, Natsu repels Leon and lifts Gray up. In the rear, Kana, Lucy and Harpy, as well as the Lyra star spirit summoned by Lucy, bind the three little brothers one by one. Just as Natsu and Leon were about to fight, a crisp cracking sound interrupted them. How is it possible? The moondrop magic is obviously not finished yet. Leon looked at the falling broken ice in front of him in surprise. Hearing Leon's words, Natsu and the others also realized that something was wrong. Looking up, the magic array above the valley had disappeared, the ice block that sealed Deliara had appeared dense cracks, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked directly at the few people at his feet. Suddenly, one of Lucy's star spirits glowed, and a cabinet clock appeared, catching the unsuspecting Lucy, Kana, Harpy, and Lyra into her body. There were 3 people and a cat in the small space of the clock, and Lucy didn't understand why the star spirits of the clock appeared on their own and locked them in their bodies, until Lucy saw the scene outside the cabinet clock through the cabinet clock windowsill. Roar! With a roar, the broken ice block shot to the ground like a sharp arrow, and the scene was like 10,000 arrows firing in unison. Natsu, Gray, and Leon joined forces to resist with difficulty. Gradually, the ice stopped falling, but the evil aura came to the face. Calamity Demon Deliara resurrected. How? Possible. The drop of the clear moon has not yet formed. Leon stared intently at the moving Deliara. Gray on the side found that the Daliura in front of him was a little different from the Daliura in his memory. The original Daliura was pitch black and hideous, and although the resurrected Daliura exuded the same evil aura, it had a silver-white body, and its appearance was not so hideous and ugly. The most important thing is that Daliura's power is much stronger than before. It's remarkable. Daliura did not care about the few people who were like ants under its feet, but it was very interested in resurrecting its magic array, combining the moon power of the Holy Spirit attribute with the demonic power of the dark attribute in its body. In Daliura's memory, I am afraid that only the black wizard Jelf who created it could do it. And this combined force makes Daliura even stronger, a demon who can use the power of the moon, simply unprecedented. Roar of the Fire Dragon. A flame hit Daliura, but it was quickly extinguished, which made Daliura finally notice the person at his feet. The oncoming flames hit Daliura again, and the flaming Natsu cast a fire dragon and rushed towards Daliura. Daliura wanted to raise his hand to block, but his body was suddenly sealed by the ice. It was Gray and Leon. It seemed that the two junior brothers temporarily put aside Chenjian. Does it work? Lucy, who was hiding in the clock seat, watched Daliura nervously. There should be no effect. Daliura was originally known for its strong vitality, and now it has fused the power of the moon, and the vitality has reached a higher level. A somewhat trembling Lyra answered Lucy, she is good at music, Lucy will not let her fight for a while. Hearing the words of Lyra, Kana thought of the card Yuxian gave her before leaving, fusion dismissal. Could it be that Yuxian already knew that this would be the situation? Sure enough, as Lyra said, the burns that Natsu's fire dragon only left for Daliura were instantly recovered under Daliura's terrifying resilience. The ice cube that restrained Daliura was also easily destroyed, and Daliura's huge body forced Gray and Leon to retreat. Damn it, why hasn't that guy Yuxian come back? Gray, who faced the huge body, muttered. Listening to Gray's words, Leon scoffed, oh, are you counting on someone else to save you, Gray? Holding. The two arguing, Natsu had a headache, but he didn't expect that he also had a day to persuade. With Natsu's persuasion, the two of Gray no longer quarreled, but in the face of the huge Daliura, they had too few effective moves. At this point, I can only use that trick. As if having made a decision, Gray crossed his hands, and the icy magic array formed at Daliura's feet, but quickly dissipated. The ice blade penetrated Gray's body, and Gray looked at Leon incredulously, and fell to the ground before the words of the question could be spoken. Leon, what are you doing? Natsu quickly helped Gray. Fortunately, the wound was not fatal, but it temporarily incapacitated Gray. Gray, only you are not qualified to use this magic. Leon crossed his hands and unleashed the magic Gray had just used, absolutely frozen. Absolute ice, the user obtains a short period of extreme ice magic at the cost of his own physical demise, sealing the opponent's ice forever. Gray, live with guilt. Although Leon followed the cruel words on his lips, he looked at Gray gently, and it seemed that at the end of his life, he could not show a hateful expression towards his junior brother. Leon. Gray fell to his knees in pain, tears dripping on the ground frozen into ice cubes. The scene of Master Uru sealing Daliura with his life will be recreated in Leon, and Gray hates his weakness at this time, and even his relatives cannot protect him. What the bitter two did not notice was that Natsu, who was sneaking close to Leon. Chapter 010. Just as Leon released the absolute ice, Harpy flew from the clock seat to Naz's ear and said something, and Kana, who was not far away, also pointed to the card in his hand to Natsu. 4 magic arrays appeared around Daliura, but Daliura looked at the 3 people at his feet with interest. Of course he knew what kind of magic Leon was casting. Previously, Daliura was sealed by the female sorcerer named Ulu with this move, and in more than 10 years of ice, its life was also consumed. But now it's different. Leon's release of absolute ice is not as powerful as Ulu's, and now Daliura has the confidence, even Ulu's absolute ice can't do anything. Daliara now really wants to see the expression on the face of Ulu's disciple after casting magic with his life that can't hurt him in the slightest. It must be a wonderful expression. That kind of pain and despair is what Daliara wants to see the most. Then, farewell, Gray. Leon says a final goodbye to Gray. At this moment, the red and yellow flames knocked Leon down, and the absolute ice was stopped at the last step. What are you doing? Leon looked at Natsu angrily. He didn't think that Daliara would give him another chance to cast absolute freeze. Oh, yes. What are you doing? At this time, Daliara also thinks like this. It wants to eat an absolute ice is so difficult. If the breath is shaky and cold, the demon can't eat ice. Angry Daliara no longer delayed, ready to start solving these ants, but a bright light attracted its attention. It was a female card wizard. Card wizard? Will the cards work for me? Daliara thought. Fusion lifted. Just as Daliara was distracted, Kana quickly launched the card, and the shining light hit Daliara. Roar! A voice of pain came from Daliola's mouth. Natsu quickly carried Gray and retreated, and although Leon did not know what happened, he also knew from Daliara's painful voice that he could not stay longer. Soon, the three of Natsu retreated to Kana's side, as did Lucy and Lyra. But a strange scene happened on Daliara's side. The silver-white moon power broke holes in Daliara's body and flew out of Daliara's body abruptly. Daliara covered his body in pain, trying to prevent the separation of the power of the moon, but now Daliara is like a broken barrel full of loopholes, to no avail. Finally, the hole in Daliara no longer had the power of the moon disperse, and its body turned back to its original pitch black, but the hole broken by the power of the moon could not be restored, and the pitch-black demon blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding ground pitch black. Daliara did not expect that it not only did not see the painful despair of Natsu and the others, but it itself was surrounded by painful despair first. In this unwilling mood, Daliara died completely. Just died. Gray and Leon couldn't believe that the demon who had brought them pain had just died. Natsu leaned over to Kana and asked, Kana, what did you do? Why did Daliara die like that? Through Habanaz, I knew that Kana had a way to deal with Daliara, but I didn't expect it to be so thorough. Kana saw that Lucy and Gray also looked at her, and said helplessly, that's a card that Yuxian gave me when he left, and he asked me to use it when I was in a critical situation. Yuxian? That S-class card wizard? Leon didn't expect that what finally solved Daliara was a card from the Magus who he had previously looked down on. In other words, where is Yuxian? Lucy looked around. So that's the case, you have long left them a backhand, no wonder you are not worried at all. Of course, my companion I certainly have to protect. Yuxian watched Daliara die completely, gestured to Tears, and asked if she wanted to train his partner together. Tears shook his head. With an expected answer, Yuxian pulled out a card and handed it to Tears. I know it's like this card is for you. With doubts, Tears look at the card, which is a red trap card Divine Shield. It consumes the mana in the card to fend off attacks and fight back against enemies strongly. I filled this card with mana, no one can hurt you unless it is an enemy with twice my mana. Yuxian waved to Tears and was about to leave. Yuxian. Tears grabbed Yuxian's hand. Why, do you want to meet my companions with me? Yuxian thought that Tears had changed his mind. Be careful, the demon heart is about to act against your fairy tale. Without waiting for Yuxian to answer, Tears turned and left. The heart of the devil is going to deal with us? The reminder of Tears made Yuxian remember this matter in his heart. Ah ha ha ha, have you finished fighting? Under the gaze of several people, Yuxian walked slowly into the valley and looked at a wolf. In Lucy's surprised eyes, Kana rushed towards Yuxian first. You bastard, where are you hiding to watch the play? Your companions are fighting. Did you know that Gray was injured? Kana grabbed Yuxian's collar. What do you call me watching a play? I'm obviously exercising you. Yuxian began to quibble. Look at Natsu and Gray, they usually don't read books and are stupid, and they can only remember long when they are beaten, and I am obviously giving them the opportunity to exercise themselves. You see which magi will use his S-class missions to train their companions. It is. Natsu and Gray nodded frantically. Yuxian not only let them participate in the S-class mission, but also gave them the opportunity to fight, which was a trust in them, and this mission they earned numbness. Kana looked at the two fools with a shocked face, not to mention the money to enter the team, but also did all the work, and read his good. You two are really amazing. Lucy, it's outrageous. Obviously let the companion rush to the front, and you yourself watch the play in the back. Leon, Gray, you can grow up in this guild smoothly and have not been sold. It is really not easy. Looking at the three people's disdainful eyes on themselves, Yuxian said that he was also wronged. Anyway, I have me in the end. Isn't it good to let you experience the excitement of S-level tasks? And Gray, who was the most seriously injured, wasn't that also his senior brother stabbed in order to rush to death? It is. Natsu and Gray stared at Leon angrily. We would have done it without you. Leon, who gave you faith? Lucy shrunk. Black-hearted boss plus stupid, so scary. Kana took out the wine bottle out of nowhere, thinking that she still owed Yuxian a lot of money. She only felt a pang of heart congestion, bitter wine into her throat and heartache, tons and tons. Chapter 011. As the magic array dissipated, the purple moonlight turned back to silver-white, and the villagers who had been distorted recovered their memories. When Yuxian and his party returned to the village, the sky was already dark, and the village chief and people were waiting at the entrance of the village early, but they were evil in the form of demons. Inside the reception room, hearty food fills the table. On the side of the table, Natsu and Gray were like hungry tigers on the dining table, and they were not so brave when they fought. Kana simply took a few bites, and at the expression of Lucy's jaw dropping, she picked up the barrel and drank. On the other side is Leon and his three younger brothers, who are lucky enough to be buried under the ice but nothing happens. Yuxian was chatting with the village chief. It's actually Deliera. The village chief, who changed from a demon form back to a human form, sighed. Village, you also know Deliera. As soon as the words came out, Yuxian knew that he was wrong. Deliera was famous for his murder. How could the village chief who was also a demon not know? By the way, you and I go get paid. I still have some gifts for you. The village chief stood up and walked straight out of the reception room, and after recovering his memory, the village chief was not as shyness as the old man. Yuxian gave Kana and Lucy a reassuring look and left. Yuxian followed the village chief all the way to a heavily guarded house, where the villagers' wooden houses were different, made of pitch-black stone, and looked quite old. The village chief opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to Yuxian. Yuxian raised his eyebrows, but still entered the house. The house was dark, but Yuxian felt that the house was full of demonic power, but strangely, these demonic forces did not have a trace of evil aura. Boom! As the village chief who turned into a demon form closed the door, the inside of the house suddenly turned red, and a demon statue quickly attracted Yuxian's attention. It was a demon like a village chief, except that it was dressed and recorded something in a book spread out in his hand. The village chief introduced, "This is the demon of the book created by my ancestor, the Dark Magus Jelf." Book demon. The village chief's words made Yuxian puzzled. The demons of this world were created by the Dark Magistrate Jelf through his Book of Jelf, and Deliora is one of the demons of the Book of Jelf, but as far as Yuxian knows, Jelf did not create the demon of the book. Feeling Yuxian's doubts, a book appeared in the village chief's hand, exactly the same as the book on the demon statue. The demons of the book were not born to fight, so they were not created by the Book of Jelf. The demon of books was created to preserve human knowledge and records, and in order to facilitate our entry into human society, we have the ability to change the appearance of human beings. The village chief's words surprised Yuxian that the evil Jelf would actually act like this. But 98 years ago, we suddenly lost the ability to record. The village chief flipped through the book, revealing a blank page of X686. X686? Fairy tale was also established in X686. Yuxian recalls the memories of his previous life. Jelf and Mibis, one of the founders of fairy tale, are still husband and wife, and Mibis also died in X686. Is this a coincidence? Yuxian didn't know, and quietly listened to the village chief's follow-up. Since then, we have come to this beautiful but remote island to live in seclusion, where we hardly communicate with the outside world except to buy necessities. After all, we are demons, but we have no combat power, and demons have a bad reputation. The village chief put away the book and said with emotion. And then, you called me over alone, just to say this. Yuxian didn't think that the village chief was looking for him to tell him about the past. Of course, in fact, I personally want to ask Mr. Yuxian to accept a commission. I can pay in advance, and the task can be completed or not. The village chief's words made Yuxian interested. Isn't this just giving for nothing? Yuxian nodded and motioned for the village chief to continue. I would like to ask Mr. Yuxian to help me find the whereabouts of our creator, Jelf. Jelf. Of course, Yuxian knew where Jelf was, and if nothing else, he was now on Fairy Tale Holy Land Sirius Island. What makes Yuxian care is why the village chief wants to find Jelf. Is it to regain the ability to record? Or do you want to recognize your ancestors and return to your ancestors? Yuxian did not answer. The village chief stepped on his feet. The ground under his feet made a sound. An underground space appeared in Yuxian's eyes, and the golden light made Yuxian straighten his eyes. Mr. Yuxian, rest assured, our ethnic group has accumulated a lot of treasures for hundreds of years. These are the rewards of my commission. I don't know if Mr. Yuxian is willing to accept my commission. Of course I do. Yuxian replied categorically. You are so rich, you have already said no. Hiccup. Natsu patted his round belly and looked around. Hey? What about Yuxian and the village chief? Lucy, did you just find out now? By the way, Leon, what is your purpose in resurrecting Diliera? Gray finally remembered what Leon had done. Leon sighed. Anyway, Leola, who he wanted to kill, was also dead, so he described his purpose to several people. It turns out that Leon wants to unseal Deliera by claiming to be able to eliminate all magic, which he believes can resurrect Ulu. Because the ice that sealed Deliera was formed by Ulu's life casting absolute ice, Ulu's soul should also be attached to those cold ice. As long as the seal is lifted, Ulu may be resurrected. But Leon did not expect that the magic of the moondrop was replaced by his collaborators. After listening to Leon's reasons, Kana and Lucy didn't know what to say, and they had to admit that this method did have the potential to resurrect Ulu, but... Bastard, didn't you release Deliera like that? Do you think Ulu will agree with your approach? Gray slapped the table and glared angrily at Leon. Leon was silent. Of course he knew that he was ready to seal Deliera again with his life. I'll go to the Magic Council and turn myself in. Leon's words made Gray stunned. Trying to resurrect the demon, which was a felony, and the council would not give a light sentence. No, didn't Deliera die in the end? Ha ha ha. Lucy wanted to liven up the atmosphere. If Deliera is resurrected, then the village will be in danger, and I deserve it. Leon has made up his mind. What deserves it? You still want to share our rewards? Yuxian pushed the door with a bright smile on his face, and the treasure printed on the card in his hand shone brightly. Chapter 012. Don't worry, Leon, the village chief and the villagers already know what you did, but they don't mean to blame you. Yuxian patted Leon's shoulder. He already knew from Lucy what happened after he left. How big a thing, even if there is no Yuxian, Deliera will not get out of the valley alive, as long as Natsu activates the plug-in We Are Fairy Tale. And in the words of the village chief, in order to ensure the safety of the book demons, in addition to being able to turn into humans, they will not be attacked by demons. What? Leon and his 3 younger brothers were surprised by Yu Xian's words. These villagers actually did not intend to hold them accountable after knowing their affairs. What simple people! Snap! Yu Xian clapped his hands and motioned for Natsu to look at him. Is there anything else? Gray was puzzled. Yu Xian smiled slightly, patted the bag behind his back, and made a crisp sound of metal crashing. At this time, several people found that Yu Xian came in with a bag. Of course it's time to get paid. Yu Xian put down his backpack and showed several people that the backpack was full of gold coins. So much! Natsu and Gray looked at it enviously, but they did not forget that one of them gave up the right to share the remuneration, and the other did not have the right to share the remuneration. Yu Xian looked at the 2 with a smile. The village chief knows that we eliminated Diliera, so he added another 3 million J, so I showed mercy and gave you 2 100,000 J each. Oh! Long live Yu Xian! Harpy can eat fish again. Yu Xian, give me extra money, bastard! After a burst of laughter, several people were also paid. Natsu, Gray, and Harpy giggled as they held the gold coins. Kana looked at them with disdain, and then buried her head in the 200,000 J that Yu Xian had given her. Even Lucy was allocated 50,000 J, saying that it was for a meeting of new members in the future, but Yu Xian deliberately shook the golden star spirit key in front of Lucy, making Lucy's eyes straight. This was followed by another burst of laughter. Leon looked at such a cheerful scene. Is this the guild? Maybe I can find a guild to join. By the way, everyone, the village chief invited us to stay one more day, and a banquet will be held in the village tonight. Hey! Devil's Banquet, look forward to it. In this way, including the 4 people of Lion, the group vividly felt the warmth of the village until late at night. Quiet in the valley. The silver-white moonlight was still scattered on the ground, and fireflies flashed in the air, a beautiful scene without the ugly corpse of Daliera. A man walked into the valley, and the fireflies scattered and landed in the bushes. The man patted his black shirt, as if to dissipate the alcohol from his body. Oops, you should have drunk less, it's all to blame Kana. Yu Xian completely forgot that he wanted to drink more than Kana. Looking at the ice under his feet, Yu Xian remembered Leon's words. In fact, when Leon told his motives, Yu Xian listened outside the door. The body dissipates, but the soul remains. Yu Xian's left eye glowed slightly golden, and the Millennium Eye was activated. Sure enough, as Leon said, there was indeed another soul in these cold ice, and a woman with short hair was looking at Yu Xian with a smile. She also seemed to find that Yu Xian could see her and say something to Yu Xian, but unfortunately Yu Xian couldn't hear it, but looking at the woman's lip shape, Yu Xian knew that she was thanking herself for saving Gray from Leon. Yu Xian understood that this woman was Ulu who sealed Deliora with her life, but why did she look so similar to Tears? Arusha, a name pops up in Yu Xian's heart, and Yu Xian suddenly remembers the poor woman who spent her life atoning for her sins in Fairy Tale. The Institute, the young body that can't afford magic, the wish is a mother. Why didn't I remember these things in the first place? Yu Xian's hands trembled a little. With a hand on the top of Yuxuan's head, it was Ulu. She didn't understand what happened to Gray's benefactor of Leon, but she knew that she should calm the child. Although Ulu in his soul state could not touch Yu Xian still felt Ulu's concern. Yu Xian smiled again. Want to be resurrected? Ulu nodded and then shook her head, although there were still many wishes to be fulfilled, but Ulu knew that it would cost to resurrect a person, and she didn't want anyone to be hurt by resurrecting herself. Then resurrection. As if he didn't understand what Ulu meant, Yu Xian stretched out his right hand, and a card automatically flew out of the card box and came to Yu Xian's hand. Huge magic is infused into the cards, and the crosses on the cards shine brightly. Before Ulu could understand what was happening, he was struck by the light of the cross. With the thoughts of your loved ones, break through the gates of the underworld and return to the world here. Dead Su Sheng. With Yu Xian's voice, the light wrapped around Ulu turned into a pillar of light that rushed into the sky, straight into the sky. The huge magic fluctuation woke Gray up, and when he opened his eyes, it was Natsu, who was also awakened. It's not good, it's over there in the valley. Why is Yu Xian gone? Kana and Lucy's voices startled Natsu and Gray. Valley. The two quickly left the room, and the gradually dissipating pillar of light came into view. What happened? Also leaving Lion from the room, a pillar of light was also seen. The three looked at each other and quickly headed towards the valley. Kana pulled Lucy and Harpy to follow. Not far away, the village chief stared blankly at the sky where the pillar of light had dissipated. Perfect resurrection, isn't that what Lord Jelf wants to do? By the time the three of Natsu arrived at the valley, the pillar of light had disappeared. Yu Xian, why are you here, what happened? Gray looked at Yu Xian and found that there was another person behind Yu Xian, and that person's figure made Gray feel familiar. Long time no see, Leon, Gray, you've all grown up. The familiar voice made Gray and Leon look at the person behind Yu Xian in disbelief, a voice they had always dreamed of hearing. Looking at each other, Gray and Leon both saw each other's doubts. Were they dreaming? Two people punched each other. It hurts, it's real. Who the hell are you? Natsu couldn't stand it. What were the two of them grinding and chirping? Hey! You two imps don't really know me anymore, right? The woman's head poked out from behind Yu Xian. Teacher! Ulu! Gray and Leon were shocked, and then surprises kept pouring in, and their teacher was really resurrected. However, Yu Xian interrupted the excitement of the two. In the puzzled gazes of the two, Yu Xian signaled Kana, who had just arrived, to come over. After all, Ulu was now naked. Chapter 013. Inside the valley, it was freezing and snowy. Yu Xian takes Kana, Natsu, and Lucy from a high ground to watch the battle below. Who knows what Gray thought? After Ulu put on the clothes Lucy brought, he actually challenged Ulu with Leon, and Ulu actually agreed. Yu Xian didn't understand. The reunion of master and apprentice did not cry bitterly, and it was actually greeted by battle. Ice shield. In front of Ulu, the ice shield that quickly condensed easily resisted Gray and the ice blade and the ice tiger of Leon. I just resurrected you two imps and I'm going to challenge me, but to this extent? Ice shape, scatter phoenix flowers. Ulu's ice shield suddenly turned into countless ice blades and flying leaves and pressed towards Leon and Gray. In just a few moments, Gray and Leon were frozen in ice, showing only their heads outside. Gray's master is so good. Lucy looked at Ulu and instantly subdued Gray and Leon, with adoration in her eyes. Yu Xian nodded. After all, 10 years ago, Ulu was an S-class magic guide, and he was still one of the candidates for the Saint 10 Great Magic Guide. The Holy 10 Magi are the 10 most outstanding magi on the continent of Isugar selected by the Magic Council. Saint 10 candidates? I'm on fire, and I'm going to challenge Ulu too. Natsu excitedly joined the battle with Ulu. Yu Xian hides his face. Where do you get the confidence on as? Ulu is not an enemy, your plug-in is invalid. Ice shape, Nepenthesis. Sure enough, Natsu was directly swallowed by the cold ice pitcher plant and successfully turned into the same type of iceman as Gray. Ha ha ha, you imps are still too young. Ulu looked at the three immobile icemen in front of him, laughing and reaching out to take off his shirt, revealing his underwear. Yu Xian now finally knows where Gray's habit of undressing came from. Well, what a white, worthy of being an ice magic guide. SHHH. The pain in his waist made Yu Xian come back to his senses, and quickly got rid of Kana's hand that pinched him. Yu Xian opened his clothes. This chick is really ruthless, the meat is all green for me. Who made you stare at Ulu? Haven't you seen an exhibitionist woman? Kana looked disdainful. Yu Xian looked at Kana, who was scantily dressed, and then at Ulu, who is an exhibitionist. Ulu usually wears clothes, and Kana is usually so revealing. You are an exhibitionist, right? As for why he stared at Ulu, Yuxian said that he liked the big one. It's a pity that Yuxian is now succumbing to Kana's obscene coercion and dares to be angry and dare not speak. Lucy, Yuxian was actually deflated. Speaking of Kana, you yourself are also very exposed. What qualifications do you have to say, Ulu? In this way, a group of people returned to the village with Ulu, and the village chief did not say anything about the extra Ulu. The most important thing to be a demon is to know what to ask and what not to ask. Early the next morning, Yuxian and the others finished breakfast and said goodbye to the village chief. Politely refusing the village chief's farewell, everyone came to the beach. Leon said that he would not go all the way with Gray, he was going to find his own way, and after saying goodbye to Ulu, he left by boat with his 3 younger brothers. Yuxian, let your ship out. Gray urged Yuxian, he couldn't wait to see Natsu seasick. I have something I want to see the president soon, so we won't take the boat. Yuxian shook his head, he hadn't forgotten the words of tears, be careful of the devil's heart. Lucy rubbed Harpy's cat's head, not on a boat? So how do you get back? Answering Lucy's doubts was the card in Yuxuan's hand. Answer my call and show up, electronic dragon. Roar. Amid the roar of metal, a grey mechanical dragon roared. Kana looked at the completely mechanical electronic dragon in shock. Although she knew that Yuxian could always come up with surprising things, she was still surprised by the mighty electronic dragon. Ulu, such a vivid mechanical creature, has technology been so advanced in the past 10 years? That's cool, Yuxian. Can I fight it? The flames on Natsu's body are rising, and the fire dragon magic is about to move. No problem. Yuxian readily agreed, but the bad smile that flashed on his face was accurately captured by Kana. It's going to be tricked again. Kana looked at the excited Natsu with a little pity. Roar of the fire dragon. Natsu took a deep breath, and fierce flames erupted from his mouth, turning into pillars of fire and rushing straight towards the electronic dragon. I saw the electronic dragon open its mouth, and Natsu's attack was swallowed in one gulp. Hiccup. With a full burp, a thick puff of smoke floated out of the electronic dragon's mouth. What's the matter? My dragon-killing magic was eaten by it. Natsu, electronic dragons are not dragons. No way, it's all called an electronic dragon. The electronic dragon looked at Natsu with disdain. Is it a dragon with a dragon character in the name? Abominable dragon cancer, when will the mechanical race stand up? Haru-jun. Captain Al, who was on vacation, lay leisurely on the beach, and after experiencing Natsu's destruction of the port, Al felt more and more good about his usual life. Suddenly, Al took off his sunglasses, and he seemed to see a dragon flying in the sky. Rubbing his eyes, Al looked at the sky again. Well, the sky is blue, the sea breeze is soft, there are some dragons there, it must be that I am usually overworked, and I will ask the mayor for 2 more days off. Al put back on his sunglasses. What Al didn't know was that there was indeed a dragon passing through the sky of Haru-jun. Cutting through the clouds, the electronic dragon headed all the way towards Magnolia. Natsu weakly hugged the electronic dragon's tail, and it looked like Natsu was also a dizzy electronic dragon. Gray laughed at Natsu as always, but Yuxian felt that Gray was afraid that Natsu would fall from the electronic dragon. In the middle of the electronic dragon, Kana and Lucy are exchanging things about what the girls have seen. Above the head of the electronic dragon, Yuxian and Ulu were also communicating, but Ulu's expression was not relaxed. Yuxian, thank you for resurrecting me, but I still want to ask, why? Ulu didn't think that Yuxian had resurrected her because Gray was her disciple. She clearly remembered Yuxian's sad expression before launching the resurrection. Hearing Ulu's question, Yuxian asked Ulu, Senior Ulu, do you have any relatives? Not Gray and Leon, but blood relatives. Ulu fell into memories. I once had a daughter, because when she was born, my tears flowed non-stop, so I named her Urusha, which means Ulu's tears. Urusha was born with powerful magical powers, but her body could not withstand it, and she was afraid that her life would not be long in coming. So I took Urusha to my friend's institute and asked for treatment. But in the end, what I was waiting for was Urusha's body. At this point, Uru covered his face and cried, and the pain in his heart could not be stopped. Chapter 014. Yuxian actually has a slight illusion, that is, Tears and Urusha are two people. But with Ulu's memories, this illusion was shattered. Looking at the painful Ulu, Yuxian made a decision. Have you ever thought that Urusha is still alive? Ulu looked at Yuxian, not understanding why Yuxian would ask this. She had seen her daughter's body with her own eyes. Have you ever thought that your friend lied to you? No way, I have been friends with him for many years. Some friends become your friends only because of their strength. Why? Of course it's Urusha's innately powerful magic. Do you know what research your so-called friend is doing? Yuxian's words made Ulu pause. She really didn't know what research her friend was doing, but she didn't believe that her friend would cheat her for research. What happened? Ulu turned around. It was Kana and the others. They saw that Yuxian seemed to be arguing with Ulu, and hurried over. Yuxian didn't answer, but turned to something else. Let's tell you a story. A little girl has been in the institute since she was a child, and she doesn't know why her mother sent her here. The little girl with natural magic has been taken to various experimental benches since she was a child, but her health is not good and she cannot conduct too dangerous experiments. In order to protect the precious experimental subject of the little girl from being destroyed, the institute sent people to search for other similar children as replacement experimental subjects, so there were experimental subjects number 2, number 3, and until No. 11. No. 11 is the most perfect experimental subject researchers have ever seen, naturally powerful in magic and has a healthy body. So number 11 was subjected to various experiments. The little girl who is number 1 is used by them as a servant to take care of number 11. After a long period of care, number 1 and number 11 became friends, and they went through a lot of hardships and destroyed the institute. Then on the 1st and 11th, she was going to her mother. And then what? Did the little girl find her mother? Ulu's heart was full of unease, and what happened to the little girl made her worry. Yuxian replied, found it. Hearing the answer, Ulu's hanging heart finally let go. But what the little girl has worked so hard to see is the happy smiles of her mother and her 2 apprentices. Yuxian's words made Ulu's face change greatly. The little girl thought her mother had abandoned her, so she left. Eventually the little girl joins the Dark Guild and goes down the wrong path. Ulu's body shook, as if he had received a major blow, and Gray quickly held Ulu. Where did you know this story? Ulu asked tremblingly. Yuxian sighed, I saw number 1 2 days ago. You? Xian's words shocked several people, seeing number 1? The only one who knows the identity of number 1 should be number 11, right? Yuxian, should you? Asked Natsu. Yuxian smiled, at this time, Natsu, you are smart. Kana grabbed Yuxian's hand distressedly. She didn't expect Yuxian, who was either hanging out or having fun all day, to have such a past. That girl, what's her name? Ulu grabbed Gray's hand, as if he couldn't hold it. Tears, she calls Tears. Tears, Urusha. The 2 names coincide in Ulu's mind. She is my child. Thinking that Urusha's tragic childhood was caused by himself, Ulu's eyes turned black and he fainted. Gray let the comatose Ulu lean on him, and from Yuxuan's story and Ulu's reaction, Gray knew that the girl was Ulu's daughter and her and Leon's senior sister. Magnolia, fairy tale. The guild was as lively as ever. Laxus sits on his own couch on the 2nd floor, wearing magic headphones, ready to listen to his favorite rock-style classical music. Roar! There was a roar in the sky, and Laxus interrupted the music. which he recognized, the electronic dragon of Yuxuan, on which Laxus had suffered. How could Yu Xian, who is usually low-key, be so swaggering today? Laxus watched Yu Xian land from the electronic dragon, but Yu Xian, who was usually a smile, was expressionless today. The task failed? Laxus knew from the guild leader that Yu Xian had taken an S-class mission, but he didn't think that the failure of the mission would make Yu Xian like this. Something happened to the team? His team was fine, but there were 3 more. What happened? Watching Yu Xian and several people enter the guild, Laxus frowned and walked towards the stairs. Yu Xian, is the mission going well? Myra at the bar looked at Yu Xian worriedly. She had known Yu Xian for 10 years, and she had never seen Yu Xian's calm face. Seeing Myra's worried eyes, Yu Xian noticed his expression, turned around, and Loki in the hall also showed a concerned look at him. Yu Xian secretly cursed himself in his heart. How could he let his partner worry about himself? Don't worry, Myra, I'm fine, the mission is going well. Is the president here? Yu Xian reappeared his old smile. It's okay, congratulations on completing another S-class mission, and the guild president is in the library. Oh yes, Myra, help me find out if there is a house nearby for rent, you can sell it. After greeting Myra, Yu Xian walked towards the library. Although Yu Xian said that she was fine, Myra didn't think so, and her eyes shifted to Kana. Kana was helpless, ordered a glass of wine, and slowly explained what happened in this trip. Yu Xian has also experienced such a thing. After listening to Yu Xian's past, Myra thought of the smiling Yu Xian she saw 10 years ago. Does he still have such a past? A trace of electricity streaked through, and Laxus on the stairs took off his headphones. Kana placed the empty wine glass on the table and looked around, but at some point, the guildmates had already filled the bar. Kana only felt that she was talking too much, and Yu Xian knew in a while that she would not double her debt. If only doubling his arrears would make him feel better. Library. Makarov sat at a table with a stack of books taller than him. Last night, a powerful mana fluctuation appeared in the territory of the Fiori Kingdom, and before the Magic Council could confirm the center of that mana, that magic power had disappeared. But Makarov felt as if he had felt a similar magic somewhere, and after thinking about it, Makarov came to the library. The library had books from the founders of fairy tale, and the magic was widely documented, and Makarov thought there might be a record of it. However, as the morning passed, Makarov could not find anything. President, I'm back, where are you? Yu Xian pushed the door and entered, but did not find Makarov trapped in the sea of books. I'm here, you stinky boy did it on purpose. Makarov felt that Yu Xian deliberately did not see himself. What happened to the old man being shorter? And Yu Xian, who saw Makarov, did not mention the task. President, do you know the heart of the devil? Chapter 015. How could Makarov, the reputation of the demon heart in the wizarding world, not know that the Magic Council had always been wary of this dark guild, but could hardly find any trace of them? I got news that the demon heart is planning to make a move on our guild. Yu Xian casually picked up a book and flipped through it. It was a book that recorded all kinds of magic. Yu Xian looked at the other books and found that the same was true. Has the guild leader been studying magic lately? The heart of the devil is going to deal with us? Is the message sure? The news is reliable, but the timing of their actions is uncertain. Makarov frowned. He knew that Yu Xian would not joke about such a thing. Let's not talk about why the demon heart dealt with fairy tale, but now the guild's combat power is insufficient. In addition to Makarov, the leader of the S-class combat power, only Laxus and Yu Xian are in the guild, and the other 3 S-class wizards are all doing tasks outside. Do you want to notify them to return to the guild? Yu Xian saw Makarov's doubts and gave his opinion. President, call Kildas back. The century-old mission he took is not short of this time. Yu Xian knows that Makarov can contact Kildas. As long as the guild has Makarov and Kurdosh sitting down, he will have no worries. As for Ilusha and Mr. Gang, both of them are mission maniacs, maybe they have completed their mission now, on their way back to the guild. Makarov also agreed with Yu Xian's opinion, and the law of goblins he mastered, and the superior destruction magic crushing magic mastered by Kildas were enough to deter evil forces. By the way, is the delegate task completed? Yu Xian. Makarov took a sip of tea and remembered Yu Xian's mission. What kind of person am I? The S-level task is not hand-to-hand. Yu Xian took out a bag of gold coins and put it in front of Makarov. This is the guild's commission, and each task takes 5%, which is also conscientious enough. Sometimes Yu Xian was worried that the guild's funds were not enough for Natsu's group of demolition goods. Guild President, are you studying magic? Yu Xian raised the book in Yang's hand. Makarov shook his head. No, last night a powerful magic suddenly appeared in the country, and then quickly disappeared, I think where I felt this magic, so I came to the library to recall memories. Last night? Yu Xian thought that last night he used the deceased Suisheng to resurrect Ulu, and the source of that magic power would not be him. Yu Xian returned to the hall, still the reassuring noise. After joining Fairy Tale for 10 years, this group of people seems to have been so happy all the time, don't they work? Later, Yu Xian found that they always caused damage in the mission, and then compensated, so that the reward for the task was not much left, and it was better to drink and brag with their companions in the guild. It can be said that as long as I don't work, I won't lose money. Thinking of this, Yu Xian was worried about the guild's funds again, and the guild leader was also under great pressure. Come to the bar, and Kana and the others are also here. Natsu and Harpy laughed. Lucy looked happily at the guild coat of arms on the back of her hand, and she was also a member of Fairy Tale from then on. Gray introduces Ulu to the guild's companions and his life. Only Kana lowered her head when she saw Yu Xian, as if to hide herself. Yu Xian sat down in the empty seat next to Natsu, and before he could say anything to drink, Myra handed over a cocktail. I'll treat you. What happened? Myra actually invited me to drink. Yu Xian caught a hint of concern in Myra's gaze and understood that Myra already knew her past. Who will say that? Yu Xian's gaze swam to Kana, who was evading his gaze, revealing a hint of a bad smile. Then he put his hand on Natsu next to him. Naz, you didn't say anything nonsense. Hey? No, Kana said it. Natsu did not hesitate and directly betrayed Kana. Kana's body trembled, although she was prepared, she was still scared at the thought of doubling her debt. Then, as punishment, double your debt, Natsu. Kana nodded desperately, then froze. Hey? How is Naz? Yu Xian, wait, your past was said by Kana, you should punish her. Natsu hurriedly explained. Yu Xian patted Natsu's shoulder. Is there anything I can't say about my past? But, Natsu, you didn't hesitate to betray your companions. And Natsu is already sweating, his eyes are lost, and the doubling of his arrears is 2 million J, how many tasks he has to do to pay off. Myra poked Yu Xian, isn't it too much for you to do this? Yes. Yu Xian scratched his head, actually, I didn't expect Natsu to exchange money. Hearing this, Naz's eyes reappeared. I just enjoy pinching him. Yu Xian took out Naz's IOU and changed 1 million J to 2 million J in front of Naz's eyes. Natsu instantly petrified, I can't save my life. Myra, do you hear that you're talking about people? Ulu, Yu Xian is actually this kind of person. Gray, worthy of being an S-class magician, he easily got Natsu. Lucy, it's scary, I can't owe him money. Kana, didn't you punish me to amuse Natsu? Yu Xian took back the IOU and drank the wine sent by Myra, although he did not look at the hall, Yu Xian could also feel everyone's concern, including Laxus, who was eavesdropping on the stairs. It seems that everyone knows. Yu Xian smiled, thank you. Everyone, I have gained a lot from this S-class mission, this round of wine, I have invited. Yu Xian shouted to the hall. Oh! Long live Yu Xian! Myra quickly opened the wine cellar. Today I will drink Yu Xian. Manly men drink too. Why is it so lively all of a sudden? The loud sound made Makarov fall out of the library, and the atmosphere was more lively than before. Makarov frowned, one by one, and then Makarov joined the carnival. Somewhere unexplored deep mountains. The orange-haired man patted the dust on his cloak, revealing his robust body. Oh, I don't know what the guild guys are doing, Natsu, this kid didn't cause trouble for the guild leader. Kildas looked at the top of the hill not far away, the destination of his trip, where his target had been seen. Suddenly, Kildas's eyes changed, and he took out a teleportation magic crystal from his backpack, which was the guild leader's summons. Is there a dark guild eyeing us? It seems that my task has to be delayed. Without hesitation, Kildas turned and left. After Kildas left for a while, a black dragon flew over the steep mountain with a terrifying aura. In an instant, it was in ruins. And this is just the aftermath of the black dragon flapping its wings. Chapter 016. The night passed. On the second floor of Fairy Tale, Yu Xian woke up on his exclusive sofa. Yawning, Yu Xian stood up. He was actually drunk yesterday, and who carried him up to the second floor? Yu Xian thought about it. Yesterday in the guild can go up to the second floor only the guild leader Makarov and Laxus, but the little old man left in a hurry yesterday without drinking much, then only Laxus. I didn't expect Laxus, who always had an indifferent face, to have such a side. After tidying up his clothes, Yu Xian went downstairs. He remembered that yesterday he asked Mila to help keep an eye on if there was a house for rent. It was time to ask. This is how much you drank. Yu Xian walked down the stairs, and the smell of alcohol made him cover his nose. In the hall, everyone was scrambling and sleeping, only Kana was still holding the barrel and pouring wine into her mouth. Looking at the 10 or so large wine barrels around Kana, Yu Xian broke out in a cold sweat. She wouldn't drink the guild wine cellar clean. Hiccup Yu Xian, you are here, let's drink, after. Saying that, Kana lay on the table and whistled. Yu Xian looked at the sleeping Kana helplessly, and gently took the wine barrel out of her hand. After looking around the hall, Yu Xian did not find Myra, Lucy and you were not there. It should be Myra who took them to Myra's house for the night. In this case, Yu Xian decided to go out, and the morning market in Magnolia is also lively. With a glass of hot milk in his left hand and 2 meatloaf in his right hand, Yu Xian settled breakfast in the morning market. Amid the shouts of vendors, Yu Xian stopped in front of a stall full of old books. This gentleman, what do you want to buy? The plainly dressed stall owner smiled at Yu Xian. Do you have a recommendation? I recommend this one must be for you. Yu Xian took the book in the stall owner's hand. Devil Encyclopedia, this name is interesting. How much? Zhenghui 1000 J. Yu Xian did not bargain, and left with the book after paying. And the stall owner also packed up the stall and left after shouting for a while. It's just that no one noticed the dim golden light in Yu Xian's left eye. Coming to an uninhabited alley, Yu Xian opened the Devil Encyclopedia, and a letter was taken out of the book by Yu Xian. Yu Xian recognized at a glance that the stall owner who sold the book was a demon villager from Garna Island, and his purpose in coming to Magnolia was to convey the village chief's message to Yu Xian, which was the communication method agreed between Yu Xian and the village chief, but he didn't expect to use it so quickly. Opening the envelope and reading the letter, Yu Xian's smile gradually disappeared. It turned out that just yesterday, a group of businessmen approached the village chief and wanted to buy the body of Daliera. By recalling the records in the ancestral book, the village chief discovered that the leader of the merchant was actually one of the demons of the Book of Jelf, the dark monk Zheng Keith. Fortunately, when Keith went to Garna Island, it was daytime, disguised as a human so that the villagers did not expose their identity as demons. Keith thought that it was just backward. For the safety of the villagers, the village chief still let Keith take Diliera's body, and then sent someone to pass this on to Yuxian. As Yuxian finished reading the letter automatically burned and quickly turned into ashes. Burn after reading? It's quite special. Yuxian remembered the operation of undercover in film and television dramas in his previous life. Yuxian opened the Devil Encyclopedia, which was specially brought to Yuxian by the village chief, which recorded all the demons in the Book of Jelf, but unfortunately it was only a written record, no pictures. Soon Yuxian found what he was looking for, the pitch-black monk Keith, who mastered the necromancy that could manipulate the dead, while being immune to physical attacks. It seems that Keith took Diliera's body in order to manipulate it. Turning to the last page, a familiar name appears, the Demon of Flame End. Isn't this our protagonist Natsu? But the current Natsu is not enough to support this final name. Yuxian also discovered that all demons in the Book of Jelf have one ability, magic barrier particles. Releasing fine particles that can interfere with mana, whether it is a magic guide or an ordinary person, inhaling the magic barrier particles will be life-threatening. Close the Devil Encyclopedia. Yuxian does not plan to do anything, he can't find where Keith is now. Anyway, these demons will eventually match the fairy tale, then the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. Yuxian, I have found a rental house, what are your plans? Back in the guild, most of the people have woken up and are helping Myra clean up, with Lucy and you also there? That's what I rented for Ulu, just help Ulu go. A bag of gold coins was put in Mila's hand by Yuxian, and Yuxian didn't ask about the rent price. Anyway, what he has now is money, and the village chief gives too much. Ulu, you can use this money. Thank you, Yuxian, I will return it. The newly resurrected Ulu was penniless, and also got a bag of gold coins from Yuxian, although Yuxian said that he didn't need to pay it back, but as soon as Ulu thought about how Natsu looked yesterday, he made up his mind to return the money in a short time. Let's fight the winner. Gray. I don't know when, Natsu and Gray started fighting again. Manly men are going to fight. Elfman, don't hit me, didn't you see me picking up a girl? The ring on Loki's finger flashed, and he threw Elfman down, opening his bow left and right. Just for a moment, the whole hall was a mess again, and the daily group time began. Yuxian searched his mother-in-law's eyebrows. Why are these people so energetic? There aren't many quiet beautiful men like me. Snap! A card thrown at Yuxian's face was Kana, who was already in the group frame. A big well character appeared on Yuxian's head, and he instantly joined the battle. Looking at Yuxian, who killed Kana with her sister in her arms, Lucy couldn't help but retreat. Did Kana resist so much? Is it still necessary to fight so hard? It's nice to be young. Ulu took off his shirt and seemed to want to join in. However, a gust of wind blew through, and Yuxian returned to the bar. Why did you quit suddenly? Ulu was curious. You'll know right away. Yuxian had an expression of optimism, and so did Myra. Lucy and Ulu were even more curious. Everyone in the hall was still fighting, and suddenly the door of the guild was pushed open, and a figure wearing armor entered everyone's sight. Ilusa is back. I don't know who shouted, and then everyone in the hall cleaned up the situation in a panic and at an incredible speed, and returned to their positions one after another, one by one, like a good baby. However, there are two more fools who do not notice that their surroundings have quieted down and are still entangled. When Natsu and Gray noticed that something was wrong, the coercion from the armored figure behind them made the two tremble. In the end, Natsu plucked up his courage and turned his head tremblingly, revealing a stiff smile. Ai. Ilusa, you're back. Chapter 017. A click sounded. With the operation of the photographic magic crystal, a photo was quickly developed and fell into Yuxian's hands. What a nice picture! In the photo, Natsu and Gray, who usually don't deal with each other, are hugging each other tightly, shivering, and the figures of the two people look particularly small under the coercion of that armor, and the tension and fear on their faces can be experienced through the photos. Yu Xian nodded in satisfaction. His photography technique was getting better and better. With 2 punches, Natsu and Gray finally ushered in their trial and fainted to the ground. Lucy and Ulu looked at the armored man curiously. Judging from the expressions of Natsu and Gray, this armored man was probably more terrifying than Yu Xian. You two are new partners to the guild? Hello, my name is Ilusa. Feeling the strange gaze, the armored man took off his helmet, and his long fiery red hair fell like a waterfall to his waist. Ilusa. You are the guild's S-class Magi Goblin Queen. Adoring stars appeared in Lucy's eyes again. Hello Ilusa, I'm Gray's Master Ulu, but I didn't join the guild. Ilusa nodded to Ulu. She always felt that she had heard Ulu's name somewhere, but did not think much about it, and then set her eyes on the person who always had nothing to do. Yu Xian, why are you drinking again? Can't you just go to work? The guild is so lazy, you also have a lot of responsibility. Yu Xian didn't expect Ilusa to suddenly shoot at herself, and she looked confused. Ilusa, this is your mistake. What does the guild have to do with me like this? And I've just completed an S-class mission, can't I take a sip of wine and take a break? You actually took the task ahead of time. Ilusa was surprised. Her first thought was that Yu Xian had no money, otherwise how could he take the task? Yu Xian looked at Ilusa's expression, and his heart was depressed, usually touching fish for too long, and actually left a stereotype on everyone. Can't I take the initiative to take the task, and the president asked me to carry 4 towing oil bottles, which exhausted me. Ilusa's expression changed, and it was really wrong for the guild leader to let Yu Xian take others on S-level tasks. Lucy, how can I count me, and who else is the drag bottle? Kana, where are you tired? Natsu and Gray are working hard along the way. Yu Xian noticed that the other 2 oil bottles were moving towards the gate together, showing a bad smile. By the way, Ilusa, Natsu accidentally destroyed a port before Natsu, who moved to the gate with Gray, suddenly stiffened all over and turned to look at Yu Xian. Yu Xian, you are a bastard. In the previous chapter, you still said that you can't betray your companions. Yu Xian smiled. Sorry, it's a new chapter, and the rules of the previous chapter are invalid. Naz, damn it. Unfortunately, Natsu's angry gaze was blocked by Ilusa's serious expression. Naz, you're in trouble again. Wait Ilusa, I can explain. After a brief collision of metal and flesh, Natsu, who was full of large bags, was grabbed by Ilusa by the neckline and held it in her hand. Gray wiped his sweat. Fortunately he saw that the situation was wrong and ran fast, otherwise he would have been beaten again by Ilusa. Throwing Natsu on the ground, Ilusa's eyes swept over the crowd in the hall. Ilusa, you know, we haven't done much lately, so we have no trouble to break into. Loki spoke, and the rest of the crowd also chimed in. As long as you don't do the task, you won't break into trouble, and if you don't break into trouble, you won't be beaten by Ilusa. Ilusa ruffled her long hair, sat down at the bar, and ordered a beer to drink alone. Myra tells Lucy and you what kind of person Ilusa is. Yu Xian took out the photography magic crystal again, intending to record Natsu's embarrassment, but was stopped by Ilusa. Yu Xian, fight with me. Ilusa's words immediately focused everyone's attention on Yu Xian. Everyone was curious. Although Yu Xian was an S-class magic guide, no one had seen him make a move. Kana also nodded. She had the deepest friendship with Yu Xian in the guild, owed the most money, and she had never seen Yu Xian take the initiative to make a move. Kana's impression that Yu Xian generally solved the battle by throwing 2 cards, and did not show too much strength at all. Yu Xian quickly accepted. Hearing Ilusa's challenge, Natsu came back to life with blood and burst into flames. I refuse. Of course Yu Xian refused. Is he sick? Nothing to fight about. Yu Xian's refusal disappointed everyone. Ilusa thought of something, and tentatively asked, 100,000J, fight with me. Yu Xian's eyes flashed, and he still shook his head. I'm not short of money now. Elisha squinted at Xia Xian, and opened her mouth again. 200,000J. Yu Xian's expression moved, and he did not answer. 500,000. Don't be like this, Elissa, aren't you strong? 800,000. Give it up, Elissa, I'm not one to do it to my companions for money. One price, 1 million J, Yu Xian, if you don't want to, forget it. Deal. Everyone, what about your integrity? Yu Xian did not care about the contemptuous gaze of everyone, and he made progress together with his companions, and Yu Xian was duty-bound. Outside Magnolia. A large open space was cleared out by everyone. After all, it was a battle between two S-class magic guides, and it could not be fought in the city. In the lively crowd, a group of people out of place, the man at the head with headphones, with his Thunder God crowd, looked at Yu Xian and Elisha who entered. Isn't this Laxus? Do you want to go with Elissa? The price is cheaper for you. Yu Xian had already discovered Laxus. After all, the lightning sign on his face was very conspicuous. Humph, I don't have the idea of 2 to 1, but if you two join forces, I would be interested. Laxus is very confident in his strength, although he has suffered losses at the hands of Yu Xian, but Laxus just thinks that it is Yu Xian's trick. After all, who knows that the electronic dragon is not a dragon? We can also fight first, Laxus. Elissa also challenged Laxus, and there were not many opportunities to fight the guild's S-class companions. You actually put me in front of Yu Xian, are you provoking me? Elissa. Laxus thought that Elissa thought that Yu Xian was better than him, so she challenged him first. The electric light flickered, and a thunderbolt slashed towards Elissa, but was stopped by Yu Xian halfway. No, Laxus, Elissa has to fight me first, she paid for it. Humph, then I'll knock you down first. The powerful electric light forced the people around him to retreat, and Laxus entered a fighting state. Yu Xian, don't be nosy. Elissa summoned her great sword and pointed it at Laxus. Yu Xian smiled. Then go your separate ways. Chapter 018. Lightning Fist. The fist attached to the thunder and lightning collides with the great sword, resulting in an explosion. Thunder and explosions forced Elissa to take a few steps back, while Laxus remained unharmed. Elisha's hand trembled slightly. Ordinary metal armor and metal swords are always a loss against thunder and lightning. Then. Costume Magic Thunder Emperor Armor. The light flashed, the light green armor covered Elissa's body, and the big sword in her hand was replaced by a thunder spear. Elisha charged again in the face of Laxus' thunderbolts. Lightning Shock. King Glay. Elisha's cyan thunder and lightning collided with Laxus's golden thunderbolt, making a violent sizzling sound, and the thunder and lightning emitted left huge holes in the two. Draw for now. Elisha and Laxus looked at each other, and also thought that there was another person in this battle, and that person was watching the play on the side. Blue and golden thunder and lightning instantly struck Yu Xian. Yu Xian, give me more seriousness. Thunder and lightning left a hole in front of Yu Xian, and Yu Xian reluctantly put away the snack bag and wiped his hands. The theme of the battlefield is thunder and lightning. Yu Xian looked at Elisha who was charging towards him and drew a card, Hope Armament Thor Tiger Sword. They. Phantom of the White Tiger appeared behind Yu Xian, turning into a white long sword wrapped in thunder and lightning, which was held by Yu Xian and blocked Elissa's charge. Not bad, Yu Xian. Elissa the thunder spear emitted a blue light, and wanted to launch the green thunder again. Suddenly, a magic array full of golden light appeared under the feet of the two, and the dangerous magic power continued to surge. You two are out together. Thunder and lightning formation. Not far away, Laxus clasped his hands, and violent thunder and lightning frantically emerged from the magic array, turning into a sea of thunder and drowning the two. Elissa's Thunder Emperor armor released a blue light to wrap herself, and the thunder spear condensed blue thunder and shot out towards Laxus. Thunder bullets. Laxus maintained the thunder array while confronting Ilusa, while Yuxian had disappeared into the thunder array and disappeared. Roar. A low dragon groan loomed in the thunder array. Ilusa and Laxus each withdrew their hands, wary of the secret wanderers. Finally, a green flying dragon flew out of the sea of thunder, and Yuxian stood on the flying dragon. Thunder dragon, thunder bullet. With Yuxian's order, the green thunder dragon spat out several light projectiles containing thunder and lightning towards Laxus and Ilusa below. Ilusa quickly shot the lightning bullet away. Laxus, on the other hand, was allowed to be hit by a lightning bomb, but was unharmed. Yuxian, have you forgotten that in addition to thunder and lightning magic, I also master the thunder dragon killing magic? Laxus swallowed the last thunderbolt into his mouth to replenish his magic. Thunderbolts just helped me buy time, and my purpose has been achieved. The cards in Yuxian's hand disappeared, and a complex magic array appeared under the thunder dragon, and the magic and lightning scattered in the air were quickly absorbed. Summon the magic array Thunder Dragon Fusion. The thunder dragon turned into light and rushed into the magic array below, and a palpitating magic fluctuation came out from the magic array. Ilusa and Laxus also realized that they could not let the magic array complete, and each unleashed a powerful attack. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Wrath of the Thunderbolt. Two powerful attacks slammed straight on the magic array, but they were absorbed by the magic array. What's going on? Laxus frowned and tried to attack again, but was stopped by Ilusa. Useless Laxus, that magic array can absorb thunder attribute magic. Yuxian clapped his hands, it is worthy of Ilusa, and the characteristics of this magic array can be seen in one attack. Ilusa noticed the point in Yuxian's words, this time? Could it be that the attributes of this magic array are different every time? Dress up magic giant's armor. Ilusa intends to destroy the magic array with physical attacks. It's too late to change the attack with other attributes now. With Yuxian's words, pitch black thunder and lightning gushed out from the magic array. When thunder and lightning meet, the thunder that resounds in the sky will break through the dimension and descend here. Appear, Super Thunder Dragon Divine Thunder Dragon. A huge thunder roar resounded over Magnolia, and pitch-black thunderclouds enveloped the entire city, pressing to the ground like a ferocious beast. A black dragon with golden lines poked out from the thundercloud. The dragon's groan was like thunder, and its scarlet eyes looked directly at the crowd below. Under the pitch-black thunder and lightning, the crowd watching the battle felt a huge pressure. Terrible, is the young man now strong enough to this extent? Ulu looked up at the dragon in the sky, and the pressure brought by Diliera, who had fought for his life, was far from it. Loki broke into a cold sweat, a feeling he had only felt in the Star Spirit King. Lucy grabbed Kana's hand with some fear. Kana comforted Lucy, knowing that Yehyun would not hurt her companions. But the magic array that summoned the Divine Thunder Dragon was familiar to Kana. Wasn't that the magic array that fused the power of the moon and Daliera on Garna Island? Giant Slam. Ilusa doesn't care how strong her opponent is, she only knows if she has fought it. The spear in his hand was thrown, and a huge force tore through the air, creating an air explosion. The spear was mounted straight on the Divine Thunder Dragon, without making any sound, like a toothpick stuck in a towering tree. Dragon Exterminating Magic Thunder Dragon Fang Heavenly Halberd. Laxus saw that Ilusa's attack was ineffective, and immediately launched the magic, and the Fang Tian Halberd formed by the dragon-killing magic was quickly thrown at the Divine Thunder Dragon by Laxus. In the face of the gadgets that flew in again, the Divine Thunder Dragon swallowed it in one gulp, and some of it was still unfinished. Boom! The Divine Thunder Dragon roared, as if asking if there was anything else. Seeing that Laxus was about to get angry, Yuxian hurriedly stopped. Laxus, Ilusa, let's count the tie. I know you haven't done your full strength yet, but if you continue to fight, it will endanger Magnolia. Xian knew that the two did not give their full strength. Ilusa's strongest 3 pairs of armor were useless, and Laxus's dragon-killing magic mysteries and strongest moves were useless. What's more, Laxus also holds the idealistic magic of the supermagic law of the goblins. Ilusa nodded, and the armor on her body changed back to the original metal armor. Laxus is unhappy. Yuxian uses such a big pomp to pretend. It seems that he is very stupid, especially his final attack was eaten in one bite, very faceless. Yuxian also saw through Laxus's mind and said hello to the Divine Thunder Dragon. The Divine Thunder Dragon roared softly, and the pitch-black thundercloud disappeared into the air, and the warm sunlight fell again. In the astonished gaze of everyone, the Divine Thunder Dragon quickly shrunk and landed on Yuxian's shoulder. Whoops! The Divine Thunder Dragon roared softly at Laxus, and his voice was no longer majestic when it was huge, but a little cute. The Divine Thunder Dragon is looking for what you want to eat, and its staple food is thunder and lightning. Yuxian explained to Laxus. Like the owner, he is also a faceless and skinless dragon. Chapter 019. Guild Hall. Everyone looked at the cute Divine Thunder Dragon curiously, unable to imagine that it was a fierce dragon a moment ago. I'm going to eat cats. Harpy was chased by the Divine Thunder Dragon and ran around in the air, sticking out his tongue and a pair of wings that were almost fanning out phantoms. Divine Thunder Dragon, come back. Yuxian stopped the chase of the Divine Thunder Dragon, although it was its entertainment for the Divine Thunder Dragon. Looking at the Divine Thunder Dragon that flew above Yuxian's head, Kana couldn't help but ask, Yuxian, how is your magic array the same as on Garna Island? Oh, that's from Garna Island made of tears. Kana didn't ask why Arusha did it. Yuxian's answer attracted Ulu's attention. Arusha was actually on Garna Island before, and she was only close to seeing her daughter. Thinking of this, Ulu couldn't help but feel sad. Don't worry, you are you and tears will see you soon. Yuxian could only appease Ulu. Ilusha came to the table and sat down opposite Yuxian, changing into a pair of small light armor, quite a leader's style. Yuxian, won't the dragon you summoned disappear? As long as my magic power can still be supported, the Divine Thunder Dragon will not disappear. Yuxian took out the card of the Divine Thunder Dragon, but the card was empty, and the dragon inside was now making trouble in the hall again. With a bang, the guild door was kicked open, and the short old man walked in angrily. Ilusa, Yuxian, Laxus, what are you three little ghosts doing? Originally, Makarov slept soundly at home, and the mayor of Magnolia, Nord, woke him up with a phone call, asking him to restrain the guild members and not to release such frightening magic without incident. Kamalov's understanding turned out to be a family of 3 S-class magic guides, fortunately did not cause damage, but plowed the wasteland outside the city. On the second floor, Makarov lectured to the 3. Do you know that it is difficult for me as a guild leader to do can you make me less trouble, at least don't fight in Magnolia, otherwise I can't hide from the mayor looking for me. Humph, a mayor, old man, you are so weak, it is better to give me the position of guild president, I will make the fairy tale stronger. Grandson Laxus talked back as always, which gave Makarov, who was a grandfather, a headache. Don't worry, President, we will stay away from the city next time. Makarov nodded, or Ilusha knew that she felt sorry for the old man. So we can let go and fight. Ilusha's last words made Makarov's face darken, thinking of the picture of the black cloud pressing the city described by the mayor and citizens, and looked at Yuxian with an unkind face. You kid usually looks harmless to people and animals, but I didn't expect to give me a big one when he made a trouble. Don't look at me, President, you know, Yuxian never picks trouble, the 3 of us are just talking, measured. Yuxian's words made Makarov's lesson not come out. That's it, the next thing is more important. Makarov shook his head and winked at Yuxian. Yuxian understands what Makarov means, and explains to Ilusha and Laxus that the heart of the demon may launch an attack on the guild. Humph, the Dark Guild, I'll solve as much as I want. Although Laxus kept a cold face every day, he still cared about the guild. Ilusa asked, "Why did the Devil's Heart attack us? Do you want to use us to establish our power in the wizarding world? Or want something from us? I don't know, anyway, let everyone pay more attention." Although Makarov said that he did not know, he had some guesses in his heart. On the island of Sirius, the sacred land of fairy tale, the body of the original guild leader Mibi sleeps there. Ding ding! The ringtone of the communication magic crystal interrupted Makarov's thinking. Looking at the content of the communication, Makarov slapped it on the door of the brain. "I actually forgot about this." You. Xian and Ilusha looked at each other. Toot! A magic guide train spewed steam and drove towards Clover City. The scenery on both sides of the railway crossed, and Yu Xian complained weakly, "I said, President, you don't need to bring me to the regular meeting." The regular meeting was organized by the Magic Council, allowing the presidents of several large magic guilds to communicate together. It's just that in recent years, the regular meeting has almost become a criticism meeting of the Magic Council against fairy tale. Who calls fairy tale first-class destruction? Makarov pouted, "The old man is seeing that you don't do things all day, and wants you to come out and see the world. Why not take Ilusa or Laxus? Haven't they also been to regular meetings?" Yu Xian asked rhetorically. Makarov pinched the bridge of his nose. Could he tell Yu Xian that in the last meeting, it took 30 minutes for the council to criticize Ilusa? As for Laxus, he was simply not interested in such meetings, he was interested in only growing this position. Looking at Makarov's distressed expression, Yu Xian was happy in his heart, and suddenly remembered that 8 years ago, Makarov took Kildas to a meeting, and as a result, Kildas accidentally broke up the entire conference hall, so that Makarov was scolded for a long time. The position of president is really difficult to do. I don't know why Laxus wants to get this position. Looking at Makarov's depressed expression, and thinking of the scene of Makarov being criticized at the meeting, Yu Xian's mood also improved. "Stinky little devil, you shouldn't be thinking about impolite things. There is no president, I think of something funny." Makarov's face was slightly red, but he couldn't help Yu Xian. "Stinky little ghost, don't let me catch your embarrassment." In this way, during Yu Xian's ridicule of Makarov, the magic guide train entered Clover City. In the conference room. "Ha ha ha, this is Yu Xian, our guild's S-rank magic guide." "Oh, President Makarov, are you finally willing to bring Yu Xian to the meeting?" Bob, the leader of the Cyan Pegasus, has heard about Yu Xian, one of the 2 most mysterious S-class wizards in fairy tale, and the other is Mist Gang, and these 2 people will hardly cause unnecessary damage during the mission. "Hello, Yu Xian, I've heard about you for a long time." "Hello, President Bob." Yu Xian couldn't cope with Bob, mainly because Bob's dress was too strange. The stocky Bob had a blush on his face and bright red lipstick on his mouth, and wore a slip dress, a large gold chain and a jewel necklace on his stubby neck, plus that greasy glowing baldness. Yu Xian suppressed the nausea in his heart and secretly wiped his right hand that shook hands with Bob. "The meeting will begin immediately, please return to your seats as the president and the accompanying personnel." The frog-like judge continued, "And this meeting, Zikrane will be observing." Chapter 0-20. Zikrane? The gaze of the seated people bypassed the frog judge and landed on the man of a man and a woman behind him. Sky blue short hair, tattoo on the right eye, the identity of the man is about to come out, the Holy Ten Magi Zikrane. Is Zikrane also coming to this boring meeting? Bob winked at Zikrane. Zikrane is also a member of the Council of Magic, although he usually attends internal meetings of the Council. Haha, hello President Bob, I'm just observing. Zikrane smiled back at Bob. The other guild presidents also communicated with Psikrian, and Makarov's eyes were also on Psikrian, who doesn't like the young and humble and powerful Zikrian. In addition to Yu Xian, he has not forgotten who this Zikrian's true body is. But Yu Xian still smiled, but his smile was for the woman next to Zikrane. Arusha looked at the smiling Yuxian with a complicated heart, thinking of what was going to happen next, and couldn't help but worry about him. Urusha, come and meet the presidents. Zikrane's voice came, and Arusha followed Zikrane's footsteps to greet the presidents. Beautiful little girl, do you want to come to our ghostly dominator? President Joseph, you are digging into the corner of the council. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Counselor Urusha, your strength is very strong. No matter how strong it is, isn't it also seen through by Chairman Goldman? Maybe. As everyone's pleasantries ended, Councilman Frog also announced the content of the meeting, and for the first time did not criticize Fairy Tale, released a bombshell news. The 3 dark guilds of Demon Heart, 6 demon generals, and the Gate of Hades recently formed the Balam Alliance. As soon as the news came out, everyone's faces changed in the meeting, and these 3 dark guilds joined forces. I am afraid that the plan is not small. Yuxian frowned. If the 3 dark guilds attacked Fairy Tale together, it would be tricky. Counselor Frog continued, don't worry too much, we have the exact information that the Balam Alliance is not a real alliance, but does not interfere with each other, and will not interfere in each other's goals and battles. Hearing this, crowd breathed a sigh of relief, that is, they can break the Balam Alliance. So this meeting is hoping that we will take the initiative. Yes, the mission is issued by the council, and your guilds will attack together. After an hour of negotiation, the crowd came to the result. The 5 guilds of Snake Scales, Cyan Pegasus, Fairy Tale, Ghost Dominator, and House of Avatars jointly attacked the 6 demon generals in the Balam Alliance. Yuxian felt that something was wrong. Hey! Dominator of the Ghost? They are very difficult to deal with our guild, and it is not too much to say that it is a feud. Yuxian remembered that the history books of the guild recorded that 100 years ago, the Cyan Skeleton, the predecessor of the ruler of the Ghost, was destroyed by Mibis, who had not yet established the guild, with super magic, the law of the goblin, in order to rob the Sirius Jade of the Celestial Wolf Island, and only the Cyan Skeleton guild leader escaped. In the same year that Mibis established Fairy Tale, the Cyan Skull Guild also established the Dominator of Ghosts to compete with Fairy Tale. For 100 years, the 2 sides clashed, but Fairy Tale has always had the upper hand. Yuxian remembers that the last conflict was after a regular meeting 6 years ago, when Joseph and Makarov, the leader of the ghostly dominators, clashed, and finally Joseph lost to Makarov in the presence of many guild leaders. The defeated Joseph became angry and wanted to start a guild war against Fairy Tale. In the end, it was the Magic Council that came forward, called an end to the almost fought guild war, and issued a decree not to allow random wars between guilds. Joseph never attended the regular meeting again. But this time, Joseph attended the meeting, and it was also a meeting of the generals of the 6 devils, which happened to be dispatched with Fairy Tale. Is it really so coincidental? Yuxian did not forget to confess to him that he had joined the Demon's Heart, and Tears is now a member of the Magic Council, which means that the Demon's Heart has unknowingly infiltrated the Council, and can even influence the decisions of the Council. The domination of the ghosts became more and more suspicious in Yuxian's heart. Maybe they had reached some kind of agreement with the Demon's Heart. Yuxian leaned on the back of the chair to think, but just bumped into Arusha's eager gaze, and the experience of living and dying together made Yuxian instantly understand what she meant. Leave. Is something going to happen? Yuxian didn't understand that there were so many powerful magic guides present, and there were still people who dared to attack. A flute sound interrupted Yuxian's thinking. A silver-haired man broke the ceiling of the venue and fell from the sky, standing in the center of the round table of the conference, a strange flute in his bandaged hand. Ha ha ha, everyone, hello. A maniacal laugh came from the man's mouth. Erigar, the leader of the Iron Forest, the direct guild of the 6 demon generals. A certain guild leader broke the man's identity. Ha ha ha, please also call my title Grim Reaper Eligor, I'm here to send you on your way. I don't know if you are the Grim Reaper or not, but you are about to die, this can be determined. Granny Oba, the president of the Snake Scales, mocked. Yuxian really doesn't know where Eligore's courage comes from, but there are 3 holy 10 magic guides in this venue, Makarov, Joseph, and Zikrane. Can you still play a flower? Ha ha ha, then let you see the strength of my Grim Reaper Eligore. Eligore put the flute to his mouth and blew it gently, and the melodious and pleasant sound of the flute sounded. What a talent show for death? The words are really good, Yuxian complained in his heart. It's not good, that disciple is Lullaby. The frog counselor exclaimed. Lullaby is a rather dangerous magical item that is rumored to be able to destroy the world. Of course, the guild leaders had heard the rumors of Lullaby, and they all moved to stop it, but they were blocked by the magic shield emitted by Lullaby. The eerie whistling replaced the pleasant flute, and Eligore laughed. It's late. Today is your time to die. The three-eyed demon with a terrifying face turned from virtual to real, and Lullaby's body descended, and he let out a laugh. Boom. A few Soul Hall elders, so arrogant. Facing the oppressive Lullaby, Yuxian can only say, that's it. The day before, he had seen the record of Lullaby in the village chief's devil's book. Death Curse Demon Lullaby, one of the demons of the Book of Jelf, specializes in death curse. But having seen Diliera, who was strengthened by the power of the moon, Yuxian really couldn't recognize the rumors that Lullaby could destroy the world. Rather, it is a problem that Lullaby will be able to get out of the conference room alive. Chapter 021. Celestial Magic, 7-Star Sword. Giant Magic Giant's Fist Bone. Perfume Magic Pain Aroma. Under the brilliant magic, in Eligore's incredulous expression, Lullaby's dead wood-like body was torn apart inch by inch, and finally turned into smoke. What for, dare to say extinction to this extent? The ashes are all raised to you. The old man who hurt him has gone all out, so the facilities destroyed by me won't ask me to compensate, right? Ha ha ha, Makarov, you see you are in a hurry. The frog counselor also wiped his cold sweat. What a death, isn't it scary? When you go back, you must propose and re-evaluate the magic items that are positioned as dangerous, otherwise this is not a joke. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Eligore woke up from the fright of Lullaby's annihilation, looked at the powerful wizards around him, swallowed his saliva, and secretly retreated. Oh, isn't this the Grim Reaper? Where are you going? In an instant, the pressure came to Eligore. Knowing that he couldn't leave, Eligore dropped the flute in his hand and revealed a hideous face. I fought with you. Ah! My eyes! I did! I did! Eligore's screams rang out in the conference room, and even Joseph, who was known for his evil magic, couldn't stand it. He has already recruited, you two put my clothes on. As Joseph vomited, the rest of the room couldn't hold back any longer and walked out of the room, vomiting. What's the matter, aren't people attractive enough? Don't worry, President, your charm is unmatched. Cyan Pegasus President Bob and the members touted each other all night while putting on their clothes. Hard, fists hard. Yu Xianqiang suppressed the nausea and the urge to hit people in his heart. Just before, Eligole's resistance did not make a splash and was immediately taken down, and then the two Cyan Pegasus volunteered to interrogate Eligole. The combination of shemale and lewd man directly made Eligole vomit. It turns out that the 6th Demon General ordered you to attack us. Zikrane asked another question, Lullaby, where did you get it? Eligore explained honestly, it was the adults of the Gate of Hades who told me the location of Lullaby. Yuxian shook his head, this side has not gathered all the people, there is a door knocked on the door, although it is just a miscellaneous fish. What do you do with that thing? Yuxian pointed to the flute in the ruins. Give it to the council to seal and keep it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed, the frog counselor stepped down from his position and tried to pick up the flute. Be careful. Zikri forced the frog counselor back with a spell. The turquoise magic landed heavily on the position in front of the frog counselor, turning into a big green hand to pick up the flute on the ground. A dark-skinned, white-haired man with a skull wand descended from the sky and took the flute. "Who are you again?" Makarov looked serious, and the new man threatened far above Eligoli. "Lord Chief, save me." Eligori seems to have grasped the straw, and the identity of the man is also about to be revealed. Iron Forest is the direct guild of the 6 demon generals, and there is only one person who can be called the head of Eligor, the military master and commander of the 6 demon generals, Brian. In the face of Eligori's plea, Brian said nothing. Eligor still wanted to say something, but a new green magic array suddenly lit up on his body, and in a violent cough, blood gushed out of Eligor's mouth. Eligor realized something, looked at Brian with wide eyes, and then disappeared. "He's dead, but don't even think about leaving." Gigantic magic, gigantic. Makarov cast magic, his body became huge, but his eyes suddenly widened, and with a muffled snort, Makarov changed back to his original form, fell from mid-air, was caught by the quick-eyed Yuxian, and was gently placed on the ground. Magic barrier particles. Yuxian looked at Makarov with a face full of pain, and immediately realized the reason, and looked around. Tiny particles had unconsciously surrounded everyone. "What's going on? Something is wrong with these black particles." The others felt that their bodies were eroded, some had fallen, and the powerful magus could only support themselves from falling. Seeing this situation, Brian finally spoke. "This is called the magic barrier particle. It is the masterpiece of our 2 allies. Once inhaled, it can quickly erode the body of people, whether they are magic guides or ordinary people. Of course, using magic will speed up the rate of erosion." Brian's voice was like a ghost, chilling, but there were 2 people in the room who were familiar with this voice. Zikrian felt pain and anger in Yerusha, and a trembling. What happened to his subordinate? The weak Makarov saw the anger in Yuxian's eyes and wanted to ask, but he couldn't move because of the erosion of the magic barrier particles. "President, you wait first, I'll go back." Yuxian put Makarov next to Bob, stood up and walked towards Brian. Yuxian, who suddenly got up, naturally attracted the attention of Brian and the others. Brian looked surprised. "Oh? You haven't been eroded by magic particles? How is it done?" "Hope-armed dragon Excalibur." In response to Brian, the wind raised by the long sword, and the magic barrier particles that surrounded everyone were swept by the strong wind and pounced on Brian. "Dark magic, always dark guard." The dark barrier in front of Brian rises, making it impossible for the wind to advance, but the magic barrier particles are swallowed by the barrier. S-class card magician, Yuxian, your card magic is very different. How did you do it? Brian continued to ask questions. It's still such a familiar voice full of curiosity about the unknown. "Director. You know me?" Brian looked puzzled. "Hope-armed Thor tiger sword." Yuxian still didn't answer. The 2 swords were brandished, the wind and lightning hit the dark barrier fiercely. Brian was knocked away, hit the wall, and the barrier became faint. "So that's the case, I remembered. Experimental subject number 11, I thought you died in the destruction of the Institute." Brian, who came up with the answer, became calm in his tone. "With your relationship with subject number 1, she should not have died, but escaped from the Institute with you. It seems that your research has a lot of value, and I am afraid that you are not willing to go back with me." The darkness wrapped Brian in it, and the turquoise magic reflected his dark face like a skeleton. "I want to ask you something too, but you won't say it easily." Yuxian tapped the card in his hand. "Dark magic, everlasting dark whimsy, sorrow." Magic card feather sweep. Chapter 022. The miserable green light mixes and distorts with the darkness to form a powerful light wave magic that can easily penetrate solid steel. This is Brian's most proud move. He is confident, under the Holy 10 Magisters, no magi can easily catch this magic. But today, just a huge feather has made Brian's everlasting whimsmo lose its luster. The white feathers danced gently, and the oncoming green magic was disintegrated as soon as it approached the feathers. The magic is broken down. Brian was shocked, and he immediately stopped the release of magic, facing Yuxian like a great enemy. The most important thing in the composition of magic is magic, and if the magic in a magic disappears, then the magic loses 90% of its power, or even collapses on its own. And how can Yuxian, who holds a card that can break down mana, make Brian not wary? That's it. Then it's up to me. Facing the vigilant Brian, Yuxian sneered and swung his feather sweep hard, bringing a gust of wind. Brian was alarmed in his heart, and quickly put the skeleton staff in front of him and cast a defense, dark magic, always dark guard. However, the green barrier is like a bubble in the face of the fierce wind set off by the feathers, and it will burst with a poke. The wind blew on Brian, blowing his clothes into a hunting sound, and Brian had no time to cast other magic, so he could only carry it with his body. The wind came and went quickly, and when the wind cleared, Brian, who was intact, laughed, "Ha ha ha, it turned out to be just the wind, I thought it was some kind of attack." Brian's pride did not last long, and he was horrified to find that there was not a trace of magic in his body. Yuxian looked at the feather sweep that gradually turned into a phantom in his hand. This is the ability of the feather sweep, although it cannot cause damage, but it can decompose all the magic of the target. This is the gold content of the Limit 1 forbidden card. Heck, a magic guide without magic power, does he still have any combat power? Director Brian, you shouldn't be good at hand-to-hand combat, right? Yuxian slowly approached Brian. At this time, Brian regretted in his heart, after secretly releasing the magic barrier particles before, he should not covet the broken flute of lullaby, but chose to leave. No amount of remorse will help. In the face of Yuxian's approaching footsteps, Brian wants to retreat, but finds that there is a wall behind him, and there is no way to retreat. What to do? Do you have to use the last hole card? Brian was reluctant. Looking at Yuxian, who was getting closer and closer, Brian could only shout, and his body lit up with blood-red lines. Yuxian stopped and looked at Brian curiously. There is still a second stage? Just in case, a red card was infused with magic by Yuxian, and the iridescent light in the card lit up slightly. Live link unblock. The magic power that was enough to rival the Holy 10 Magi emerged from Brian's body, and Brian's hair emanated, and his momentum changed greatly, as if he had changed someone. Humph! Brian actually took the initiative to let me come out. It seems that he encountered an invincible enemy. What a waste. Although it is still Brian's voice, it is a world away from before, and this voice is more evil. I am Nun, the president of the 6 demon generals, and another personality of Brian. It turns out that Brian, the leader of one of the 6 devils, is the mysterious leader of the 6 devils general, Nun. It is said that 2 personalities share the same body. How can there be so many differences in strength? Yuxian thought of the lines that lit up on Brian's body before and the magic that was unsealed. Could it be that Brian sealed the personality of Nun, and also sealed part of his strength? None of them held the skeleton staff in one hand behind his back, ignoring Yuxian, looking at the people who were eroded by the magic barrier particles, revealing satisfied eyes. It seems that Brian is not exactly a waste, using magic barrier particles to solve so many people. And actually Makarov, it seems that I can help my allies reduce the power of fairy tale by a large scale. Sure enough, one of the targets of your Balam alliance is our fairy tale. Is it the heart of the devil? Yuxian's words made Wu set his eyes on him. Already got it. Hades' goal is to capture some leprechaun's heart. Hearing Wu's words, Makarov, who was lying on the ground, looked startled. How could Hades, the leader of the devil's heart, be the heart of a fairy? That is arguably fairy tale's biggest secret. Kamalov looked at Yuxian anxiously, but just saw the disappearance of the red card in Yuxian's hand, and a gesture from Yuxian. Bastard little ghost, you young man's code old man can't understand. Ah! Makarov was mad in his heart. What Makarov didn't know was that Yu Xian's gesture was for another person to see. Zikrane discovers the magic condensed in Arusha's hands. What happened? She wasn't affected by the magic barrier particles? It's okay to expose the goals of the allies like this. What does it matter, killing Makarov here, what else can Hades say? And do you think I will let go of those present? Between the words, the magic of nothingness was instantly activated. Dark magic, everlasting dark whimsy, sorrow. A huge wave of dark green light rushed straight towards Yu Xian, and the same move, Wu's power was much higher than Brian's. Hope armed Suan Wu absolute holy shield. The card in Yu Xian's hand changed into a huge shield in front of him, and although Wu's attack failed to break the shield, Yu Xian kept retreating under Wu's attack. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm Brian? The magic in the hands increased its power a little more. Isn't it? Aren't you all the same stupid? After the shield, Yu Xian stopped stepping back and smiled. After seeing that he increased his strength, Yu Xian stopped retreating, and suddenly felt that the situation was wrong, and stopped the magic. It's now. Arc of time, echo scattering. In the crowd, Arusha suddenly got up, and the magic in her hand was activated. The magic that should have dissipated because of the unstopped mana output still maintained its attack state at this moment, and under the control of Arusha, the light waves were dispersed into Deo beams, shooting towards the fallen people. She is an undercover agent for the Balam League. Zikrian tried to move to avoid the attack, but was caught by Arusha and shot by the beam. Zikrane did not feel pain, an active life force surged in his body, destroying the magic barrier particles in his body. Zikrane discovered that everyone, including Arusha, was wrapped in a rainbow of colorful light, and the beam of light that attacked them became the energy source of the colorful light. Under the colorful light, everyone who broke away from the erosion of the magic barrier particles stood up one by one. What did you do? Wu looked at Yu Xian in surprise, and instinctively told him that all this was Yu Xian's plan. It's just a card. Yu Xian looked at the recovered people, thinking about the red cards he used before. Trap card Rainbow Life, converts attacks into life energy to heal targets. Yu Xian took the initiative to show weakness, let Wu continue to strengthen the attack, and then with the cooperation of Arusha, everyone could be healed by the Rainbow Life. Yu Xian looked at Wu, who was sweating coldly. Now, you have to single out a group of us. Chapter 023. Black Magic, Absolute Darkness Guardian. Wu let out a roar, and the skeleton staff held in his hand cracked, and the pitch-black magic shield wrapped Wu in it. Outside the shield, there are various magic attacks. The people in the conference hall were divided into two waves. One wave of people attacked Wu with all their strength, and the other wave of people were vigilant around to prevent the situation of being secretly calculated by people with magic barrier particles again. In this way, the scene of Lullaby's group beating before was reproduced in Wu, only this time there were fewer people, but the beating was more severe. Under the bombardment of a large number of attack magic, Wu's magic shield was broken before it could support for a moment, and Wu was beaten with blood and dizziness in a large amount of magic. Giant Magic Giant Fist. Makarov's huge fist smashed into Wu, and Wu could only hurriedly raise his skeleton staff in response. With a click, the overwhelmed skeleton staff broke into two sections without a hand, and Wu was also smashed into the ground, and blood gushed from the ground. In the humanoid crater, Mew, who lost the ability to resist, was grabbed by Makarov and thrown to the ground, and the restraining magic of the others followed closely and bundled Wu into a ball of thread. Wu let out a bitter laugh, not expecting his failure to be so thorough. Makarov withdrew his fist. It seems that you failed to kill us, but still fell into our hands. Honestly explain the intelligence of your Balam alliance. I won't say anything. None looks tough. Let me come. This voice caused everyone to immediately retreat, and the Cyan Pegasus President Bob appeared again. Makarov and the others either closed their eyes or turned around, and they really didn't want to observe Bob's torture twice in a day. Dead she-male. Twist what? You think you're beautiful? Ugly dead. With a thick neck and short legs, you are like a sloppy melon. However, this time it did not go as smoothly as torturing Ellie Gall, and the words left Bob devastated, and he is now in the corner to close himself. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yu Xian spoke, "Do you want me to try it?" "I agree." Makarov was the first to agree, and the others nodded one after another. Remember to leave him a breath. In fact, in the conversation between Yu Xian and Brian before, they have learned that Yu Xian is a victim of Brian's experiment, and everyone present is very disgusted with human experiments. So as long as Yu Xian doesn't kill Wu, everyone turns a blind eye. Looking at Wu, who was staring at him, Yu Xian showed a cruel smile. Magic card mind control. Wu's eyes widened, and the sudden pain in his brain quickly spread throughout his body, and soon Wu could not feel the presence of his limbs, followed by Wu's eyes turned white and motionless. Otherwise, he could still feel the breath of lifelessness, and everyone thought he was dead. Yu Xian began to ask, "Nun, are you the president of the 6 demon generals?" "Yes." Wu's mouth closed one by one and began to answer. "What is the purpose of your 6 demon generals joining the Balam Alliance?" "Attack the cat's lodging and seize Nirvana." "Nirvana up what?" "Nirvana is a forbidden magic city." "Why don't you guys start earlier? Your strength is comparable to the Saint 10 demon guides, and the Avatar Lodge doesn't seem to be very strong." "According to my judgment and Brian's, Brian, the guild leader of the Avatar Lodge, should be above the Saint 10 demon guide." Under Yu Xian's constant questions, the shocking intelligence shocked everyone. The purpose of the demon heart is to plunge the world into darkness, and they plan to launch an attack on Fairy Tail, probably during the Fairy Tail Guild's level assessment. The goal of the Gate of Hades is to resurrect the strongest demon in the Book of Jelf, the Flame Demon End. The strength of the Nameless Avatar Residence Guild may be above the Saint 10 magic guides, and there is a forbidden magic city. Not sealed by Brian with a living link magic, this magic needs to link the other 5 to succeed. Those 5 are the remaining 5 of the 6 demon generals, and if Brian forcibly unseals, the other 5 will also be damaged. One after another, the intelligence smashed people dizzy and blinded. "So, the last question, why did you lie to Ulu that her daughter died?" Urusha in the crowd heard Yu Xian's question and looked at Yu Xian with shock. "I wanted to destroy the love between their mother and daughter, and when I saw Ulu's painful expression when he saw his daughter's corpse, the satisfaction after the destruction was simply inextricable. Of course, I also fancy Ulu's daughter's body. Originally I planned to make her my living link magic linker counselor, but she disappeared in the explosion of the research institute." Urusha's eyes were blank and trembling. What did she hear? Ulu did not abandon her, she was also deceived. Urusha regretted why she couldn't pluck up the courage to meet Ulu 10 years ago, when Ulu was close at hand, and now there was no chance. Looking at the shaky Urusha, Zikrane tried to reach out, but was interrupted by a hand. "If you hug her, the redhead will probably be jealous." Yu Xian crossed Zikrane and helped Urusha. Zikrane looked at Yu Xian in shock. "Red hair? Did he say that?" Urusha came back to his senses, hugged Yu Xian tightly, buried her head in his chest, and whimpered. "Tears, I brought back a man from Garna Island." Yu Xian hugged Urusha and whispered in her ear, "That person's name is Ulu." Yu Xian felt the person in his arms tremble, and then held Yu Xian's hand harder. "Oh, it hurts." Yu Xian pretended to be in pain, and the person in his arms quickly let go. Urusha, who was full of tears, looked at the smiling Yu Xian, did not know that he was deceived, but the hand that wanted to beat Yu Xian's chest turned into a hug. "Tears, let's go and send him on his way, and then come with me." Yu Xian wiped Urusha's tears away. Urusha nodded. She didn't want to care about anything now, she just wanted to see Uru quickly. Yu Xian took Urusha's hand and walked towards nothingness in the path that everyone gave way. Ulu, Urusha, and the Magi are all smart people, and they can guess the identity of Urusha. Everyone present knew what Yuxian and Urusha were going to do, but they didn't stop it. Not even the frog counselor of the Magic Council didn't say anything. Anyway, Wu Wu had already explained everything, and let the victim take revenge with his own hands. Yuxian held Urusha's hand, and the light of magic lit up in the hands of the two. It was Yuxian who shared the spiritual manipulation with Urusha. The voice of pain came from Wu's mouth, and his consciousness recovered, wanting to curse at the two in front of him, but was covered by the pain in his brain. Finally, Wu's screams stopped, and in the hearts of Yuxian and Urusha, a bang sounded, which was the knot of the hearts of the two who had turned into pieces. Chapter 024. In the broken conference hall, the meeting continued. Brian was hoisted by a large number of flowers, and his eyes that were forced to open revealed despair. After no death, Yuxian tells everyone that he and Urusha killed the personality of nothing, and when the personality of nothingness dies, Brian's personality will regain control of his body. And after Yuxian and Urusha expressed no interest in Brian, a group of guild leaders rubbed their fists and interrogated Brian in a physical sense. Although they didn't ask anything, they just wanted to punch Brian out of anger. Finally, after being forced to watch Bob in a night of twisted dance, Brian finally had a nervous breakdown, and in sobs, he explained all his experiences from childhood to adulthood, even about peeing his pants as a child. Yuxian looked at this scene, marveled, and pulled Urusha to sit down in the corner of the conference hall. Although Urusha's heart knot is untied, she is still trapped in the heart of the demon, and according to Urusha, her status in the heart of the demon is second only to the President Hades. This made Yuxian desperate to get Urusha out of the demon's heart. Rejecting Yuxian's opinion, Urusha told Yuxian another thing, which made Yuxian set his sights on Zykrain. It seems that this time, not only to bring Urusha back, but also to bring Ilusa a boyfriend back. By the way, it's broken, I won't become a dream master. From Brian's mouth, everyone also got some information that was not revealed. Brian was born with two personalities, one is Brian who craves knowledge and the other is Nothing, who likes to destroy. Moreover, Brian turned out to be the former director of the Magic Development Bureau of the Fiori Kingdom, and he used his position to secretly do the abduction and sale of children, leaving children suitable for his experiments, and selling the rest to an evil organization called Tower of Paradise as laborers. Brian also sold 5 children from the Tower of Paradise, cast a living link spell on himself and the 5 children, and sealed the unpersonality. Later, something happened to the Tower of Paradise, which stopped trading with Brian and disappeared. And Brian also left the Magic Development Bureau and secretly led the 5 children to establish the Dark Guild 6 Demon Generals, calling for wind and rain on the dark side of the wizarding world. This is our Magic Council's dereliction of duty. The Frog Counselor looked sad. The headquarters of the Magic Council was in the Kingdom of Fiori, and Brian and the Tower of Paradise could be said to be doing evil things under their noses, and they were simply drawing the face of the council. Zykrain, who was next to Counselor Frog, raised his eyebrows when he heard the Tower of Paradise, and his expression was a little unnatural, but he quickly returned to normal. The several guild leaders present were also angry, and as members of the Light Guild, they could be said to hate this kind of thing. Except for Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Dominator. Joseph's mind at this time was not on dealing with the Balam Alliance. His eyes looked at Yuxian not far away from time to time, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Before the regular meeting, the Ghost's Dominator receives a commission to bring back a girl named Lucy Heartfilia from Fairy Tale. Joseph intends to take advantage of this mission to launch a guild war against Fairy Tale, wash away the guild's shame for 100 years, and complete the original revenge. So Joseph attended the regular meeting for a long time, wanting to observe the state of Makarov, who was also a holy 10 magic guides. In Joseph's eyes, the only people who could compete with him with Fairy Tale were Makarov and Kildas was not there. But Joseph did not expect such a big accident in the meeting, and the attack of the 6 demon generals almost overturned a large group of people, including him. and was finally solved by Yuxian and Urusha. Especially Yuxian, he seems to be comfortable when dealing with Wu, allowing Joseph to see the power of this S-class card wizard who he considers mediocre. Fortunately, Yuxian showed his strength here, otherwise their ghost dominator would suffer a big loss. Joseph sighed inwardly. It seemed that the plan to deal with Fairy Tale had not yet begun to end. Joseph is a little envious of Makarov. In addition to Yuxian, Fairy Tale also has 4 S-class wizards. Why do you always find such excellent talents? Finally, the meeting ended. Counselor Frog sorted out the minutes of the meeting, and under the consultation of the presidents, everyone made a decision together. Then, I announce that I will launch a crusade against the 6 demon generals in the Balam Alliance, which has lost their strength, and the 3 guilds of Cyan Pegasus, Serpentine Scales, and Ghost Dominators will jointly dispatch. Fairy Tale is the target of the Devil's Heart and needs to be guarded against, so it is not involved in this operation. The same is true for the Cat's Lodging. This operation hopes that everyone must eliminate and capture the members of the 6 demon generals with the power of thunder. The leaders involved in the operation sharpened their knives. They had already obtained all the information of the 6 demon generals from Brian's mouth, and because the living link magic was forcibly disarmed by Brian, the remaining 5 devils' strength was damaged, and now is the best time to attack the 6 demon generals. By the way, although Brian explained that the magic barrier particles obtained from the Devil's Heart and the Gate of Hades have been used up, everyone should still be careful. Everyone nodded. The magic barrier particles are indeed a big problem. If they are not guarded, let the magic barrier particles enter the body during the battle, the consequences are unimaginable. Fortunately, both the unmanned personality and the Brian personality have explained that there is no storage of magic barrier particles in the 6 demon generals. Zicrane, please send this letter to the Cat's Lodging. Seeing that everyone had decided, the Frog Counselor also wrote a letter and handed it to Zicrane. At this time, everyone started to discuss the accommodation of the cat. In other words, the president of the cat dormitory is actually so powerful. Yes, if you single it out, it is comparable to our Saint 10 Demon Guides, and we are actually so jealous of President Robin Lu. You guys pay attention, there is still a magical city in the accommodation of the cat. Yes, 600 years ago, I heard that the method of making the magic city has been lost. There is a forbidden magic that seems to be called Nirvana. It seems to be able to transform light and darkness. Hey? The magic of the same name as the magic city? At the end of the meeting, the presidents went back to their homes to prepare their own affairs. Zicrane, let's go to the cat's dormitory with you, and Urusha just has something to talk to you. Yuxian stopped Zicrane, who was preparing to go to the accommodation of the cat. Zicrane looked at Urusha behind Yuxian and nodded. He also had questions to ask this subordinate of his own. Chapter 025. The magic guide car with the license plate number YA00015 is driving at high speed on the remote road leading to Kumonojuku. The magic guide car is a very popular means of transportation on the continent of Isugal, driven by the magic power of the magic guide, although the speed is not as fast as the magic guide train driven by the magic crystal, but it is much faster than the carriage and other means of transportation. After leaving Clover City, Yuxian found that the Flower Cat's accommodation was too remote, and the magic guide train couldn't get there at all. So Yuxian wanted to summon an electronic dragon to hurry, but was invited by Zicrane and the two to get into his magic guide car. Yuxian looked at the luxurious decoration in the car, worthy of being a member of the Magic Council. Even the magic guide car is specially customized, spacious space, comfortable seats, soft carpets, and automatic driving functions with magic crystals as the core. This is simply a small magic guide train. Yuxian couldn't help but sigh. Also a Saint 10 Demon Guide, Zicrane is much richer than Makarov, and I don't know if Makarov is using his own money to subsidize the guild funds. Yuxian feels that this possibility is very likely. Compared with Wu Yuxian's left and right looks, the other two people in the car were much more silent. Finally, the smiling Zicrane spoke to Urusha. Say, Urusha, you have something to tell me. Urusha glanced at Yuxian, then took a deep breath and said, Jalal, give up your plan. Do you know what you're talking about? Urusha. Zikrane looked at Urusha with deep eyes, and when Yuxian and Wu fought before, he found that Urusha was hiding something from him, but he didn't expect Urusha to actually say his real name in front of Yuxian now. What plan? Tower of Paradise? Yuxian looked at Zikrane or Jalal with a smile. He really knew. Jalal's smile was no longer there, and indifference and evil took over his face. In Jalal's gloomy expression, Yuxian began to describe Jalal's plan. 400 years ago, a powerful dark wizard named Jelf appeared in this world, who devised a magic that can revive people by consuming a huge amount of mana. This magic is called the R system. Although Jelf later disappeared, the magic survived. 20 years ago, an organization that believed in Jelf got the magic, and they wanted to resurrect Jelf and conquer the world. So the organization began to spend a lot of money to build 8 tower-type buildings, which was a precondition for the R system, and these 8 towers were named the Tower of Paradise. Unfortunately, the Magic Council sensed the organization's plan and quickly organized the Light Guild to destroy the evil organization and the Tower of Paradise. But there are always accidents, and the Magic Council only found 7 Paradise Towers, and 1 Paradise Tower and a small number of members of the organization were successfully hidden. The hidden members continue to inspect the Tower of Paradise, and in order not to be discovered by the Magic Council, they work with Brian, who was still the Magic Development Bureau at the time, to purchase children as laborers to build the Tower of Paradise. But 8 years ago, these remaining members of the organization were killed by the Labor Rebellion, and the leader of the rebellion continued the construction of the Tower of Paradise and continued the evil plan. Now, the Tower of Paradise is complete, only the last condition is missing: a huge amount of magic. The leader set his sights on the weapon controlled by the Magic Council, which was formed by the huge amount of magical power. So the leader joined the Magic Council with a subordinate and became a member of the council in a short time. Now you only need to let the council know that there is still a Tower of Paradise, and then convince the councillors to agree to launch a magical spirit power to attack the Tower of Paradise, and then the last step of the R system is satisfied. You're right, Jalal. Yuxian looked at Jalal, who was silent. At this moment, in Jalal's heart, Urusha has been equated with a traitor, and the traitor needs to be cleaned up, and the insider cannot let him leave alive. It's stupid. Why don't you tell the presidents? Now, both of you have to die. Celestial Magic, 7-star sword. 7 pillars of magic light descended from the sky and smashed the magic guide car. Celestial Magic, 6 stars. Jalal, who had crossed out of the carriage, continued to attack. He did not think that Yuxian and Urusha would be solved by such means. Hope armed Suanwu Absolute Holy Shield. The 6 magic stars were firmly blocked by the shield and eventually dissipated. Urusha walked out from behind the shield. Jalal, actually, before Urusha's words were finished, Jalal's attack came, and Urusha had no choice but to dodge. Tears, Jalal won't listen to you now, beat him down first. Yuxian knew that even if Urusha told Jalal the truth, Jalal would not believe it, and he still had to fight in the end. In the original plot, Jalal only regained his sanity after being defeated by Natsu. Restrained Serpent. Jalal quickly unleashes his magic while Yuxian is talking to Urusha. Red snakes rained down on Yuxuan and Urusha. Hope armed Thor Tiger Sword, Wind Cloud Dragon Excalibur. Without waiting for Urusha to make a move, Yuxian's twin swords turned into Thunder Tigers and Cloud Dragons, sweeping away the snake rain. Although the snakes failed to trap Yuxian and the two, Jalal's goal was also achieved, that is, to buy time for his next magic. A golden magic array appeared above Jalal's head, and the magic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind converged in the magic array, and the magic array instantly became pitch black, condensing dark magic power, and cracking in the ground and air around Jalal. Go and die. Forbidden magic purgatory shattered. The dark fluctuations rushed towards Yuxian and Arusha like huge waves, and everything in their path became fragmented. Ice shape, rose garden. Arusha crossed her hands, and ice roses and ice thorns appeared, weaving into the jungle and rushing into the dark waves. As the daughter of the ice wizard Ulu, Arusha also inherited Ulu's ice shape magic, but because the heart knot made Arusha unwilling to use it, now that the heart knot has been solved, Arusha naturally will not hide. In the collision of ice and darkness, a magic array slowly rose in Yuxian's hands. Summon the magic array 5 attribute fusion. The 4 elements gathered by Jalal and the dark fluctuations were sucked into Yuxian's magic array together. Darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind are thus integrated, and let the dark beast return from the abyss to the world, and appear. 5 Emperor Dragons. They. Figure of the flying dragon appeared from the magic array, landed on the already shattered ground, and set off a huge cloud of dust, representing the 5 dragon heads of the 5 attributes, and let out a roar. Chapter 026. Darkness, flames, hurricanes, and ice continued to erupt from the mouth of the 5 emperor dragons, mercilessly tearing the ground. The grizzled Jalal dodged one attack after another in embarrassment, and his ornate council robes had become tattered. Damn, if it weren't for the purgatory breakage consuming too much of my mana. Jalal gritted his teeth and looked at Yuxian and Arusha behind the 5 emperor dragons. The only magic power left in his body was no longer enough for Jalal to unleash powerful magic. In the face of the large-scale attack of the 5 emperor dragons, Jalal couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight. Finally, in the huge bombardment, Jalal was blasted into the sky by the power of the explosion and was tightly grasped by the claws of the 5 emperor dragons. Can you continue to listen to us now? The dizzy Jalal looked over to the side of the voice. Yuxian was looking at him with a smile, and Arusha was behind Yuxian. Ho, do you think you won? Didn't Arusha tell you that this body is my mind body? Jalal said fearlessly. The mind body is an additional magic that uses advanced magic on oneself, and can create a doppelganger with consciousness and strength, which is an extremely profound magic. This is the reason why Jalal is fearless although he is caught. His body is thousands of miles away in the Tower of Paradise. Even if Yuxian finds the Tower of Paradise, he should have left from the Tower of Paradise, although the price is the failure of the Tower of Paradise plan. Looking at Jalal with a look of indifference, Yuxian nodded to Arusha. 8 years ago, you failed to escape from the Tower of Paradise, and after being caught and tortured, you met the undead who claimed to be the Dark Magus Jelf, and then changed your temperament greatly, gathered people again to solve the last members of the organization, and took over the construction of the Tower of Paradise. Arusha recounts Jelf's past. How do you know? Jalal didn't understand how Arusha knew he had seen Jelf's undead. Arusha took a deep breath and told a shocking truth. Jalal, in fact, it is not Jelf's undead, but my disguise, in order to brainwash you with magic. Impossible. Jalal's face was full of disbelief. Seeing that Jalal did not believe it, Arusha continued. At that time, you were cruelly punished, physically and mentally weak, and my brainwashing magic was very successful with you. You kill the members of the cult and will enslave the laborers in their place to continue building. However, accidents still appeared, and when you faced a red-haired girl, the brainwashing magic faltered, and eventually you drove the girl away. Jalal unconsciously pronounced a name, Ilusa. Why are you brainwashing me? Jalal has been shaken. Arusha smiled bitterly. I was ordered by Hades to brainwash you, and then assist you in completing the Tower of Paradise plan. Hades. You are a member of the Devil's Heart. Jalal understood Hades' purpose. I previously learned from Brian's mouth that the heart of the demon wants to pull the world into darkness, so it is essential to resurrect the dark wizard Jelf. It turns out that I'm just a pawn, ha ha ha. Jelf seemed to hear something fantastical, laughing, and his expression was fierce and painful. On a cliff, tower-shaped buildings stand. Several armed patrols were scattering outside the tower, watching carefully to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a bleak laughter came from the top of the tower, and the patrols couldn't help but look up at the top of the tower. At the top of the tower at this time, on the dark stone seat, the man in the black robe laughed. Jalal, what's wrong with you? Hearing the laughter, 4 figures quickly came to the top of the tower, and the black-robed man took off his hood, revealing his blue hair, which was Jalal himself. Stopping laughing, Jalal looked at the 4 people, Catwoman Mariana, the black-skinned man, Wally with a square face, and Simon, who had a ruined appearance and an iron chin, and a tear flowed from Jalal's right eye. Jalal, what happened? The 4 saw Jalal's tears for the first time, and he did not shed tears when he was tortured by a cult 8 years ago. Looking at the 4 people who cared about him, Jalal's tears couldn't stop falling. What have I been doing in the past 8 years? The 4 did not know that Jalal's next words would make them collapse as well. Roar! The 5 emperor dragons expressed their dissatisfaction with Yuxian, and then dissipated in the air. Yuxian pouted, 5,000 offensive and defensive trash fish, actually dared to talk back to me. Jalal fell to his knees, unable to bear that he had become a persecutor for 8 years. I'll go and turn myself into the Magic Council. Yuxian looked at Jalal and shook his head. This is not okay, Jalal, you seem to have overlooked a problem. Jalal looked up at Yuxian. The Tower of Paradise has not been activated, your sins have not yet reached that point, and there is still a chance to make amends. No need, just let me spend the rest of my life in prison. Jalal's dead answer made Yuxian speechless. Such a dead-brained person is still the first time to see, but it is not incomprehensible, originally a person who resisted oppression, but has been an oppressor for 8 years, in exchange for no one can accept it. Looking at Jalal's face, a masked man suddenly appeared in Yuxian's mind, revealing a strange smile. Jalal, you know that Alusha is in our guild, but do you know that there is someone in our guild who looks exactly like you? Jalal looked at Yuxian in confusion. His name is Mist Gang, he looks exactly like you, he is a fancy man who dates different girls every day. Yuxian set Loki's character on Mr. Gang, and you don't blame me. You know what? He recently set his sights on Alyssa. Do you think a pure girl can resist a veteran of the love scene? And that person still looks exactly like you. Yuxian felt that Jalal, who had originally been like a dead heart, had vitality again. Yuxian slowly lowered his head and whispered in Jalal's ear, Jalal, you don't want Alusha to be taken away by others, and she is still a man with a heart. But... damn it! Jalal rekindled his fighting spirit, at least before turning himself in, to drive the fancy man away from Alyssa. Looking at the scrappy Jalal, Yuxian was a little weak-hearted. Brother Mr. Gang, I can't stop you. In other words, this mission freak of Mr. Gang should not return to the guild so soon. Yuxian remembered the discussion with Makarov and felt that it was very likely that Mr. Gang might already be in the guild now. Arusha looked at Yuxian, who was wiping cold sweat for no apparent reason, not understanding what he was thinking about. Chapter 027. You said that you, just now honestly listened to us after saying no, now the fight is also beaten, and the car is gone. Yuxian, Arusha, and Jalal walked on the path of the woods. Because Jalal had destroyed the magic guide car before, the 3 of them had no means of transportation, but fortunately, the cat's accommodation was not far away, and it would not take much time to cross the woods. Arusha, why did you betray the Devil's Heart? After knowing that Arusha was a member of the Devil's Heart, Jalal wondered if Arusha was also controlled by brainwashing magic like him. Yuxian looked at Arusha's guilty and reproachful expression and told Jalal about it. After listening to Arusha's past, Jalal's resentment towards Arusha has decreased. He is targeted by the heart of the devil. Even if Arusha does not brainwash him, Hades will send others to brainwash him. Jalal sighed. He and Arusha were also the same kind of people, originally kind people, but stepped into the magic path and did a lot of wrong things. When I finish meeting my mother, I plan to surrender to the council. When I fight off the scumbags around Ilusa, I think the prison cell of the council will be my destination. The words of the self-surrendering duo made Yu Xian frown when he heard it. Did I say you really don't consider any other way of atonement? You don't think that you can just go to the prison of the council, right? And you can still make meritorious contributions. Tears, aren't you the devil's heart high? Change careers to be our undercover agent, anyway, Hades doesn't know that you have betrayed him. Jalal can also participate in the crusade against the Balaam Alliance, and the combat power of the Holy Ten Magus is something that the council cannot ignore. Yu Xian's words made Jalal give up turning himself in, and indeed in terms of the law of the council, his crime is at most life imprisonment, and it is better to atone for his crimes with actions. Arusha was still a little hesitant. Jalal had only completed a Tower of Paradise, but had not yet carried out any action, but Arusha had followed the heart of the demon and participated in a lot of destruction. The warm palm pulled Arusha, it was Yu Xian. Tears, no matter how you choose, I will be by your side. Jalal looked at the two, obviously not eating anything, but suddenly felt full. At the end of the woods, houses are lined up and formed in a circle, forming a village. This is the location of the obscure guild and the accommodation of the cat. The atmosphere of peace and tranquility surrounds here, making people feel calm from the inside out. This is how it should be. Poisonous Dragon's Tooth. The dragon-killing magic with poison attributes pounced on the little girl who could not move. The little girl has long dark blue hair and a scared expression on her cute face. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. In the nick of time, the young man covered in flames blocked the attack. The scarf around the boy's neck kept fluttering under the waves of magic impact. Taking advantage of Natsu blocking the enemy, Lucy quickly picked up the little girl, and while retreating, she worried about Gray, who was fighting with several figures on the opposite side. It turned out that a few days ago, Natsu learned out of nowhere that there was a magic guide who mastered the magic of the empty dragon destroyer in the Avatar residence. So Natsu, with the help of Loki, flickered Gray into a team, and then forcibly took Lucy with Lucy in her expression of regret for joining Naz's team. After a series of twists and turns, destruction, the radiant Natsu took Lucy, Gray, and Loki to the location of the cat's lodging. In the warm reception of the cat dormitory, Natsu finally met the sorcerer of the empty dragon slayer, Wendy, who was still a little girl. So Natsu couldn't wait to ask the other party if he knew the whereabouts of his adoptive father Fire Dragon Igunir. Upon learning that Natsu is also a dragon slayer, Wendy also asks Natsu if he knows the whereabouts of Dragon Grandigny. And the result, of course, is I don't know from both sides. After getting the results, Natsu and Wendy, who were in low spirits, felt the magic of other dragon slayer wizards outside the cat's dormitory. Several people rushed to the periphery of the Avatar Lodge, but ran into 5 people who claimed to be the 6 demon generals, who came in order to seize the nirvana magic of the Avatar's accommodation. In order to protect the guild, Wendy launched an attack first, but was paralyzed with poison by one of the 6 demons, the poisonous dragon destroyer Poison Dragon Kebra, and then was saved by Natsu. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. In order not to disturb the head-to-head for Natsu and Kebra, Gray confronts the other 4 alone, namely, Laser Lisa, Hot Eye Heteri, Star Spirit Wizard Angier, and Dark Knight, who is known as the strongest under the leader. It is said that Gray stopped the 4, but only Laser Lisa fought him. Behind Gray, Loki looked at the Star Spirit key on Angel's waist. Ha ha ha, you're too slow. After dodging Gray's attack again, Lisa taunts Gray. Lisa, known as the fastest man of the 6 demon generals, actually uses slow magic to reduce the target's sense of speed within the range, so that the target feels that Lisa's speed is fast. In that case, ice-shaped floor. Gray knew he couldn't keep up with Lisa's rhythm, so he interrupted his rhythm. The ground beneath Gray's feet turned into a smooth ice surface that quickly spread around. With a plop, Lisa fell on the ice, and proudly he did not notice the ice under his feet. Ice-shape prison. Ice shape, mountain peak. Taking advantage of Lisa's fall, Gray quickly combo. In an instant, a cold ice cell locked Lisa in it, and the trapped Lisa naturally did not sit still, but before it could break the ice cell, an iceberg pressed straight down and buried the ice prison and Lisa. 2 left. Gray provokes Angel and Heteri and quickly solves Lisa, leaving Gray a little fluttery. Lisa is really so careless, let's be underestimated. Holding a book in one hand, Hatia unleashed magic on Gray in the other. Earth Magic Swamp. The ice under Gray's feet suddenly turned into a small swamp, leaving half of Gray's body trapped in it. Earth Magic Activity Square. Under the manipulation of Hetoi, the earth around Gray became soft, twisted into soft spikes, and stabbed towards Gray. Gray, who could not move, could only passively defend, and after a while, several wounds appeared on his body. Star Spirit opens the door. The golden Star Spirit key in Lucy's hand flashed brightly, and Taurus, one of the zodiac signs, Taurus, appeared. Under the command of Lucy, the Minotaur armed with a giant axe shattered the ground with unparalleled strength, allowing Gray to successfully get out of trouble. You also have the golden Star Spirit key. As a Star Spirit wizard, Angier was naturally interested in the key held by Lucy, and the golden Star Spirit key in her hand shone with light. On the side, Lisa, who was pressed under the iceberg, also broke the ice. The real battle is only now beginning. Chapter 028. Star Spirit opens the door. Come out, Ollie's, Scobane, Gemini. The 3 golden Star Spirit keys in Angel's hand emitted light, and Aries Ollie's, Scorpio Scobane, and Gemini appeared. Lucy broke out in a cold sweat, and with only 1 golden Star Spirit, it seemed that it was difficult to win in the hands of Angier. Natsu is fighting Kebra hotly. Not far away, under the joint attack of Lisa and Hetoi, Gray himself was difficult to protect. Loki in the rear, holding Wendy, who Lucy gave him to take care of, looked struggling. Loki wants to join the fight, but his life is running out, and joining now is also a drag on his companions. Please put me down, I can assist them in fighting. Loki quickly put down Wendy, a dragon slayer wizard, who is better than him in this battle. Additional magic Galloping Wind. Additional magic Steel Fist power. Additional magic Armor power. As the magic in Wendy's hand lit up, 3 additional magical rays shone on Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Taurus. With Wendy's additional magic, Natsu punched Kebra in the face, and Gray was able to barely fight with Heto and Lisa. Only Lucy and Talos are still fighting hard, but in the face of 3 golden Star Spirits, even if Aries and Gemini are auxiliary Star Spirits, these additional magic can only make Talos carry it for a while. Soon, under the command of Angel, Talos was already scarred. Moo, Lucy, run! Taros felt badly injured and was about to be returned to the Star Spirit realm, but forcibly stayed, trying to buy Lucy time to escape. But soon, Talos was knocked to the ground, and Scorpio Scobane showed an apologetic look at Taros, although they were friends in the Star Spirit realm, but in the human realm they needed to fight for the Covenanters. Angier looked at Lucy with a smile. Give me all your Star Spirit keys, how about I let you go? How could Lucy believe Angel? The malice revealed in that smile can be detected by everyone. I refuse. Whether it is my companions or the Star Spirits, I will not give up. Hearing Lucy's words, Loki, who was still hesitating in the rear, showed a relieved expression. What did he have to hesitate? Lucy's answer was expected by Angier, and she didn't want to let Lucy go. Kill you, the Star Spirit key is mine. Angier immediately issued instructions to the 3 Star Spirits. Facing the 3 golden Star Spirits, Lucy tightly held the other golden Star Spirit key in her hand. Yes, Lucy holds more than Taurus golden Star Spirit keys, but her magic power is not enough for her to summon a second golden Star Spirit. Ring magic shooting. A magic arrow shot at Angel and was slapped down by Scobane. With such weak magic, do you want to send it to death? Angel looked at Loki, who had activated the magic. Loki ignored Anjair, walked to Lucy's side, and said, "Lucy, you are a wonderful companion and an excellent star spirit wizard." Lucy didn't understand why Loki said these words, but Loki had already crossed Lucy and faced Angel directly, but greeted Ares, "Long time no see, Ollies." Facing Loki, Ollies just whispered in response, "Long time no see, Leo, it looks like you're dying." Lucy was surprised, not because of Loki's other name, but because of the second half of Ollies's words, "Is Loki dying?" "Ha ha ha, I met a wonderful star spirit wizard, but I may not have the opportunity to become her star spirit." In Lucy's puzzled gaze, Loki's body emitted a golden light, golden armor, and lion-like brown hair. Loki's true identity was revealed, and the strongest of the 12 golden star spirits, Leo. It's just that on Leo's face, cracks spread one after another. "Leo. You, looking at the rift in Leo's body?" Scobane, who was also a star spirit, knew that this was because the star spirit was not replenished by starlight, which made its own magic power exhausted and was about to die. "Scobane, this is my punishment, don't worry, maybe it won't be long before a new Leo is born." Leo looked at the rift that had spread to his palm, and couldn't help but recall the reason why he stayed in the world. Leo and Ollie's last contractor are the same person, but that contractor often abuses Ollie's, which makes Leo very dissatisfied. In order to rebel against the Covenanter, Leo forcibly crossed the Star Spirit Gate, leaving the contractor unable to use other Star Spirit keys, thereby threatening the contractor to break Ollie's contract. But the contractor refused, and finally died during a mission, and Leo broke the contract and was forbidden to return to the astral spirit world. Unable to return to the astral spirit world, Leo assumed the name Loki and joined Fairy Tale, waiting for his own death. Leo doesn't regret it. Even if he comes again, he will rebel against the previous contractor, but unfortunately he won't have the opportunity to drink with his guild companions anymore, and he doesn't know if those beauties will be lonely without himself. Under the dense rift, Leo's body had slowly turned into a point of light, but his momentum at the moment was extremely powerful. As the most dazzling star spirit of the Golden Zodiac, he naturally had to die in the dazzling light. The body dissipated, and the light condensed into a giant lion, emitting a light like a dazzling sun, which was the brilliance of Leo's life. "Loki!" Natsu roared, but was dragged down by Kebra. With tears in his eyes, Gray bid farewell to his friend and turned to launch a fierce attack on Heto and Lisa, who were pestering him. Lucy was in tears. She wanted to remember this moment in her heart. It was Leo's last moment. "Well? Isn't this last minute a bit long?" Even Natsu in the distance noticed that Leo, who turned into a lion, was motionless, as if he was frozen. Magic card time, goddess prank. In the surprised eyes of several people, the light of the giant lion twisted, reverting to Leo's appearance, and then to Loki's appearance. Leo looked at his Loki's body incredulously. "I'm not dead?" Looking at Leo, who came back from the dead, several people had only one thought in their minds, which was simply going back in time. "No, it's going back in time." A voice made several people come back from shock, and I don't know when. 3 people have arrived in the center of the battlefield. "Loki, no, I should call you Leo now, don't, it's scary." Yuxian looked at the overwhelmed Leo and quipped. Leo looked at Yuxian and knew that he had saved himself, and he was happy that he could date the girls again. "The sad thing is that I finally came to Bashui, and you changed me back." Lucy looked at Yuxian, who greeted herself, Natsu and Gray, and unconsciously thought in her heart, "He wouldn't have been watching the play before, right?" Chapter 029. As the 3 of Yuxian entered, the 2 sides suspended their fight and faced off outside the Flower Cat's accommodation. "Who are you 3? Among the 5 of the 6 demon generals, the Dark Knight, which had not participated in the battle, finally became serious. Before, whether it was a dragon-slaying magic guide, a modeling magic guide, or a star spirit magic guide, the Dark Knight was completely uninterested. For no other reason, Natsu's strength was completely insufficient in the eyes of the knight, so Comfort chose to doze off on the side. And now, the three of Yu Xian, who suddenly entered, brought great pressure to the Dark Knight. First he was a tattered and grey-faced, but one of the Holy 10 Magisters. Then she is not known, but her powerful magic makes the knight feel dangerous to the female counselor. Finally, there is the card wizard with a bad smile, who has been seen in the intelligence shared by the Balam Alliance in the Dark Knight, and the Fairy Tale S-Class magic guide Yu Xian. According to the analysis of the Balam Alliance, Yu Xian is the weakest of the 5 S-Class of Fairy Tale. But now in the Dark Knight, I don't know if Yu Xian is the weakest, but he must be the deepest hidden. Is going back in time something that a regular card wizard can do? This is the ability to turn the tide of battle, and there is more to it than just one card for the card magister. Yu Xian didn't know that his image in the heart of the Dark Knight had become unfathomable. After quipping Leo, Yu Xian turned to look at the 6 demon generals who were 6 missing 1, and it was not an unpredictable thing for the 5 demons to appear in the cat's dormitory. Because the living link magic suddenly failed, but you couldn't contact Wu and Brian, you acted on your own, right? How would you know about living link magic? The 5 demons of the night set off terrifying waves in their hearts, and the living link magic was their secret. This magic was not only Brian's magic to seal the unpersonality, but also the magic that could enhance their talents. Only when all 6 demons are defeated can the living link be unsealed and the unsealed personality released from Brian's body. But Dark Knight knew that Brian was still able to forcibly unravel the living link, and the price was a small decline in the strength of the remaining 5 demons within a certain period of time. Otherwise, with the strength of Lisa and Hedda, Grey would have been defeated long ago. The decline in strength makes Dark Knight uneasy, and can force Brian to forcibly unseal the enemies of the living link, then Brian may be fierce. Dark Knight immediately decided to grab Nirvana in advance. As long as Nirvana was activated, the world would be pulled into the abyss, and their goal would be achieved. But with the appearance of Yu Xian's 3, Dark Knight knew that there was no chance to seize Nirvana. Are you surrendering yourselves and being chained, or do you want us to be rough? Yu Xian looked at the 5 demons who were putting on a fighting posture, and knew that he was also asking in vain. These 5 people could still willingly go to prison? Magic handcuffs. Jalal looked at Yu Xian's outstretched hand, and patted the tattered council uniform on his body with a helpless expression. Yu Xian looked disgusted in Jalal. What a broken counselor, even the magic handcuffs are not carried. Jalal, which MP would carry handcuffs? I brought it. Under Jalal's confused gaze, Arusha didn't know where to escape the 2 handcuffs. Yu Xian took the handcuffs at a loss. Of course he knew that Jalal didn't, so he teased him. He didn't expect Arusha to carry it with him. Tears, why are you handcuffed? Ahem, I thought that Jalal would definitely resist, but I didn't expect him to figure it out at once. The corner of Jalal's mouth twitched. Did he figure it out? It is clear that it is opened up. Enough. Slide at high speed. Among the 5 demons, Lisa really couldn't stand the attitude of the big enemy in front of him not putting himself in his eyes, and took the lead in attacking. Arc of time, flash break. The magic in Arusha's hand lit up, and Lisa's attack was interrupted, and the whole person flew out backwards. The battle begins. On Yu Xian's side, Natsu took the lead and went straight to the Dragon Slayer Demon Guide, and the Dragon Slayer Demon Guide should face the Dragon Destroyer Demon Guide. Star Spirit open the door, come out Aquarius Aya. With the appearance of the royal sister mermaid Aya, Lucy also took the initiative to fight with Angier, and the Star Spirit Wizard must of course be dealt with by the Star Spirit Wizard. Grey and Heteri faced off again, and this time Grey, who was not trapped by the swamp, fought back and forth with Hedda. Jalal took the initiative to choose the Dark Knight. Although the magic power is only half restored, but Jalal does not think that he will lose. He can't beat Yuxian and Urusha, can't he beat you? Urusha's magic flashed, and Lisa, who returned to the battlefield, was sent flying again before he could attack. Wendy also unleashes additional magic again to help everyone. Only Xiaoxian remained, and Leo, who wanted to help Lucy but was stopped by Yuxian. Yuxian, aren't you on it? Leo knows that Yuxian stopped him for his own good, but you are on it. Why is the Pestle watching the play here? On what? Yuxian said he didn't understand. There are exactly 5 against 5 on the field. Do you want him not to talk about Wood to go up and pick an unlucky bastard, and carry out a shameful 2-on-1 failure? But the real situation is that Yuxian does not have much magic left now, and card magic is not a card duel of Yu-Gi-Oh after all, but needs to be supported by mana. Previously, in order to pretend to be forced, Yuxian senselessly consumed mana to summon the 5 Emperor Dragons, and later, in order to save the self-detonating Leo, Yuxian used a lot of magic power to launch the prank of the Goddess of Time. Fortunately, the situation in the battlefield was very good, and Yuxian was not needed. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Roar of the Poisonous Dragon. Natsu and Kebra began the final confrontation, but Kebra, who was already weakened, could not defeat Natsu, who had Wendy's additional magical help. Even Natsu's plug-in was not triggered, and Kebra was defeated by Natsu without suspense. Ice Blade 7 dances. On the other side, as Gray's ice blade slashed through, blood splattered from Hedorai's body and he fell weakly. Yuxian nodded and looked at Wendy, who had been assisting the battlefield. The battles between Natsu and Gray were overwhelming victories, but the biggest contributor was Wendy, who assisted them, and without Wendy's additional magic, they couldn't have won so easily. Sure enough, it is the output of flowing water, the auxiliary of iron fighting. Unlike Natsu and Gray's ease, Jalal's battle is tricky. Space Warp. When Jalal's magic is about to hit Knight, a ripple-like twist appears in front of Knight, bouncing Jalal's attack away. This is the magic of the Knight, zigzag magic. Jalal dodged the Knight's counterattack and wiped the sweat from his head. Cracking the twists and turns of the Knight is actually very simple, using a powerful range attack, but Jalal happens to lack mana at this time. Jalal, can't you? If you can't come back, I'll tell Alyssa that you can't do that. You. Xian's lowly voice came. Geraldine was bruised, man, can't say no. Chapter 030. 9 Thunder Stars. 9 magical stars smashed into the night, causing a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, Jalal's battle with Dark Knight was also divided. Dark Knight rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, temporarily losing consciousness. Jalal lay on the ground, breathing heavily, he was gone without a drop. Not far away, another explosion sounded, and Lisa rolled on the ground like a tire a few times, losing the ability to resist. Urusha showed her figure, quite unexpectedly looked at Jalal lying on the ground. Everyone played well, why did you lie down? Jalal gave Yuxian a middle finger in his heart at this time, and he only reacted now, and he hit Yuxian's agitation method. With the end of the Battle of the Four, Yuxian's eyes were on the last battle, the Battle of the Star Spirit Demon Guide. Compared to the other 4, Lucy's battle can be said to be much more interesting. Lucy hit in the body of the summoned clock seat, completely lacking the bravery of before. Through the window of the clock seat, Lucy watched the one-sided battle, and shivered with the clock seat from time to time. Aquarius Aoia can be said to be the eldest sister of the Star Spirit world, except for the Star Spirit King and Leo, there are few star spirits who are not afraid of her. Facing Aoia, the usually mischievous Gemini turned into 2 good babies motionless, and the already timid Aries Ollie's was already squatting on the ground and shivering. As for Scorpio Scobane, he is one of the few star spirits who is not afraid of Aoia, but he is Aya's boyfriend, and he is being taught by the irascible Aya in a cold sweat at this time. In the end, under Scobane's fake match, Scobane, Gemini, and Ollie's ran away. Anyway, they had already plucked up the courage to face Akia, which was not a violation of the Star Spirit contract. Angier, who has no Golden Star Spirit, is Akia's opponent, and was snatched all the Star Spirit keys by Akia. Aya looked at Lucy with a cold face, threw Angier's Star Spirit key on the ground in front of the clock seat, and after a flash of concern in her eyes, returned to the Star Spirit realm. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief and also let the clock constellation return to the astral spirit world. Picking up Angel's Star Spirit key, Lucy cheered. "Damn, you don't need to use the Star Spirit if you have the ability, and I am singled out." Angier's face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect her 3 golden star spirits to run away directly. Lucy stopped cheering, put herself and Angel's Star Spirit key on the ground, and singled it out. "I'm afraid you won't make it." In this way, 2 plump girls began a cruel battle. Yuxian and Leo watched intently. They liked to watch women fight the most. "Don't pull her hair." "Yes, tear her clothes." "Ooh, oh, this is the last dress." Boom! With the sudden addition of Urusha, the battle between Lucy and Angel came to an abrupt end. Urusha grabbed Angier's head from the pit in the ground, and Angier had rolled her eyes and passed out. Urusha's ferocity scared Lucy a lot. "So ruthless, are you a devil?" "Ha ha ha, the weather is so nice today." "Yes, yes." Also frightened were Yuxian and Leo. Yuxian did not dare to look directly at Urusha. He could feel Urusha's cold gaze on him. "Yuxian," asked Leo in a low voice, "is she still looking at me?" Leo didn't speak, and returned Yuxian with a smile that you begged for blessings. Yuxian immediately understood what Leo meant, but with a hand on Yuxian's shoulder, Urusha had already arrived behind Yuxian. "Ha ha ha, hello sister-in-law, goodbye sister-in-law." Seeing that the situation was wrong, Leo completely forgot that his lifespan of a star spirit was above Urusha, and ran away with a puff of smoke. Yuxian didn't expect Leo to abandon his brother like this, and cursed Leo in his heart. Urusha's voice rang softly in Yuxian's ears. "Do you like to watch women tear each other's clothes?" "Yuxian." "No, no." Yuxian died duck mouth hard. Urusha saw that Yuxian's mouth was hard, and his hand had come to Yuxian's waist, and he was about to exert force. "Hey, Yuxian, these 5 people have been arrested." Natsu greeted Yuxian. Urusha also knew to save face for Yuxian, and just said, "Wait to see how I clean you up when I go back." "Good brother, Natsu." Yuxian, who escaped, thanked Natsu in his heart and reduced Natsu's debt by 100,000 J. The 5 demons were tied together by the 5 flowers, and Lucy kindly changed the clothes for Angier, who was not fully clothed. Yuxian looked at the 5 people and thought about sending them to the Magic Council. In other words, didn't the council already organize the Light Guild to attack the 6 demon generals? "It won't pounce, right?" said Cao arrived. A magic guide airship with a cyan Pegasus logo appeared in the sky, and a figure in a white suit jumped from the airship and landed in front of several people, officially the Knight of the Cyan Pegasus. "I didn't expect these 5 people to be solved by you, it's really powerful, man." In the woods near the accommodation of the cat, members of the other 2 guilds also appeared one after another. The first team is the Scales of Snake G, the captain is the Rock Serpent Jula, who is the same as Jalal is a Saint 10 Magister, and behind Galar is actually Gray's senior brother Leon. It seems that he has also found a guild that can be trusted. The other team is the Dominator of the Ghost, the captain is Iron Dragon Gajaru, and the team member is Jabia, the water element, one of the 4 elements of the Ghost. After the 2 teams, are the members in charge of logistics. Jula looked at the defeated 5 devils and described their actions to Yuxian and the others with some embarrassment. Just after the regular meeting, the 3 guilds involved in the battle quickly organized a joint army to attack the base camp of the 6 demon generals. It's a pity that they went one step late. The 5 demons had already left, and after getting the news from the other members of the 6 demon generals that the 5 demons were going to the accommodation of the cat, the combined army rushed to the accommodation of the cat non-stop. When they came to the cat's lodging, they saw the scene that the 5 demons had been captured. Yuxian listened to Jula's words, and couldn't help but think of the police department that was always belated in film and television dramas in his previous life, and the current United Army is similar. Iron Dragon Geijiru kicked Poisonous Dragon Kabula in the chest violently. So weak, you are also worthy of being a Dragon Slayer demon guide. Blood flowed from the corner of Kabula's mouth and stared at Geijiru. Look what to see, waste. Geijiru's palm turned into steel and punched Kebra, only to be stopped by Natsu's flame-wrapped fist. What do you want to do? Dragon? Iron Dragon, do you like bullying the weak so much? Natsu and Geijiru are facing each other, and they are about to fight. Just as Yugenjin and Jula try to stop them, a mountain-like magic power comes from the Avatar Lodge, suppressing Natsu and Geijiru. A skinny old man with a white beard slowly walked out. Chapter 031. The thin old man stopped, and the pressure on everyone disappeared. The kind old man patted Geijiru. Young man, don't be so angry. Old thing, I want you to take care of it. Geijiru's face was full of resentment, but he was actually shocked by the old man's strength. Hehe, young man, you are so kind in your heart, don't go far on the cruel wrong road. The old man preached to Geijiru, but Geijiru did not refute this time, but had a thoughtful expression. Grandpa President Wendy ran to the old man and was touched by the old man. This old man is none other than the president of the Cat Stay, Robin Ryu. A powerful character who is feared by Woohee Brian. A question appeared in Yuxian's heart. The 6 demon generals obviously knew that there was such a powerful demon guide sitting in the cat's dormitory. Why did the 5 demons dare to attack when they were 6 out of 1? Is it because Brian had an accident and panicked? Or is it because Robin Ryu has a problem with himself? Guests, please go into the village and rest. Robin Ryu invites everyone into the cat's lodging. The sky is blue, the woods in the distance look green against the sky, and the cobbled roads are lined with houses, and the members of the cat's dormitory come and go. Although this is a guild, it should be a village. Tranquility, harmony, and comfort, this is everyone's impression of the cat's lodging. Even Natsu, who has always been active, enjoys this peaceful atmosphere. Yuxian found that behind this tranquility, there was a powerful magic hidden in it, and these members of the Cat Lodge had some problems with their strength. In order to find out, Yuxian activated the Millennium Eye of his left eye, but the truth behind this made Yuxian couldn't help but stop. Arusha, who was side by side with Yuxian, noticed that Yuxian stopped. The golden yellow in his left eye slowly disappeared, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Arusha quickly asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing." Yuxian's gaze looked at Robin Lu, who was introduced to everyone at the front of the team, and Robin Lu also seemed to feel Yuxian's gaze, and showed him a kind smile. "It's remarkable." Yuxian sighed, pulled the confused Arusha, and followed the team. In the square in the center of the Flower Cat's Stay, people enjoy the food and drinks served to them. "Xiaolulu, this fish is for you to eat." A blue cat holding a fish offered to a white cat, while the arrogant white cat turned its head to the side. "Ha ha ha, you're quite capable, Iron Dragon." "What are you talking about, Fire Dragon? I'm the strongest of the ghost dominators besides the guild leader." Natsu and Geijiru actually got along unexpectedly, as if it was not the two of them who were going to fight a moment ago. Gray and his senior brother Leon reunited, and after a short reminiscence, the two unknowingly took off their shirts, causing a group of girls to exclaim hooligans. Jubia, one of the 4 elements of the ghost, is staring at Gray with a foolish face, wiping off the drool from time to time. Leo didn't know when. Another group of beautiful women gathered around him. Unlike everyone else, Jalal had a headache at this time. "Jalal, do you really not remember me?" "Sorry, I'm really getting to know you for the first time, Wendy." Jalal looked at the disappointed Wendy and tried to remember it again, but he really couldn't remember when he had seen Wendy in the past. Robin Roo comforted, "Little Wendy, he is indeed not the person who sent you, although he is very similar to that person." "Like me?" The name Mist Gang suddenly appeared in Jalal's heart. Robin Roo explained to Jalal, 7 years ago, a boy who resembled you entrusted Wendy to my care. He was a kind boy with a heart full of love and responsibility. But Jalal, your heart is full of pain and guilt. Don't worry, kid, everything will be fine." Jalal looked at Robin Roo, who comforted him, and just once they met, Robin Roo saw through his heart, as if he knew everything about him, and comforted him loudly. "Jalal? When did Zikren change his name?" Jura questioned when she heard Jalal and Robin Roo's conversation, but was blocked by Yuxian on the side. "I didn't expect that the snake scales would send Mr. Jula this time." "Yes, Grandma Oba attaches great importance to this mission, so let me lead the team." With Yuxian's fork, Jula gave up doubts. He is not a person who digs into the bottom of the matter, who doesn't have a secret anymore. After some rest, Robin Roo stood up and said, "Old man, I want to ask you to do me a favor." President Robin Roo has something to say. Jalal and Dola replied in unison. The highest status person present was Jula and Jalal's Vest Zikrane. With the answers of the two, others also expressed their help. "Thank you, I don't know if you've heard of a forbidden magic. Its name is Nirvana." Robin Roo's words made everyone look at each other. They had never heard of this magic at all. This is also the norm in the wizarding world. Most wizards only know the type of magic they belong to, and other magic can only be said to have heard. Only Jula and Ichia had serious expressions, and they had learned from their respective guild leaders about the horror of Nirvana, whether it was the magical city Nirvana or the forbidden magic Nirvana. Robin Roo brushed his beard and told a story to everyone. 400 years ago, humanity was locked in endless wars. Wise kings want to end wars and make the world peaceful, dark kings want to maintain chaos and bully the weak. Ordinary people can only be caught between the two, and life is better than death. In the long war, a magician who longs for peace wants to create a magic that can transform good and evil. After years of hard work, the Magus succeeded, and that magic can transform not only good and evil, but even light and darkness. That magic name is Nirvana, taken from the name of the magic city of Nirvana, the home city of the Magister. Unfortunately, when the Magus first used Nirvana magic, his people were transformed by Nirvana and began to kill each other, and only the Magus survived. The Sorcerer of Pain wants to destroy Nirvana, but he is severely injured and is unable to move. In the end, the Magus sealed Nirvana in the Magic City, hoping to wait for the one day when the person who destroyed Nirvana appeared. Robin Roo's story ended, his gaze swept over the people who were talking, and he stayed on the smiling Yuxian. With 4 eyes facing each other, this is an exchange that spans 400 years. Chapter 032. So, President Robin Roo wants us to destroy Nirvana. Yes, old man, I don't want to keep such dangerous magic. The conversation between Yuxian and Robin Roo surprised everyone who was discussing, but they did not expect that the Nirvana magic was in Robin Roo's hands. The informed Jula and Ichi also guessed that Robin Roo accidentally got the location of Nirvana. After all, no one can live for 400 years. Not far from the cat's lodging, there is a ruined wall. Old man Robin Lu, didn't you take us to the magic city? It's not like this place. The grinning Natsu looked at the weathered building by history, as if with a gentle force, it could make it disappear with the wind. Robin Roo did not take Lina's, looking at the ruined buildings around him full of memories. Yuxian's gaze penetrated the ground, revealing a curious expression, as if he saw something new. In front of a huge magic ball, Robin Roo stopped, reached out and touched the magic ball, and a steady stream of powerful magic power was poured into the magic ball. The originally pitch-black magic ball bloomed with bright light, and the ground under everyone's feet shook violently. Boom! What happened? There's something moving below us. The ground collapsed, sand flew, the surrounding woods sank into the ground, and the people were shaken upside down. Sensing that this vibration was related to nirvana, everyone cast magic to stabilize their figures and prevent themselves from falling. Yuxian felt that they were constantly being raised, ancient buildings were constantly rising from the ground, and huge magic was running in the buildings. Finally, as the shaking stopped, the ruins revealed their true face. What a big mechanical spider! Flying in the sky, Harpy described to everyone what the city looked like. It was a mechanized city. Everyone was now in the center of the city, and below the city were 6 giant mechanical feet like spider feet, supporting the city. The magic city that has been in the dust for 400 years has awakened. This is it, the legendary magic city Nirvana. The brilliance of magic flowing in the city, combined with the operation of machinery, amazes everyone, and this technology can be said to be far beyond the current era. Naz, what's wrong with you? Harpy's shaking made Ben's already dizzy Natsu even more uncomfortable. Geijiru leaned against a building in sweat, covered his mouth, and slumped to the ground. Natsu and Geijiru's performance reminds everyone of the most famous weakness of the Dragon Slayer, which is the stun vehicle. Is this magical city also recognized as a means of transportation? And it didn't move at all. Forced to endure the complaining in his heart, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the last Dragon Slayer who was present. Wendy was startled by everyone's gaze and hid behind Lucy, sticking out half of her head. Ahem, it seems that Wendy doesn't feel dizzy. So Natsu and Geijiru can't even compare to little girls. It seems that there is also a gap between the Dragon Slayer and the Demon Guide. The words of the crowd constantly stimulated Natsu and Geijiru. But damn it! I look like this. Geijiru's face was full of reluctance, but the strong feeling of vertigo made him unable to stand up. In the afterlight, Geijiru found that Natsu seemed to be hiding from something. Could it be that there were enemies here? Click! A crisp shutter sound sounded, and in Geijiru's frightened expression, a photo fell into Yuxian's hands. What a nice expression, Geijiru! Yuxian's dragon-slaying demon guide's humiliating record is added one more. Damn it, Geijiru's expression was a little broken, and his humiliating appearance was actually recorded. Oh, Natsu, you're there too. Natsu, who was squirming on the ground, felt a hand on his shoulder. Wait a minute, Yuxian. In the continuous clicking sound, Dola broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Lucy on the side. Is he usually like this? Lucy could only return an awkward smile. Although it wasn't long after joining Fairy Tail, Lucy had already figured out Yuxuan's habits, that is, to have fun, commonly known as lazy people. In Lucy's eyes, Yuxian is a fun-like person who finds fun regardless of the occasion. Geijiru, your posture is great, we will continue next time we have a chance. Yuxian took a wad of photos and collected them into his clothes under Geijiru's humiliated gaze. As for why Yuxian took so many pictures, that, of course, is to prevent Geijiru from attacking guild companions in the future, such as Geijiru's own CP. Yuxian's fun was over, and the business began, and everyone's eyes were on Robin Lu and the huge magic ball behind him. From the recovery of the city, the huge magic ball exuded strange magical power, but it was blocked by Robin Ru. That's right, this is the forbidden magic nirvana that can transform black and white. Robin Lu knew what everyone was thinking, and directly pointed out that nirvana was the magic ball behind him. This giant magic ball is engraved with a huge amount of magic arrays, and the magic produced by the combination of this massive magic array is nirvana. Then what are you waiting for? Just destroy the magic ball. With Robin Ru's nod, Grey took the lead in attacking. Ice shape, ice cannon. The avalanche-like impact slammed into the magic ball, but it did not leave a single scar. Rock magic, rock iron powder explosion. Strength max min. Water flow magic, water laser. Celestial magic. As Grey's attack was ineffective, the rest of them, led by Jula, launched a fierce attack on the magic ball, and the mixed magic produced violent fluctuations, setting off a fog of dust in the sky. Hey! At Robin Rue's side, the smoke cleared, revealing the intact magic ball. This magic ball has a mana accumulation of up to 400 years, and it is not so easy to break, unless you release a nirvana and consume some mana. Everyone vetoed this proposal together, and who knows how much they will be affected after the launch of nirvana. How about we ask the guild for help? No, the base camp of the 6 demon generals has been breached by us, and the Balam Alliance must already know our actions. In case the call for help is discovered by them, we may have to face 2 dark guilds. Do you want the Magic Council to use the magic wizard power? Stupid, do you want us to be destroyed by the magic wizard spirit power together? Listening to the sound of discussion, Robin Lu looked at Yu Xian. Young man, how is the magic restored? Can you do it? The eyes of the discussion crowd focused on Yu Xian with Robin Lu's words. Did he consume mana? Jalal suddenly thought of the 5 emperor dragons who were summoned to beat him violently. Wouldn't it be to beat me up and waste my magic? Facing the focused gaze, Yu Xian still kept smiling. Have you already discovered that I lacked magic before? He is truly a wizard who created nirvana. Your 5 dragons are so powerful that I can't take them as invisible. Chapter 033. The Magi who created nirvana? 5 dragons? What are the 2 of them talking about? Among the crowd of confused people, only Jalal and Arusha looked surprised. They naturally knew that the 5 dragons were Yuxuans summoning monsters, so the magic guide who created nirvana was. Dragons, where are the dragons? In the sky, Natsu, who was caught and flying by Harpy, was refreshed, automatically ignoring the first half of the dialogue, and yelling for the dragon. Lost the dead, still want me to help you? You see Wendy doesn't need help. Geigeru, who was carried in the air by Wendy's white cat Charlulu, also recovered his spirits, but was ridiculed by the Tsundere Charlulu and couldn't raise his head. Today is his most humiliating day. Damn, I must find a cat of my own. Yu Xian has always had a question, that is, the definition of transportation by the dragon-slaying wizard. The magic city did not move but fainted, and the cat took to the sky but nothing happened. This is like motion sickness when a person is riding in a car, but nothing is fine when riding a horse, so isn't a horse a means of transportation? And Wendy doesn't have a sickness vehicle, is it because she is underage? Yu Xian gave up thinking. It can only be said that it is the original author's imaginative setting. Naz, there are no dragons here. Oh. Facing Yu Xian, Natsu was honest. After all, he was taken a humiliating photo just now, and he really couldn't get angry. Quieting Natsu, Yu Xian returned to the conversation with Robin Rue. President Geigeru, you're not going to let me do it for nothing, are you? How is this magical city to you? This is your hometown, just give it to me, okay? Young man, haven't you already noticed my state? Listening to the conversation between the 2, everyone had to face a shocking truth. Robin Rue was actually the magic guide who created the magic of nirvana 400 years ago. Did he live for 400 years? Is this possible? Questions came to mind, and I looked at Jola all night to hear what he thought. Jola just shook his head. Everyone has their own secrets, so don't dig into the bottom of it. But Dola and Ichia knew that information about Robin Rue had to be blocked. If the outside world is known, a magic guide who has lived for 400 years may make countless greedy people flock to it and set off a bloody storm. I took this commission. Yu Xian accepted Robin Lu's commission. In Yuxuan's mind, this magical city can help complete a card that he has never been able to complete. Yu Xian has not forgotten this world, but there are gods. As long as he completes that card, Yu Xian has the confidence to fight against the gods. In front of the huge magic ball, everyone retreated, leaving Yu Xian alone. The magic ball that was difficult for Jola and others to destroy could be said to be broken with a poke in Yu Xian's eyes. Can't break the magic of 400 years of accumulation and cohesion? Then just extract the magic. Extracting mana in a magic ball full of magic arrays is not an easy task, and if the magic array is triggered in the draw, then it is likely that Nirvana will be directly activated, which is why they did not take this method. But for Yu Xian, this is an easy method. Trap card skill extraction. Magic card magic absorption. Magic card magic indicator crafting. 3 magic cards were infused with magic by Yu Xian and hit the magic ball where Nirvana was located. The dark golden light wrapped the magic ball and quickly eroded inward. Soon, the many magic arrays that had been running smoothly in the magic ball for 400 years all lost their effect. As the magic array failed, pure magic power was channeled out, hovering around Yu Xian, forming one after another, fist-sized magic indicators. Yu Xian grabbed a magic indicator and felt the refined and heavy magic power in it. It was really worthy of the magic power that had been condensed for 400 years, no wonder they could not harm the magic ball. Yu Xian estimates that one magic indicator can carry the magic of Nirvana for 20 years, which means that 20 magic indicators can digest the magic power of Nirvana for 400 years. As time passed, there were more and more magic indicators around Yu Xian. Finally, the 20th magic indicator formed and floated beside Yu Xian. As the magic power was emptied, the huge magic ball took on a transparent appearance, and the dense Nirvana magic array inside appeared. President Robin Lu, it's up to you to come on the last moment. Yu Xian waved his hand at Robin Lu, and let this magic guide who created Nirvana destroy Nirvana, which can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Robin Lu came to the transparent magic ball, revealed a complicated face, and reached out to touch the magic ball. Where Robin Ru touched, cracks appeared and soon spread to the entire magic ball. Without the protection of magic power, this 400-year-old magic ball finally revealed its vulnerability. Yikes! The huge magic ball shattered to the ground, and the magic array of Nirvana turned into dust together. A strong wind blew through, carrying dust and scattering it into the sky. Robin Ru looked at the sky, breathed a long sigh of relief, and smiled with relief. Young man, take this city with you. In the central square of the Flower Cat's Day, a banquet is going on. Yu Xian, you actually turned such a big city into a card. Yu Xian looked at Jula with some headache, and on the way back from the magic castle, Jula was always in shock, and kept sighing. To be precise, that magic city no longer exists, and I need to use that city to craft cards. Yu Gang shows Jula the cards that charge the magic city. Jula looked at the cards, and at this time, the magic city was being disassembled and transformed, and a huge robot was unfolding. What would cards made by such a huge magic city look like? Jula was a little unthinkable. Not far away, Geijiru got a bunch of instruments from nowhere on the stage and began to play, and a harsh sound sounded. It's noisy, what are you doing, Iron Dragon? Heavy metal music, haven't you heard it? I think it's heavy metal pollution. Fire Dragon, do you want to fight? Hit it, hit it. Natsu and Geijiru mingled, and on the stage, I don't know who took the instrument, and began to sing loudly, covering up the noise. Jalal looked at Leo who hugged left and right, and suddenly felt that Leo and the image of Mr. Gang described by Yu Xian were very similar. Yu Xian's guy, wouldn't be deceiving him? Arusha, who was sitting next to Yu Xian, drank a rare glass of wine without dripping wine, and a hint of blush appeared on her face. Arusha felt the lively atmosphere around him. Is this his life? Lively, but reassuring. Chapter 034. Have you heard of the gods? The banquet was about to end, and Robin Lu's sudden question made everyone scratch their heads. Is President Robin Ru talking about Celestial Serena? Celestial Serena, the first of the 10 holy wizards, is recognized by Isugar as the strongest magician, and Jula thinks that Robin Lu is asking Serena. Who knew that Robin Ru shook his head and said, maybe Serena is very strong, but he is not worthy of the title of God. Jula didn't know what to say, and Serena, who was out of reach to him, seemed worthless to Robin Ru's mouth. But Jula could not refute it. not to mention the nirvana that transformed light and darkness, and Robin Ru's 400 years of life alone far surpassed him. Yu Xian knew that Robin Lu was going to tell a story again, and he was still quite interested in this kind of story hundreds of years ago, especially listening to the characters at that time. Robin Ru brushed his beard and told a story that was even more shocking than Nirvana. In front of 400, there is a constant war, whether it is inside the human race or the dragon race outside, countless people or dragons die in the war every day. A kind, life-loving genius wizard who, after losing his last loved one, decides to study magic that can bring people back from the dead. The genius magic guide ignored the dissuasion of others and forcibly developed two kinds of magic, one that can bring the dead back from the dead, and the other that can travel back in time. Hearing this, Lucy couldn't help but look at Yu Xian. She had seen Yu Xian bring the dead Ulu back to life, and had previously used time reversal to prevent Leo's self-explosion. Lucy couldn't help but associate Yu Xian with the genius wizard in the story. Robin Ru's story continues. But the research of the genius wizard attracted the wrath of the gods. Resurrection from the dead, this is the realm of the legendary god Axalam, god who controls life and death. For the genius Magus who offended him, the god Axalam lowered a curse called contradiction on him. From that day on, the genius wizard became immortal, but because of the contradiction curse, his behavior was diametrically opposed to what he thought in his heart. The more he cherishes life in his heart, the more he will bring death to his surroundings. The suffering genius Magus can't die, so he created many demons in order to be able to kill himself. It's a pity that the demons can't hurt him in the slightest, but they have brought a lot of disasters to the world. The genius wizard finally chose to keep himself away from life. People gave this magician who brought death a code name: Dark Magus Jelf. With Robin Ru's story over, Jula can no longer sit still, and the dark magister who has been known as the most evil in the world for hundreds of years is actually a person who loves life. Dala's reaction was also the reaction of most of the magi present, who had never heard of the notoriety of the dark magus in the wizarding world, and now told them that Jelf was a good person, and it was difficult to accept. Didn't you look surprised? Robin Lu found that Yu Xian did not show an unexpected expression, but took out the photography magic crystal to take pictures of everyone present. Hearing Robin Ru's question, Yu Xian bent down and said in Robin Ru's ear, "In the Ishgar continent, there is no force deeper than fairy tale and Jelf. If Yu Xian remembers correctly, Jelf is now sleeping on Sirius Island, the holy land of fairy tale, and his brother Natsu still has a large number of indecent photos in Yu Xian's hands." Robin Lu took a deep look at Yu Xian. This young man was deeper than he thought. "Young man, you need to be careful, the god Axalam may already be eyeing you." Yu Xian felt that Robin Lu's statement was very likely. Jelf was only researching, and before he resurrected a person, he was cursed, and Yu Xian himself really resurrected a person. However, Yu Xian is not so worried, as long as it is completed in that crafting card. "Thanks for the reminder, but I think those gods are just a little more powerful." Robin Ru nodded at Yuxuan's words. He also thought that the contradiction curse that Jelf was subjected to had actually been used a long time ago. "I said, President Robin Ru, are you still not telling Wendy the truth? Little Wendy is happy today, let's tell her tomorrow." The next day, it was 3 o'clock. After a sleepless night, a group of people are ready to leave the cat dormitory. Yesterday's news is so surprising that they need to go back and report. Outside the village of the makeover accommodation, Robin Lu took all the members of the Avatar Lodge to see them off, which made everyone very puzzled. "Grandpa President, why is everyone here?" Wendy takes Robin Ru's hand and says goodbye to Lucy and Jubia. Robin Ru touched Wendy's little head with reluctance in his eyes. "Little Wendy, you go with them." Wendy was stunned by Robin Ru's words, and tears immediately fell. "Grandpa, did Wendy do something wrong?" "Don't drive Wendy away." The crying Wendy attracted everyone's attention, and they didn't expect Robin Ru to drive Wendy away. Robin Ru gently untied Wendy's hand holding him, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want Wendy, it's that Wendy has found a better family. In Wendy's shocked gaze, the members of the cat dormitory were turning into light one by one. What happened? Everyone. The crying Wendy turned her head to ask for help, but found that Yuxian had come behind her. Wendy, President Robin Ryu has actually died a long time ago. What you see is actually President Robin Ryu's thoughts, and the entire cat's lodging. 7 years ago, a boy entrusted a little girl to Robin Ryu, who was worried that the little girl was lonely and used the mind-body to create the cat's lodging and give the little girl a home. Now, Robin Ryu's wish has been fulfilled, and his mind-body will dissipate. Fortunately, the little girl found her real home. Wendy finally learns that the members of the cat's dormitory are actually here to see her off. Little Wendy, live well. Little Wendy, don't be greedy and forget to eat. A few more new friends, you know. One by one, the members of the cat dormitory disappeared, but one concern after another had been sent to Wendy's heart. Little Wendy, Grandpa is leaving, you have to take good care of yourself, remember to be happy. Finally, Robin Ryu grimaced at Wendy, wanting to make Wendy happy. Wendy forced a smile and waved goodbye to Robin Ryu, who was about to dissipate. But when Robin Ryu disappeared completely, Wendy looked at the disappeared guild coat of arms and sat on the ground crying. A warm embrace hugged Wendy, it was Lucy. Wendy turned around and saw the big smiling faces of Natsu and Gray and Dola and Ichi grimacing on the side. Everyone was showing their concern for Wendy in their own way. Wendy broke into a smile. Grandpa, I have also found my companion. Chapter 035. I didn't expect that President Robin Ryu created a guild for Wendy, which is really great. Xiaolulu, don't cry, you will be happy if you eat a fish. Iron Dragon, aren't you a tough guy? How to cry like this? Aren't you crying? Dragon. In the city closest to the accommodation of the Avatar, the citizens looked curiously at the crying magic guides. At the magic guide train station, the group will also separate. Faced with the invitation of the three guilds of Fairy Tail, Cyan Pegasus, and Snake Scales, Wendy finally chose Fairy Tail, because the first person she lifted was Natsu, and the jumping Natsu gave Wendy a good impression. Wendy, take care of yourself. Remember to come to our Cyan Pegasus to play one day. On the airship unique to the Cyan Pegasus, he cried goodbye to Wendy all night. The second to leave was the Ghost Dominator. Geigeru still had a cold face, but said goodbye to everyone before entering the carriage. Here we go. Wendy, be happy, Lord Grey too. Jubia said goodbye to Wendy, not forgetting to give Grey a wink. As the magic guide train started, the Ghost Dominator and his party left. On the magic train, Jubia asked Geigeru, who was looking out the window, Geigeru, why don't you agree to me inviting Wendy to join the guild? Geigeru squinted at Jubia. Humph, fell in love with that ice wizard at first sight, have you forgotten what our guild looks like? Jubia suddenly realized and patted her head, a cute girl like Wendy is really not suitable for a guild like the Ghost Dominator. Jubia, there is something about this operation that cannot be known to the guild leader. I understand. I didn't expect that President Robin Lu was so powerful, a guild, hundreds of people are his missing body. Jola sighed to Yuxian, President Robin Lu, who lived 400 years ago, how strong should be, but unfortunately died in their civil strife. Yuxian shook his head, hey, Mr. Jola, you really believe that President Robin Lu died in civil strife among the clansmen? What do you mean? Jelf is cursed for stepping into the realm of the gods of life and death, so will there be other gods in this world, such as good and evil, light and darkness. Do you suspect that President Robin Ryu was killed by a god because he touched the realm of a certain god? Yuxian patted the card box on his waist, I accepted President Robin Lu's love, and naturally I want to find him a venue. Worry appeared in Jola's eyes, neither a powerful wizard as Jelf nor Robin Ryu could be hostile to the gods, how could Yuxian do it? A whining sound sounded, and the arrival of the magic guide train interrupted Jula's words to dissuade Yu Xian. "Don't worry, Mr. Jula, I'm not a self-conscious person." Yu Xian gave Jula a reassuring smile and sent Jula to the magic train. "Gray, take good care of the master. Don't worry." Gray and Leon's farewell was as cold as their magic. As the magic guide train left, only Fairy Tale remained in the station, but fortunately with Naz, the atmosphere was not much cooler. Half an hour passed. Just when Yu Xian wondered why the next magic guide train was not coming, the person in charge of the train station hurriedly came and told Yu Xian that there was a situation on the railway and that there would be no magic guide train passing here today. "Since the magic guide train had an accident, let's go back in another way. Come out, electronic dragon!" Roar. In the terrified eyes of the person in charge, the mechanical dragon hovered in the air. "Electronic dragon, you want to use me as a means of transportation again?" Yu Xian. In order to calm the dissatisfaction of the electronic dragon, Yu Xian asked Natsu to challenge the electronic dragon again in a few words. AAA. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. Ha ha ha, welcome to join, Ulu. President, it is my honor to join Fairy Tale. Makarov is very happy with Ulu's joining, and with the signboard of an S-class wizard, he can attract a lot of entrusted tasks. What Makarov didn't know was that Ulu joined the guild in order to quickly pay off Yuxuan's money. Ulu was about to say something when a sudden drowsiness hit. Yu shook his head to shake off his sleepiness, only to find that the members of the guild hall were already sleeping on their stomachs on their tables. As the guild door opened, a man dressed in a black robe who covered himself tightly walked into the guild. "It's the enemy." Ulu immediately took a fighting stance. "Ulu, it's his own people." Makarov hurriedly stopped Ulu, and said to the black-robed man again, "Mist Gang, this is a new member, S-Class Magic Guide Ulu." "Hello, I'm Mr. Gang." "Well, hello, I'm Ulu." In a confused look, Ulu and Mr. Gang completed a friendly handshake. With Makarov's introduction, Ulu learns that Mr. Gang uses sleep magic every time he returns to the guild, and he doesn't want people to see his face. "President, I plan to rest for a few days this time." Mist Gang gave Makarov a commission for this mission. Mist Gang always felt that he would have a bloody disaster recently. Of course, he did not believe in this, but he was overworked and needed to rest. "That's just right, originally I also wanted you to stay in the guild for a while, but recently the Dark Guild has been eyeing us." Mr. Gang's decision was in Makarov's heart, so he told Mr. Gang about the events of the regular meeting. As Mist Gang ascended to the second floor, the sleepy crowd in the hall regained consciousness. "Is Mr. Gang back? Why does this kid use sleep magic every time? I don't know if the sleep magic of Mixer Gang can cure my insomnia. Your boy's nightlife is so rich, it's embarrassing to say insomnia. I just communicated with foreign ladies, how come the nightlife is rich?" Watching everyone skillfully chatting from mixed to nightlife, Ulu couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Who are these people in this guild?" Makarov saw Uru's thoughts and rubbed his head. There were so many problem children in the guild, he was also helpless. After bidding farewell to Makarov, Ulu walked out of the gate, ready to buy some props, and then he could go to the task, and Ulu estimated that 2 S-class missions would pay off the loan. Roar. Is Yu Xian back? The familiar roar of the dragon sounded in the sky, and Uru looked up, but saw Natsu floating in the dragon's tail. Well? Didn't Gray go to Cat's Lodge with Natsu? How did he come back with Yu Xian? As the electronic dragon landed, Ulu's gaze converged on a figure that made her feel familiar. Ulu's body trembled a little. Chapter 036. Guild Doorway. Yu Xian calmed the electronic dragon and told it that he would not let it be used as a means of transportation next time, which made the electronic dragon discouraged. The electronic dragon that roared and flew into the sky turned into light and disappeared. Come alive, hello Uru. Leaving the transport, the energetic Natsu returned, greeting Ulu with a big grin. "Master, we are back, and I also met Leon this time." Gray was about to tell Ulu what happened during the trip, but looking at Ulu's expression, he suddenly remembered the two people brought by Yuxian. Grabbing the inexplicably excited Natsu, Gray knew that he couldn't say anything next, so he left the space for them. Seeing that Gray dragged Natsu into the guild, Leo also went up to greet Lucy and Wendy into the guild. "Jalal, you go in with Natsu too." Jalal nodded to Yuxian, glanced at Uru and Yerusha, and followed into the guild. There were only 3 people left in the field. Meeting Ulu's concerned and guilty eyes, Yerusha's eyes dodged, and she unconsciously pulled the corner of Yuxian's clothes. She suddenly became timid and wanted to escape here. Yuxian grabbed Yerusha's overwhelmed hand and gave her an encouraging look. Grabbing Yusuanwen's palm and feeling Yusuanwen's temperature, Yerusha plucked up the courage to look at Ulu. Yerusha was held by Yuxian and approached Ulu, obviously only a few steps, but Yerusha felt extremely long, which was what she had been looking forward to for 20 years. The mother and daughter finally met, but they were speechless. Obviously the two sides had so many things they wanted to say, but they could only swallow them in their throats. "Yerusha, how are you doing?" Seeing that the cold atmosphere gradually faded, Ulu took the initiative to speak, but when the words came out Ulu, she regretted it, and she couldn't wait to slap herself. She knew that Yerusha was not happy, and actually asked this question. "I'm sorry, Yerusha. Mom thinks about you every day." Ulu muttered to himself, recounting his thoughts for his daughter. Looking at Uru's self-reproachful look, Yerusha couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to her mother and embrace. "I'm fine, Mom." The mother and daughter hugged each other and wept. Yerusha cried bitterly in Ulu's arms, wanting to wash away all these years of anxiety and pain with tears. Uru hugged Yerusha tightly, as if empathizing with his daughter's pain, and buried Yerusha's head in her chest, allowing tears to wet her clothes. Looking at the mother and daughter who hugged and cried, the stone in Yuxian's heart finally fell, and he sincerely sent blessings to them. After sending Ulu's Yerusha back to the accommodation, and letting their mother and daughter share their thoughts, Yuxian returned to the guild. "It's good that mother and daughter are reunited, woo-woo." Makarov sat on the bar, wiping his tears with a small towel, and after returning to the guild from the regular meeting, he already learned about Yuxuan and Yerusha's past from Myra. "I said, what are you crying about? It is not your family reunion." Yuxian added oil and vinegar to Makarov on the side. Makarov cried even harder at the thought of his son who had betrayed the guild and his rebellious grandson. "I also want Laxus to coquette with me." On the stairs on the second floor, Laxus, who eavesdropped with headphones, silently turned upstairs, and it was impossible to be coquettish. Kana, who was sleeping soundly at the bar, suddenly woke up, and she seemed to hear the click of the photographic magic crystal. Looking at the still lively hall, did she hear it wrong? Kana shook her head and raised her glass, ton after ton. Myra watched Yuxian silently put away the photography magic crystal, and silently mourned for Makarov for 3 seconds in her heart. In the hall, the lively atmosphere seems to never stop. Natsu and Gray leaned shoulder to shoulder, bragging to the group about what major operations they were involved in. Mikhail and their 6-year-old son Romeo play a game. Elfman and Leo play a manly game surrounded by a crowd. Rebbe was still concentrating on reading under the interference of 2 licking dogs. Looking at the bustle as usual, Yuxian always felt that he had forgotten something. "Forget it, don't want to, Myra has a beer." Guild 2nd floor. The black robe was lifted, revealing a face exactly like Jalal, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Miss Gang's mouth. Jalal withdrew his fist and looked at Miss Gang's face, secretly blaming himself for being impulsive. "Jalal, when I saw this face, I knew that Mr. Gang was by no means a playboy like Yuxian said. Mr. Gang, I don't know why he hit me, but I can tell from his expression that he didn't mean it." It turned out that after Jalal entered the guild, Makarov asked him to go up to the second floor to rest, and in Makarov's eyes, Jalal was still the modest Zikrane. Jalal, who came to the second floor, saw the tight Mr. Gang that wrapped himself at a glance, and he also chatted with Mr. Gang for a while without knowing the identity of Mr. Gang. Until Mr. Gang said his name. At that moment, Jalal recalled Yuxian's description, suddenly couldn't control himself, and punched the man who was suspected of playing with the pure girl Elisa. Sorry. It's okay. I learned the reason from Jalal's mouth in Mist Gang. What the? I became a playboy? Isn't that Loki? Also, when did Elisa become a pure girl? And who in the guild dares to fall in love with Elisa? Mr. Gang couldn't imagine what pure Elisa should look like. Jalal is also angry at Yuxian's deception. His fantasy Elisa is pure and cute, while the real Elisa is a violent woman in armor. Jalal imagined Elisa, wrapped in armor, looking heroic. Ahem, it's actually not impossible. Just as the two sat down to talk, there was a shaking sensation outside the guild, like a huge weight being put down. Oh, is Elisa back? Miss Gang's words made Jalal stand up excitedly. The vibration came, and Yuxian already knew who was back. The guild gate was pushed open, and you could see the wild boar like a hill outside, and the lively guild hall quickly quieted down. President, I'm back. Elisa came to the bar to hand over the task to Makarov. Makarov nodded. This is the mayor's commission, to solve the beast around the city. Anyway, it is nearby. Even if something happens to the guild, it can return in time. Speaking of which, these beasts are related to Yuxian, and the divine thunder dragon summoned by the three of Yuxian when they competed before caused the beasts in the forest to flee one after another, causing chaos. Yuxian didn't pay attention to Makarov's gaze, and when he saw Elisa, he finally remembered to forget something. And the two tiger-eyed eyes had already focused on Yuxian, and the masked Mr. Gang and Jalal had already arrived in the hall. You are, Jalal. Chapter 037. Jalal? Who's that? Makarov thought that Elisa had recognized the wrong person and introduced her. Elisa, this is the Holy Ten Magi Zikrane. Sorry, Zikrane, you are very similar to a friend of mine. Elisa realized that she had recognized the wrong person and quickly apologized. In order to prevent Yuxian, the culprit, Jalal, and Mist Gang ran away, sandwiched Yuxian in the middle with one left and one right. Mist Gang took advantage of this opportunity to reach for the card box on Yuxian's waist, and Jalal chose to greet a friend he hadn't seen for years. Long time no see, Elisa. You, really Jalal? As Jalal nodded, mixed emotions surged into Elisa's heart. Elisa was also the child of being trafficked into the Tower of Paradise to work as a laborer. 8 years ago, Jalal and Elisa killed the managers, and Elisa wanted to lead the laborers to leave together, but Jalal's temperament changed greatly due to brainwashing, and forced Elisa to leave alone and never return. Elisa, who escaped from the Tower of Paradise, was taken in by Makarov and joined Fairy Tale, and since then, Elisa has never heard from the Tower of Paradise again. When Makarov returned from the regular meeting, Elisa once again heard the name of the Tower of Paradise. When she learned that the Tower of Paradise still existed, Elisa's first thought was that Jalal had maintained the Tower of Paradise. If it weren't for the fairy tale being targeted by the demon's heart and the guild needing to defend, Elisa might already be on her way to the Tower of Paradise by now. Jalal, are you still in the Tower of Paradise? Elisa's tone was not good, and the scene suddenly became bad. What the? Zikrane also has a name called Jalal. Forget about the old acquaintance with Elisa. How come it is still related to the Tower of Paradise now? Makarov has a headache, and his old eyes have been smashed by the recent news, and now there is a heavy news. Can you young people care about the affordability of the elderly? Elisa, the Tower of Paradise is complete. Elisa's sword was already resting on Jalal's neck. Makarov on the side was shocked, but he didn't expect that Jalal actually completed the Tower of Paradise silently, and Jalal was also a member of the Magic Council, which was even more excessive than Brian's behavior. Ilussa's behavior brought everyone's attention to it, and although Ilussa was usually violent, she never drew her sword in the guild, and everyone who realized the seriousness of the matter surrounded Gerald. Flames lit up in his fists, and Natsu's hands itched, eager to fight. Gray put on a fighting stance, although he didn't know what was going on, but Natsu was on. How could he Gray lag behind? Awakening from drunkenness, Kana doesn't know what happened, but no matter who fights, Kana will definitely help the field. Lucy pulled the confused Wendy and watched the excitement from the sidelines. A group of people rubbed their hands. Makarov felt a headache again, and he could see that none of the group cared about what was going on. Surrounded by Jalal, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that Ilusha chose to do it before he finished speaking, and the unity of this fairy tale was unexpected. Not counting Yuxian and Mr. Gang, fairy tale has Makarov, who is also a Saint Tenmagus, and the man who is full of electricity on the stairs also puts a lot of pressure on Jalal. Jalal suddenly felt that if he didn't make it clear today, he might not be able to wait to confess to the Magic Council, and his little life would have to be accounted for here today. Wait, Ilussa, I'm ready to disband and destroy the Tower of Paradise. Ilussa frowned. She didn't think that Jalal would give up the Tower of Paradise easily. If she could give up easily, how could she spend a lot of time building the Tower of Paradise? Seriously? Who knows you're not lying? Yuxian can prove that he brought me to fairy tale. Jalal finally remembered Yuxian, as if grasping a life-saving straw. So everyone's eyes moved to Yuxian again. Seeing that he was being watched, Yuxian spoke, Mr. Gang, I have something. You quickly let go. You let go of my wand first. No, you let go of my card box first. You put it first. No, you put it first. Yuxian grabbed Mr. Gang's wand with one hand, and clasped the card box with the other to prevent Mr. Gang from snatching it away. And the same is true of Mr. Gang. One hand does not let the wand be taken away by Yuxian, and the other hand grasps Yuxian's card box. Enough. Yuxian and Mr. Gang each let go of their hands and covered their heads, and this kind of scene still had to be shot by Ilussa. Ahem, Ilussa, don't worry, Jalal has reformed his evil. With Yuxian's affirmation, Ilusha also put away her sword, and a group of people saw that there was no fight to fight and returned to the table to continue drinking. Jalal let out a slow breath, and it seemed that his little life was saved. Ilussa, actually I was. Jalal, I want to talk to you alone. Ilussa grabbed Jalal by the collar and dragged the person directly out of the guild. The gate closed, a group of people lying on the gate to eavesdrop. They had already seen that the relationship between the two was not ordinary, but they did not dare to ask. After all, it was Ilussa. Makarov moved his head away from the gate, but unfortunately the gate was too thick to hear the conversation outside, and he could only expect everyone else to have a means. Magic card ancient telescope. Yuxian smiled slightly, and a wooden telescope appeared in his hand. Leave it to me, everyone, this telescope can pass through obstacles. In the expectant gaze of everyone, Yuxian put the telescope in front of his right eye. The heavy gate seemed to not exist, and the situation outside the gate was clearly seen by Yuxian. Yuxian began to relay the scene to everyone. Jalal seems to be apologizing to Ilussa. Ilusha's expression is very complicated, 3 points of pain and 3 points of incomprehension, the remaining 4 points are actually gentle. Have you seen the gentle Ilusha? Ah! Ilusha suddenly moved. But how you look at it, it looks like a little girl's dissatisfaction with her boyfriend. But Jalal didn't fight back, let Ilusha do it, and seems to be a good man who lets his girlfriend be coquettish. Wait a minute, this move is the legendary severed sun's foot. That's happiness for the rest of your life, Ilussa. I didn't expect Ilussa to suddenly be so cruel, and Jalal was already trembling and clamping his legs. It's not good, that woman beat Jalal to her knees, she must want to capture Jalal back as a. Is it so exciting? I didn't expect Elisha to have this hobby. With Yuxian's explanation, everyone thought about it, and even Laxus and Mr. Gang couldn't help but look forward to what would happen next. Chapter 038. Elisha actually removed the armor. One thing to say, Elisha's figure is comparable to Myra's. Jalal, why did you have a nosebleed? Worthy of being a Saint 10 demon guide, this situation can still maintain the color heart. Goblin armor? Isn't this Elisha's strongest armor? After inflicting damage on Jalal's body and mind, is it finally time to kill him? Hey? Why did Elisha come towards us? Boom! A huge shock wave streaked through, and the guild gate was violently destroyed, and the people who did not react were sent flying out mixed with the gate fragments. Bastard Yuxian! What the hell are you talking about? Elisha, dressed in pink goblin armor, blushed like an apple, and was about to catch up with her hair color. It should have been full of anger, but from the mouth of Elisha now, it did not make people feel scared at all, but it was also a little cute. But at the moment, I don't know if others feel afraid. One person is afraid. Yuxian was sweating profusely, the telescope in his hand had been broken in two, and the goblin sword was on his neck, as long as Elisha gently slashed his life. Wait a minute, big sister, everyone eavesdropped together, why only cut me? Bastard! Who told you to narrate? It's guys. How dare I peek at you without the will of everyone? Elisha's gaze swept towards everyone, and if anyone among them had the most say, it was Makarov. Makarov panicked at that time. This pot he cannot take this old bone. Elisha, you know me, my little old man never eavesdrops on other people's conversations. Elisha nodded and moved her gaze to Natsu, who feared that the world would not be chaotic. Ai. Lusha, you know me, I never care about anything other than fighting. Natsu was a little weak-hearted, he didn't believe this himself. Seeing Elisha's face was not good, Natsu quickly pointed to Gray. Naz, what are you pointing me for? Am I someone who can eavesdrop on other people? Gray. Giannis wanted to lead the misfortune to him, and immediately spoke. Elisha, you know, I am an exhibitionist and not interested in eavesdropping. Elisha nodded and looked at the next person. Elisha, you know me, I don't have that guts for you. Elisha, you know me, I'm a man. Elisha, I'm a middle-aged man with a wife and son, and I don't have the energy to care about messy things. Elisha, you know us, we only see Reb in our eyes. I'm reading. Sister, I only joined the guild on the first day. Elisha, you know me, I only do tasks. Humph, look what I do, I'm only interested in the position of guild president. As Elisha finished looking around, Yuxian felt the sword on his neck harden a little harder, and Elisha's gaze at him began to become cold. Yuxian looked at the people who shirked away. Okay, one by one, if you can't save it, then everyone don't live. Elisha, it's me who is wrong, but everyone is eavesdropping, don't let them go after you clean me up. Facing Yuxian's request, Elisha nodded calmly, and then, you give me death. The goblin sword swept across and slapped on Yuxian's face, and the huge force made Yuxian turn 3 times and then lie on the ground. Seeing Yuxian being put down cleanly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were sorry for Yuxian, it was better to die than to die poorly. Then, it's your turn. The people who had not yet relaxed could not help but tremble when they heard this devil-like voice. Wait, Elisha, haven't you already been taught Yuxian? I don't know about you yet. Goblin Shining Sword. The shock wave swept through the hall, and a large group of people began to fall. It wasn't that no one resisted, but when Elisha dragged Natsu and Gray by their heads, all that remained was the idea of escape. However, the door was blocked by Elisha, and in order to avoid Elisha's poisonous hands, the second floor, which usually only S-rank magic guides could go to, was regarded as the only hope by everyone. Leo was the first to rush to the stairs, but at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, about to enter the second floor, a magic array blocked Leo's way. "Mr. Gang, you bastard, actually used the magic array to block the road. Open the door." "Don't. Elessa." "Ugh." As Leo's voice disappeared, Mist Gang and Laxus, who maintained the magic array, broke into a cold sweat, and the two looked at each other and had the same thought in their hearts: the angry Elessa is really terrible. Elfman was punched against the wall by Elessa, leaving a humanoid pit, and Kana's legs trembled a little when she watched this scene. Looking at her fallen companions, Kana suddenly had an idea and pretended to be dead. With so many people in the guild, it was impossible for Elessa to remember everyone who fell. "Just do it." Kana pretends to be attacked, and falls weakly on Lucy, who has been knocked unconscious. Well, it felt good, and Kana's hand on Lucy's chest was hard. Kana, who pretended to be dead with her eyes closed, did not notice that under her, Lucy's face turned red. In the corner, Harpy and Charlulu fainted with their tongues out, and Myra behind them could not retreat, and could only squeeze out a reluctant smile. "Elessa, you won't do that to me. In addition to you Xian, is there anyone in the guild who has a darker heart than you?" Myra. Looking at Myra, who had no ability to resist, and fainted against the wall with a look of fear, Elisha nodded with satisfaction. She had long wanted to do this. At the gate, Yu Xian, the first to be knocked down, opened his eyes slightly, and the tragedy of this scene was seen by Yu Xian. None of you are willing to share my sufferings." At this time, a flower pot was smashed near Yu Xian's head, and the dirt splashed. Yu Xian looked in the direction where the flower pot flew from, and it was Makarov who was also pretending to be dead. Feeling Yu Xian's gaze, Makarov silently turned his head to the other side and closed his eyes. Yu Xian also silently concentrated the soil, covered his head, and inserted a flower in his hand, and then kicked his legs and continued to pretend to be dead. The red-haired Grim Reaper began to sweep through the guild. "Kana, you're playing dead, aren't you? And you, Lucy?" Outside the guild, Jalal was holding on to the wall. His expression was a little distorted, and there was still pain between his legs, and he could see that Elessa was not light. Jalal slowly sat on the ground. Inside the wall, the screams were endless. "I didn't expect Elessa to become so violent in 7 years, but Jalal felt that he could withstand it." A citizen passed by the fairy tale, feeling the fights and screams in the guild, and the citizens had already seen it and left slowly. It seems that today is also the day that the fairy tale is removed. Chapter 039. Magnolia Daily. Yesterday there was chaos in Fairy Tale, but Fairy Tale kept the chaos firmly within the guild, and no citizens were harmed. Mr. Mayor highly praised Fairy Tale, which protected the safety of the citizens and the safety of their property. Makarov sighed, put the newspaper on the bar depressedly, and watched the guild members mend the door and hall. Fortunately, Elessa still had a sense of proportion, did not destroy the guild too much, just need to repair it. Yu Xian took the newspaper curiously, looked at it and smiled. "Oh, President, the mayor personally praised us. Why do you look unhappy? Is this praise? Isn't it? President, you forgot our last fight, but we tore this street in half. This time, we didn't even demolish the first floor of the guild. Isn't it a great improvement? Isn't it all because only Elisha does it alone?" Speaking of this, Makarov was also glad that Elisha did it, and changing others was definitely not as measured as Elessa, and at that time, it was not tinkering to finish. Makarov looked at Elisha and Jalal, who were sitting side by side in the hall, and suddenly said, "By the way, Yu Xian, leave the affairs of Jalal and Arusha to me, and I will communicate with the Magic Council and the Fiori Kingdom. What do you say, President?" Jalal has already met Elessa, and he is too lazy to care. But Arusha's affairs Yu Xian cared about, and he didn't forget that Arusha was still the upper level of the Dark Guild demon's heart. "Hehe, your kid is too young to know the dirtiness of those high-level, the affairs of the two of them can be big or small in the eyes of those high level is a matter of a word, rest assured to leave it to me. It sounds like neither the kingdom nor the magic council is clean. Yu Xian looked at the mother and daughter duo at the gate who were holding hands and were surprised by the current situation of the guild, and nodded. On the same day, Makarov took Jalal to Crocus, the capital of the Fiori kingdom, which is also the headquarters of the Council of Magic. Arusha, on the other hand, stayed behind to reveal what she knew about the Demon's Heart to the S-class magician. Devil's Heart Guild President, Hades. A powerful wizard over 100 years old, unfathomable in strength, mastering numerous lost magic, mainly using dark magic, Hades believes that the origin of magic is darkness. The purpose is to make Dark Magus Jelf the king of the world, thus getting closer to the abyss of magic. Hades' second purpose is to destroy Fairy Tale. Vice President, Bruno, magic is gravity magic. His goal is to find the grave of Mibis, the original leader of Fairy Tale, and from there are two other super magical fairy shines and fairy ball with Fairy Tale. In addition to President Hades and Vice President Bruno, the Heart of the Devil also has a team that only obeys Hades, and they are called the Seven Dependents of Purgatory. Arusha is the head of the Seven Dependents of Purgatory, and the other six are Zankro, and the magic mastered is God-killing magic Yan, which is more powerful than dragon-killing magic. Caprico, a goat-headed man, masters the lost magic human subordination, a magic that weakens humanity, and Arusha suspects that he has a relationship with the star spirit. Rastiros, magic is the arc of manifestation of lost magic, terrible magic that can transform imagination into reality. Hua Yuan, a fat man but strong in physical skills, magic is the lost magic ugly ginseng, you can use puppets to strengthen yourself alive and control the target. Azuma, magic is the lost magic arc of the tree that can dominate the magic in the earth. Melty, master the lost magic sinful feelings. From Urusha's mouth, I learned that most of the magic of the seven families of Purgatory was taught by Hades himself. Under the seven dependents of Purgatory are two elite members, one is a rooster monster named Kavaz and the other is a swordsman named Yumas. These are the combat power members of the Devil's Heart. Arusha finished her introduction. The atmosphere on the second floor also became heavy. I didn't expect that the Demon Heart was so powerful, this configuration was much stronger than the 6 demon generals. We can enlist the help of other guilds. Mist Gang already knew that the 3 guilds had jointly destroyed the 6 demon generals, so he thought of uniting with other guilds. Ilusha shook her head. According to the strength of the Demon Heart, only the elite of each guild can participate in the battle. What if other dark guilds take advantage of them to support us and raid their guild? Humph, why do we Goblin Tales need help from others, but unfortunately I don't know where their base camp is, otherwise I... Laxus's body flashed with electricity. Ulu didn't interject, she had just joined Fairy Tale, and she didn't know enough about Fairy Tale or Demon Heart. I can try to convince Melty to defect, there is a good chance of success. Arusha thought of Melty, the poor child who had been clinging to her. Then the rest of the people are hard bones. Arusha, what do you think of the winning rate between our president and Hades? Ilussa's idea is that as long as the highest combat power is solved, then the subsequent battles will be much easier. Arusha shook his head and said a message. Hades has the same super magic as the Law of the Goblins, called Law of the Devil. Hearing this, even Laxus's expression became heavy. He also held the Law of the Goblins, so he knew how terrifying this magic was. It could be said to be ruthless destruction magic. This is bad. Counting the guild leader, our S-level combat power is only 7, and our strongest Kildas is not in the guild yet. Feeling the pressure, Mr. Gang untied his black robe and revealed his face, which he had already revealed to his guild companions yesterday. Yu Xian, what do you think? Ilusha looked at Yu Xian, who had not spoken. Actually, we have a strong foreign aid. Yu Xian slowly said a name, Walad Sinkan. Of course, everyone knows who Yu Xian is talking about, Walad Sinkan, who is ranked 4th in the Holy 10 Magus. But why did he come? I heard that even the Magic Council is difficult to see him. Laxus questioned. Read more, Laxus, even the relationship between Vlad and our guild is not clear. How can you be embarrassed to be the guild leader? Yuxian teased Laxus. Looking at the puzzled eyes of several people, Yuxian spoke unhurriedly. It's about the life and death of Fairy Tale, and he will definitely come, because he is one of the 4 founders of Fairy Tale. Chapter 040. The Holy 10 Magi are the 10 best Magi rated by the Magic Council, and their strength is superior to ordinary S-class Magisters. However, there is also a gap between the Saint 10 Demon Guides, and the strength of the first 4 people is also far beyond the last 6, and it can be said that the strength of these 4 people has come out of the category of human beings. Is Walad Sinkin actually the founder of our guild? The surprise on Laxus's face flashed, and he returned to that arrogant expression, but in his heart, Laxus had decided to make up for the history of the guild so as not to be ridiculed by Yuxian again. Walad Sinkin's great name Ulu had heard of it, and 10 years earlier she was a candidate for the Holy 10. It turned out to be that one, and with the help of Mr. Volode, our strength has also been greatly strengthened. Ilusha was one of the few people in the guild who knew about the relationship between Walad and Fairy Tale, so, do you need to go ahead and invite that senior? Do you want to wait for the guild leader to come back? Arusha is with us now. Without gathering all the people, the Devil's Heart should not be able to move yet. Before the 6 demon generals were destroyed, the dark guilds may find a way to prevent the light guilds from uniting with each other. Then we have to remind the other guilds. Looking at the few people who were talking, Yuxian didn't say a word. In his opinion, it is difficult to say who is stronger between Warlord and Hades. After all, both of them are the founders of Fairy Tale. The base camp of the Ghosts Dominators. The grand guilds of the past are gone, replaced by ruins and members who have fallen to the ground without knowing whether they are alive or dead, and the sporadic sounds of battle remind you of what is happening here. Flame extinguishing god magic burns out. The black flame quickly evaporated the water, and a mournful scream came out of the stream, and Jubia of the ghost 4 elemental water fell, and a painful sound came out of his mouth. The blonde man extinguished the black flame and stepped on Jubia. Listening to Jubia's screams, the blonde man laughed proudly. Zankro, you laugh so badly. I want you to take care of it, Azuma. Zankro stopped laughing, looked at the battlefield. There were only 2 battles left, and said dissatisfied, what is the Hwayuan doing? It has not been done yet. It really disgraces the face of our 7 dependents of purgatory. That iron dragon still has strength, but it's a pity that he was caught off guard by us, and he won't last long. Caprico of the goat's head walked up. Caprico's words were quickly confirmed. The fat figure slammed into the person on the ground. Geigeru spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the bones in his body seemed to be shattered, and he was no longer able to resist. The fat Hwayuan stood up, grabbed Geigeru, who was powerless to resist, with his left hand, and grabbed his head to raise Geigeru's whole person high. Then Hwayuan clenched his fist in his right hand and bombarded Geigeru's body with one punch after another, and blood splattered everywhere, like hitting a large doll. Soon, Geigeru, covered in blood, lost consciousness. Hwayuan threw it hard and threw the unconscious Geigeru into the only remaining battlefield. As the comatose Geigeru fell, the remaining battlefield also stopped fighting. Your last subordinate didn't hold on, and you still don't agree with us to cooperate with us? Joseph. They. Old man in pitch black armor had a fierce look with mockery in his eyes. Joseph looked at the bloody Geigeru and gritted his teeth and replied, Hades, you bastard. An hour ago, the Devil's Heart suddenly launched an attack on the Ghost's Dominator, catching the Ghost's Dominator by surprise. The main force of the Ghost, the 4 elements, was directly killed by 3. Facing Hades, who claimed to be the leader of the Demon Heart, and the 7 dependents of Purgatory, Joseph was terrified and even planned to escape. However, Hades did not know to use some kind of magic to seal the entire ghost base camp, so that the people inside could not get out, and the outside did not know what was happening inside. Hades said he had come to work with the Ghost Dominator. Joseph could only bite the bullet and listen to Hades' collaboration. Hades asks the Ghost Dominator to enter Magnolia in the name of supporting Fairy Tale, and then launch an attack on Fairy Tale, and their demonic hearts attack at the same time. Joseph immediately refused, attacking Fairy Tale with the ghost's strength damaged and simply sending him to death. And Hades also launched an attack without mercy, and for a while the ghost base camp turned into purgatory. Turn my ghost into this, you don't want to cooperate at all. Dark magic, soul devouring. Joseph kicked Gageru aside and attacked Hades, whose purple-black magic turned into two demons and pounced on Hades. Dark magic, dark chains. In the face of Joseph's attack, Hades moved unhurriedly. The two demons were entangled in pitch-black chains, and in a fierce scream, they were torn to pieces by the chains. Joseph sank his face, also dark magic. Hades' magic was far higher than him. Hades floated in the air, looking at Joseph condescendingly, his eyes full of mockery. Joseph, in fact, I never wanted to cooperate with you, I just wanted to destroy the Ghost Dominator, and by the way, give a warning to the other light guilds. Who let you join forces to destroy the 6 demon generals? We will be laughed at if we don't do it. It turned out to be revenge. Joseph knew that he was less fierce. Looking at Gageru, who was still breathing, Joseph made a decision in his heart and then laughed. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Hades was puzzled, could it be that he was scared crazy? I'm laughing at myself, people like me would actually make this kind of decision, ha 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 ha. Joseph's face was hideous, and the magic power of his whole body gushed out, forming a hurricane of magic. Hades was no longer as relaxed as before, he could sense what Joseph was going to do, but he didn't care. Let's die together. Dark magic death storm. As a Saint 10 Magus, Joseph's magic power burst out with all his strength, and purple cracks appeared on his body, which was to die with the demon's heart. The purple-black hurricane swept through the ghost base camp, and the explosion sounded like firecrackers, and the explosion sounded continuously. The 4 members of the 7 dependents of Purgatory were forced to retreat continuously by the sweeping magic. Rumble. Hades' magic to block the ghost base camp was broken, and large pieces of rubble mixed with 2 figures were blown out of the guild by the hurricane, and they did not know where to fall. Eventually, with Joseph's loud laughter, the ghostly ruler disappeared into the world. The smoke cleared, and Hades and the other 4 were unharmed within the magic barrier. Hades lifted the barrier and looked at the huge pit in the ground expressionlessly, with emotion in his eyes. Let's go. Forests outside Magnolia. Reb carried a small basket on her back and a scythe in her hand, and walked into the forest alone. She took on a medicinal task and needed to take some medicinal herbs on the outskirts of the forest. Putting a herb in the basket, Reb looked around, as if she had heard something. Suddenly, a man covered in blood appeared from the forest, and the timid Reb fell to the ground in fright. At Reb's scream, the man fell to the ground and did not move. Reb plucks up the courage to come to the man's side and discovers that he has the guild crest of the Ghost Dominator tattooed on him. Help us, came. A weak voice from behind Rebbe, a woman with long blue hair. Chapter 041. Newly installed guild gate. We'll be back as soon as possible. Ilusa, Naz, Gray, and Lucy were carrying luggage. A few S-class wizards had originally discussed, and Ilusha went to ask Walad. However, Natsu learns from an unnamed Mr. Gray that Ilusha is going to meet a Saint 10 Magus. So how did Gray know? An unnamed ice magi is now regretting his big mouth. So after some hard bubbles, Natsu and Gray, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, hugged Ilusa's thighs and finally got Ilusa to agree to let them go along. As for the last Lucy, Ilusa doesn't care anymore, anyway, she brought Natsu and Gray. It's been a good ride. Yuxian said goodbye to Ilusa, but what he thought in his heart was the opposite. With Natsu here, trouble must be indispensable along the way. The door of the guild was pushed open, and Yuxian couldn't help but look out and put away his smile. Trouble has come to the door. Outside the gate, a petite girl and a weak blue-haired woman, two women struggled to carry a man covered in blood. Iron Dragon. Jubia. Ilusa doesn't know the two who were brought back by Rebi, but Natsu and Grey do, and they used to get along well in the cat's dormitory. Grey held Jubia, but Jubia fainted in Grey's arms. Natsu hurriedly helped Geijiru. The severe pain in his body made Geijiru already fall into a semi-comatose state, but he recognized the smell of Natsu and spoke in a daze. "Is it a fire dragon? It's a shame for you to see this embarrassed look of me." Yuxian observed the injuries of the two. Jubia is okay, the injury is serious but not yet life-threatening, and now the body is close to the limit and faints. But Geijiru is much more serious. As an Iron Dragon Slayer, he can make himself as hard as steel. But now one fist mark after another on Geijiru's body can already tell the point. His bones were shattered, and his internal organs were hit hard several times. Ilusha, who is experienced in battle, can see Geijiru's injuries at a glance. "Geijiru, how could you and Jubia be hurt like this?" "The dominator of the ghost, gone." "What?" "The ghost's ruler has been eliminated." After Mr. Gang arranged a defensive magic array for the guild, he came back and heard the news that the ghost had been destroyed, and he was a little shocked for a while. Laxus on the side was silent. Yuxian nodded. Only 2 members, Geijiru and Jubia, escaped, and the remaining members, including Joseph the Holy Ten Magus, were wiped out. According to Geijiru, only 4 of the Hades and the 7 families of Purgatory attacked the ghosts, and none of them gave their full strength. For the ghost dominators, Yuxian has studied them. After all, it is a guild that has 100 years of grudge with Fairy Tail. Maybe one day it will be right. Yuxian concluded that in addition to the ghost guild leader Joseph, Laxus of his own guild could single out the dominator of the entire ghost. According to Geijiru's recollections, in addition to him and Joseph, the other members of the ghost were basically killed by the 7 dependents of Purgatory. In this way, it is impossible to infer the upper limit of their strength, but what can be confirmed is that the 7 dependents of Purgatory may all be at the level of Laxus. But how many of us are better than Laxus? And there are 2 stronger enemies, Hades and Bruno. By the way, Arusha has already set out to plot against Melty. If it is successful, there will only be 5 of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, and our pressure will be reduced. Yuxian suddenly thought, Arusha suspected that the goat-headed Caprico was related to the star spirit, and might be able to find clues from the star spirit. In the guild hall, Yuxian saw Leo at a glance, and he was rarely alone today. "Leo, do you have a star spirit related to goats in your star spirit world?" "Goats? I don't know, I just know that Caprico guy has a goat's head, but he hasn't returned to the astral spirit world 17 years ago." Leo scratched his head. Capricorn is the only star spirit in the golden zodiac that can compete with him for the first place, but unfortunately he has disappeared, and he is also trapped in the world. "Caprico? Isn't that one of the 7 dependents of Purgatory?" Yuxian took out the portrait of the 7 dependents of Purgatory and showed it to Leo, which was described by Arusha and completed by Rebi. "Isn't this Capricorn? But his state doesn't look right." In several portraits, Leo recognized the identity of Caprico with a goat's head at a glance. He is now a member of the Dark Guild Demon's Heart, and the Demon's Heart may be working against us lately. Yuxian tells Leo about the impending crisis of the guild. Leo moron, he could understand that Yuxian was hiding this matter. Enemies like Caprico, ordinary members have only one way to die against him, not to mention that there are several such enemies. As much as he wanted to help, Leo knew he couldn't do anything right now. "I'm just a star that can't return to the sky." Looking at Leo, who looked lonely, Yuxian clapped his hands. "Leo, I heard that the contract rules of the Star Spirit realm can be changed. That's right, but at least 6 golden star spirits need to issue a suggestion, otherwise the Star Spirit King will not agree. Guess how many golden keys Lucy has now? Taurus, Aquarius, the Aries, Gemini, and Scorpio obtained after defeating Angel. Does Lucy actually have 5 golden keys? Speaking of this, Leo smiled. Although he was dying, he was still sincerely happy for Lucy. A magic guide who cherishes the star spirit, Leo is a little envious of Lucy's star spirits, but it is a pity that he has no chance. A burst of golden light flashed, attracting Leo's attention. It was the golden key in Yuxian's hand. Yuxian, you also have the golden key. I wanted to sell it to Lucy, but her family seems to be bankrupt, so I kept it, but unfortunately I can't sell it. Sell it to me. 10 million J. Why don't you grab it? Am I just robbing? Damn it, you profiteer. After some haggling, Leo bought the golden key for 4 million J. The transaction was completed, and Yuxian showed a treacherous smile. What Yuxian didn't tell Leo was that Lucy had more than 2 golden keys when she was staying at the cat's stay. Use 2 golden keys, and that's because Lucy's magic can only support her to use 2 golden keys. After receiving Angier's keys, Lucy has more than 5 golden keys. Leo looked at Cancer, who helped Lucy with her hair, and Virgo standing on the side wearing a maid outfit, and her blood pressure suddenly soared. Yuxian, you profiteer, give me back my money. On that day, with the help of Lucy, Leo, who had been silent for many years, regained its shining starlight. Chapter 042. Boys, I'm back. The door was pushed open, and it was Makarov and Gerald who entered the guild hall, and the lively atmosphere came to their face. Welcome home, President. Oh, isn't this Lord Warrior Jalal? Warrior Gerald? Who is he? I haven't been in the guild these 2 days. Illus's man, you know. What? That really deserves the title of warrior. I have to toast him. Listening to the discussion of everyone all the way, the corners of Gerald's mouth twitched, and he and Makarov came to the bar. Yuxian watched Makarov expertly jump on the bar. I said, President, do you know that a big event happened yesterday? Makarov, who had returned to the guild happily, became serious after hearing Yuxian's words. The ruler of the ghost was destroyed by the heart of the demon. I know. The destruction of the ghostly ruler caused an uproar in the wizarding world. It is not that the Light Guild will be destroyed by the Dark Guild has not happened, but this is the first time that the guild with the Holy 10 Demon Wizard has been destroyed. The Magic Council was furious about this, but they were helpless against this naked retaliation. Due to the deterrence of this matter, most guilds have adopted a defensive attitude, and it is difficult to organize guild alliances again. President, how are things going with Gerald and Urusha? Compared to the threat of the Devil's Heart, Urusha is more important in Yuxian's heart. After all, the fairy tale can't be beaten and can be opened, but Urusha cannot. Makarov glanced at Jalal, sighed, and said, the destruction of the ghost is a good thing for the 2 of them. After Makarov took Jalal to explain to the Council of Magic about him and Urusha, the attitude of the councillors was different. Some councillors believed that Jalal and Urusha should be punished with felonies, but they were serious violations of the prohibition of the Council of Magic. Some lawmakers believed that the 2 were also victims, and that they did not cause significant damage and should be given light punishments. Others thought that the incident should be covered up, which was a major scandal for the Magic Council. For a while, there was a lot of noise within the council. However, after the news that the Ghost Dominator had been wiped out by the Devil's Heart, all the councillors changed their attitudes, and they unanimously agreed that Jalal and Urusha were misdemeanors. In the case of Jalal, the Senate retained his status as a member. But Jalal needs to house the laborers of each Tower of Paradise and pay them enough compensation. Urusha, on the other hand, must leave the Council of Magic and help deal with the Demon's Heart in order to redeem her mistakes. These 2 punishments can be said to be quite light, and if they were to be sentenced to life imprisonment according to the law of the council. So it's settled. Yu Xian didn't believe that those state councillors would talk so well. Makarov showed a deep smile. Sometimes, in the eyes of those high-ranking people, there is no difference between one person and 1,000 people, it is just a number in the report. Jalal was sentenced lightly because they were frightened by the heart of the devil, and they were afraid that one day the heart of the devil would also come to the door. So a powerful magus is needed to sit in the council. As for the light sentence against Arusha, it is because of your relationship with Arusha and the strength you showed in the regular meeting. They are not willing to offend a powerful wizard for Arusha at this time. Of course, Makarov's mediation was also indispensable, and the council also did not dare to underestimate the identity of the Holy Ten Magus and the leader of Fairy Tale. Unexpectedly, the condition that made the Magic Council judge Jalal and Arusha lightly was actually strength. Yu Xian sneered, in the end, it depends on who has the biggest fist. But fortunately, Jalal and Arusha can appear in the future. However, Yu Xian knew that such a punishment could not let Jalal and Arusha cross the hurdle in their hearts. Good people do things that hurt others, and unless they forgive themselves, the pain in their hearts will stay with them for the rest of their lives. Jalal, what are your plans for the future? I heard from the council that the 5-6 demon generals who were captured were also victims of the Tower of Paradise. Jalal remembers that Heto, one of the 6 devils, is his friend's biological brother. You want to help them? Yu Xian anticipated what Jalal was going to do. I have applied to the council to form a guild to deal with the Dark Guild, and the members will recruit those criminals who can be recovered so that they can atone for their mistakes. Good idea. What is the name of the guild going to be? The Sin of the Witch. Sure enough, the witch's sin appeared, and this guild created by Arusha in the original plot is now created in advance by Jalal, but... Jalal, you are a man, why is the guild called the Crime of Witches? You don't have a problem with it, do you? Does Alyssa know? In the dark forest, a huge spaceship is parked on the ground, and technicians are maintaining the spacecraft. The little pink-haired girl in the red cloak walked around the spaceship expressionlessly, but the patrolling guards did not stop it, but were very respectful to the little girl. Just because of the identity of the little girl, the heart of the demon Purgatory 7 dependents, Melty. Lord Melty, someone is approaching the spaceship. A guard hurriedly reported. Melty's eyes flashed murderously, making the guards tremble. The reason why the heart of the demon is mysterious, this spaceship is indispensable. Who would have thought that this fierce dark guild, the base camp, will be in the sky? And today, Meoman, dressed in white, came to the spacecraft with a familiar posture, as if he knew that today was the day of the spacecraft's maintenance. Melty flew down and landed in front of the woman, and after seeing the woman clearly, joy appeared on her originally expressionless face. Arusha. Melty hugged Arusha and coquettishly treated her. I'm back, Melty. Melty hugged herself, and Arusha reached out and touched Melty's little head, looking at her with a look of enjoyment. Arusha sighed silently in her heart, only at this time, Melty was like a 13-year-old girl, not cold like a machine. Arusha, you can stay for a few days this time. Melty's lovely eyes look up at Arusha, she loves to be with Arusha, but Arusha is always sent out by Hades. Melty, come with me. Melty's eyes were full of doubt, and Hades asked her to guard the spaceship, but now Arusha asked Melty to go with her. Melty, who always followed orders, didn't know who to listen to for a moment. Arusha, if I heard correctly, are you trying to take Melty away? This is a betrayal. The man with glasses fell from the sky and brushed his silver hair with his hand. Arusha looked at the silver-haired man and pulled Melty behind her, knowing that a vicious battle would follow. The person who came was the 7 dependents of Purgatory, Rastalus, who mastered the art of lost magic and manifestation. Arusha knew that Lastalos's strength could not do anything to her, but the arc of manifestation that could be imagined into reality was enough to hold Arusha for a long time. A quick fix. Chapter 043. In the jungle of roses and thorns turned into ice. The Arc of Manifestation, Golden Shield. The embarrassed Rastallo's left hand transformed into a golden shield, blocking the ice thorns that whipped towards him. Before Rastallo's could breathe a sigh of relief, another large thorn surrounded Rastallo's. Abominable! When will that woman do styling magic? The Arc of Appearance, the Wings of Pegasus. A pair of wings grew on the back of Rastallo's and flew into the sky, avoiding the encirclement of ice thorns. Arc of Time Growth. Arusha's cold voice sounded, and the ice thorns suddenly became extremely huge, soaring into the sky, and knocking Rastallo's in the air into the ground again. Looking at Rastallo's, who was knocked back to the ground and dragged by giant ice thorns, Arusha breathed a sigh of relief. Rastallo's Arc of Manifestation is a powerful magic with harsh conditions, which requires high requirements for the user's magic, imagination, and attention. As long as one of the three conditions is missing, the user's combat power will be greatly reduced. As the leader of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, Arusha knew everything about Rastallo's, and immediately launched the ice-shaped rose garden to trap Rastallo's. Trapped by the rose garden, Rastallo's not only had to face ice thorns in all directions, but also had to resist Arusha's attacks, so he could not concentrate and suffered a big loss. That's the importance of intelligence. Melty, come with me. Arusha smiled at Melty, only Melty, who Arusha wanted to save the most. Melty had been watching the battle from the sidelines, not meddling in the battle between Arusha and Rastallo's, and her heart was very tangled. But Lord Hades! Leave them alone, let's leave together and live a normal life. Looking at Arusha's earnest eyes, Melty was shaken, but at the thought of Hades' cruelty to the betrayer, Melty was determined that Arusha could not be made a traitor, and Hades would kill her. Sinful feelings, Sinland. The invisible sword of darkness burst out from under Arusha's feet and pierced into Arusha's body, which was defenseless against Melty, a magic that can directly attack the nerves of the human body. The stabbed Arusha suddenly did not feel the presence of her body, and she was about to fall down shakily, and was held up by Melty. Looking at Arusha's surprised eyes, Melty was full of apologies. Well done, Melty. As Arusha lost control of his body, Rastallo's escaped from the rose garden. This damn traitor! Rastallo's showed an iron rod and was about to hit Arusha. Sinful feelings, sinful rays. The violent light suddenly emitted, catching Rastallo's by surprise, and although Melty did not have killing intent, it still made Rastallo's embarrassed a lot. Melty, what do you mean? Rastallo's had a scowl on his face. Arusha didn't betray the guild, you guys were just fighting. As if hearing a joke, after all, just a 13-year-old child, naive, is this a betrayal of you thinking that you can fool around in the name of competition? Voluptuous with the guardian beast, Swift Wind. A huge minotaur in armor suddenly appeared behind Melty and grabbed Melty. Rastallo's jumped on the minotaur's arm and pinched Melty's face. Little brat, I'll give you a long memory today. Rastallo's snapped his fingers, and the minotaur took Melty's hand and began to push hard. Ugh! Melty cried out in pain. Ha ha ha, thank me kid, if you meet Hades, your punishment will only be heavier than this. Amid the laughter of Rastallo's, Melty's screams continued to rise. Arc of Time Radiance. A huge pillar of light rose from under the Minotaur's feet, penetrating the Minotaur let out a wail, the hand holding Melty was released, and the white figure jumped up to catch Melty. Seeing Arusha suddenly regain his mobility, he was not surprised. Melty's nerve blockade was not impossible to break through, but the price was forcibly break free of the blockade. Can your body still support the next battle? Arusha. Melty was in Arusha's arms, feeling the trembling of Arusha's body, which was the price of forcibly breaking through the nerve blockade, and Arusha's body would be weak for a long time. Looking at Melty's reproachful expression, Arusha just touched Melty's head gently. Arusha doesn't blame Melty for what she did to her, she knows the shadow Hades left in Melty's heart. Don't worry, Melty, let's go together. Arusha took out a card and smiled, which was still given to her by Yugen on Garna Island. Melty didn't know why, but she just needed to be with Arusha, alive or dead. Arc of Manifestation, Tower of Empire. Rasteros raised his hands, and the huge tower enveloped Arusha and Melty, and dangerous magic converged in the tower. Go and die both of you. Rasteros waved his hands. Thundered. The tower exploded violently from top to bottom, doubling the power of each explosion on the next floor. Feeling Melty hugging herself, Arusha smiled triumphantly. Trap card Sacred Shield. In the devastated dark forest, another spaceship landed here. Several figures came to the ruined Rasteros, who showed a pleading look. Zankro sneered and kicked Rasteros' right leg, and Rasteros' remaining limbs were separated from his body. Rasteros went mad in pain and let out a roar, his remaining torso twisting in pain. So you're not dead yet? Rasteros. It's better if this waste is still dead. Let him tell him what happened here before he dies. Then take him back first and let Lord Hades deal with it. Lighten up, Hua Yuan, don't shake off his parts. Forget it, he's useless anyway. Magnolia is not far away. Melty, we're all right. After walking between life and death, Melty now feels afraid, crying and crying. After all, it is just a child. Arusha soothed Melty gently. Oh, little girl, don't cry, you will be happy if you eat a candy. A cloaked uncle passed by, looked at the crying Melty, grabbed a handful of candy from the package and handed it to Melty. Melty looked at Arusha and nodded and took the candy. Thank you. After some conversation, the uncle learned that the two were going to Magnolia and said that he would go with them. Arusha knew that this uncle saw that she was weak and had a child, and was afraid that they would have an accident, which was really a kind uncle. Coming to the gate of Magnolia, Arusha just wanted to thank her uncle, when a shrill alarm sounded. Emergency alert, Magnolia will turn on Kilda's mode, please move to the designated location. Repeat, the city will turn on the Kilda's model, and citizens will be asked to move to designated locations. Chapter 044. Arusha looked at the city that was beginning to deform, revealing only a wide road that divided the city in half. Does the city still have this function? Among the running citizens, someone saw Arusha and Melty, who were traveling with their uncle, and shouted to them, "Hey! Two girls over there, get out of that man! He's dangerous!" Arusha was shocked. Was this city transformed to deal with this man? The uncle looked at Arusha, who was wary of him, and showed an embarrassed smile. "Who are you and what is your purpose?" "Hey! My name is Kilda's, fairy tale." Sure enough, it's the enemy. Arusha was a bit of a dilemma. Now she was weak and could not exert much strength, in case this man was against them. Kilda's looked at Arusha, who had a changed expression, and felt a little familiar. This girl named Arusha was very similar to one of his deceased friends. Just as Arusha wanted Melty to escape first, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "Tears, you're back." Yuxian appeared beside Arusha with a grin, making Arusha's hanging heart relax. "So you know each other, Yuxian." Kilda's hooked Yuxian's shoulder, and the two said hello. "I came out to buy some snacks, just in time for you to come back." "Arusha, this is Kilda's, the strongest magus of our fairy tale." Arusha wondered why the city was so wary of fairy tale since Kilda's was the wizard of fairy tale. Ha ha ha, hearing this question, Kilda's smiled awkwardly again. Yuxian explains to Arusha that Kilda's has a bad habit of always unconsciously destroying the buildings around him, and Kilda's magic is a superior destruction magic, crushing magic. After Kilda's accidentally destroyed the city many times, the mayor was afraid that one day Kilda's would accidentally destroy Magnolia, and in a painful decision, the mayor came to a large-scale transformation of the city, creating a Kildas model specifically for Kildas. Arusha listened and didn't know what to say. Compared to the Dark Guild, it seems that fairy tale is more harmful to this city. She's melty. Yuxian saw the little girl who was hostile to him. What is your relationship with Arusha? Melty sensed that Arusha had a special feeling for Yuxian, and she was suddenly afraid that she would lose Arusha. Melty, Yuxian and I are friends, and we can return safely because of his cards. Arusha stroked Melty's little head. Melty didn't speak, but still stared at Yuxian. Yuxian opened the snack bag in his hand. Candy? Melty. Don't. Eat it, tears. Drink soda? Melty. Don't. Then you take it, tears. Melty, Candy Man eats or not? Forget it, give tears. Arusha looked at the snack in her hand, and then at the bulging Melty. Okay, Yuxian, don't tease Melty. Melty took the sugar man handed by Arusha and took a bite, and the sweet taste reached the bottom of her heart from her mouth. This is something that has never been experienced before in the heart of the devil, where there is only darkness and coldness. Is this the life of a normal person? I can eat something so sweet every day. Melty looked at the small wooden stick in her hand. The sugar man on it had already eaten, and she suddenly regretted that she had eaten so quickly. Another sugar man, Melty size, shook and stuffed it in her hand. Melty looked up. It was the smiling Yuxuan, and Arusha and the uncle were smiling at her. Melty looked at the sugar man stunnedly, stuck out her tongue and licked it. It was so sweet. Tears couldn't stop falling from Melty's face, and then she cried even more while holding Arusha. Hey, Yuxian, you made her cry. Don't say this, what should I do? I don't have children, how do I know what to do? Kana will cry if you say that. What does this have to do with Kana? I hope you can say the same by then. You two men shut up for me. Kildas, fight with me. Ha ha ha, next time, Naz. Lucy was amazed to see Natsu being casually thrown into the wall by the man named Kildas. I thought that Alusha was easy enough to deal with Natsu, but I didn't expect that there was even easier. Whose general is this? Wendy, I brought you a new friend, her name is Melty. Yuxian introduces Melty to Wendy. Hello Melty, my name is Wendy and I am 12 years old. Melty was a little overwhelmed by Wendy's enthusiasm, and it took a long time for her to say, my name is Melty, 13 years old. Wendy was happy, although everyone in the guild treated her well, it was better to have a peer who pulled Melty and went to play with Charlulu. Arusha felt that Melty would soon be able to integrate into this enthusiastic guild, and felt very happy, and moved closer to Yuxian beside him. Yuxian felt Jianying's approach, silently stretched out his hand, and grabbed Arusha's hand. 10 years ago, they were like this, holding hands and escaping the institute together. It's great that 10 years later, they still have the opportunity to hold hands. Kildas looked at Yuxian and the two, sighed that it was good to be young, and then looked at the hall boredly. A woman with short hair appeared in Kildas's eyes, and she was staring at Arusha, who was delicate and crooked, and Kildas felt that the woman was very familiar. It's really strange that today I actually saw two women who looked a lot like their dead old friends. Kildas felt he should go for a drink. Are you Kildas? Ulu looked at the man who took the glass from Myra's hand and asked uncertainly. It's really you, Kildas, I thought it was the same name. Ulu didn't know when he took off his shirt. This bold personality, undressing without saying a word, Kildas somehow said the name of his dead old friend. Ulu. Hey, you didn't forget my name, I thought you had Alzheimer's. Yu's palm slapped heavily on Kildas. It was this power, and Kildas was absolutely sure that this was Ulu. Ha ha ha, it turned out that Yuxian did it, that kid really can do it. Kildas learned about Garna Island from Ulu. I haven't seen you for many years, you are still 28 years old, but I am already in my 40s, it is really not forgiving years. Yuxian listened to the conversation between Kildas and Ulu, and suddenly had a question in his heart. My mother is 28 years old, my daughter is 21 years old, I am 20 years old, what should I call them in the future? Chapter 045. Little Makarov, the current guild is really good, it has the appearance of Mibis back then. Senior Volode, if you are satisfied. Hey, little Makarov really grew up, he used to call me uncle, but now he calls me senior. Uncle Volode, after all, I am also the president now, so I still have to pay attention to my identity. Hey, in a blink of an eye, you are also old, I still remember when you were a child and you were spanked by your father, and it was sad to cry. Is it good to save me some face in front of the juniors? Green hair, broccoli-like hairstyle, face and neck almost connected, plus light grey skin, make Walod's whole person look like an old tree. In this way, it is difficult for Walod to make people think that this kind old man who loves to joke will be an extremely powerful magician. Especially now he is constantly breaking news about Makarov's interesting facts. Listening to Volod's big revelation of Makarov's childhood embarrassment, Yuxian couldn't help but laugh, and then Kildas also laughed, and the second floor was filled with laughter for a while. The only one who was unhappy was Makarov, he blushed, and after today, his modest majesty in the guild would probably drop a few points. Enough, it's time to get down to business. Laxus made a cold face and stopped everyone, completely forgetting that he had just laughed happily. Ahem, although you all know it, let me officially introduce you, this is one of the founders of our fairy tale, now the Holy Ten Magister, Walod Sinkin. Makarov introduced with a straight face, as if he wanted to regain some majesty. Hello, I was surprised when little Ilusa came to me, I thought little Makarov had died, but it scared me. Volod joked with Makarov, without the majesty of the Holy Ten Magus. Of course, the joked Makarov did not either. Arusha brought back Melty and solved Rastiros, and now there are only 4 of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. Now that the guild has Volod seniors to help and Jelal to assist, we may be able to try to take the initiative. Yes, according to Arusha's analysis, with Hades' character, he will definitely go to that spaceship to find out the reason for the failure of Rastiros. That is, we can raid the heart of the devil. Ilusha began to arrange tactics, and in Fairy Tale, Ilusa's commander has the best sense of commander and can always remain calm and look for countermeasures, so everyone also agrees with Ilusha's arrangement. We already know the enemy's magical information, as long as we do a good target, we can quickly solve the remaining 4 members of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. That vice-guild leader, Bruno, who uses heavy strike magic, will be handed over to Kildas to deal with, and with Kildas' strength, he may be able to end the battle before we defeat the 7 dependents of Purgatory. The most troublesome is Hades, according to Arusha and Melty, the lost magic mastered by the 7 families of Purgatory is taught by Hades, which means that this Hades' understanding of magic is far above us. And Hades also has a kind of super magic like our law of goblins, so our ordinary members better stay away from Hades' battlefield. I can only ask the guild leader to hold him down first, and after we solve the demon heart and the others, we will destroy Hades together. Is this the default I can't beat Hades? Makarov was a little unconvinced, but thinking of Hades, who mastered a lot of magic, was indeed quite tricky. Makarov sighed, I don't know where the 2nd generation president has gone, his understanding of magic must be far beyond Hades. Haha, maybe Presido has fallen into the abyss of magic a long time ago. Walod quipped. Presido Gelberg, together with Mibis, Makarov's grandfather Yuri and Volod, created Fairy Tale. After the death of Mibis, he became the 2nd president of Fairy Tale. During Presido's tenure as guild president, Fairy Tale developed rapidly, and his study of magic gave the guild a solid foundation, and Makarov was deeply taught by him. When Makarov was 40 years old, Presido was given the post of president. Presido believed that Makarov could make the guild prosper. After leaving office, Presido chose to travel the world to discover the mysteries of magic, and has never been heard from since. Makarov recalled the second president and did not know where the amiable old man had gone. Yuxian looked at Makarov's expression and pouted, "Now he can't see Presido, I hope you won't be scared when it will attack the demon's heart." After some discussion, Ilus's arrangement was recognized by everyone, and Jalal also said that his witch's crime could join the battle. The current witch sin, except for Jalal, the guild leader, there are only 5 members, that is, the 5 of the 6 demon generals. Yuxian was also curious to ask Jalal how he let them join the witch's sin. But Jalal only returned Yuxian's unfathomable expression. Later, Yuxian learned that Jalal willingly joined the witch's sin through physical means and voluntarily atone. This battle, in addition to us, you can also bring some members, there will be a miraculous effect. In everyone's doubtful gazes, Yuxian smiled. Pitch black forest. The wreckage of the original dilapidated ship has disappeared and been replaced by a magic-driven mechanical fortress with a huge muzzle hiding destructive magic shells that technicians are debugging. Caprico and Huayuan are now watching all this from the spaceship, and as high-ranking officials, of course, they don't have to do these little things. I didn't expect that the dominant master of the ghost actually had such a war machine. It seems that I wanted to deal with fairy tale, but Joseph provoked, and finally cheapened us. In other words, Rastiros is really miserable, being stuffed into the fortress as a magical energy, it is better to die. Isn't it merciful to fail to stop the defection of Arusha and Melty, and to let the spaceship be destroyed, and Lord Hades let him live? Caprico, who was chatting with the courtyard, suddenly looked at the forest not far away, and he felt the breath of déjà vu. Found something? Caplico. A little bug, I'll go get him on his way. Huayuan looked at Caplico, who was quickly leaving, and continued to look down at the low-level members carrying the heavy loads of the spacecraft. He did not think that Caplico would have an accident. Under a large tree, Lucy was tied to the trunk and kept greeting Yuxian in her heart, "Why should I be the bait? Just because my surname is Hatphilia. You won't meet a bear or a wolf." In Lucy's worries, a goat-headed man emerges from the forest and approaches her, upsetting Lucy. Hatphilia. The first time the goat-headed man saw Lucy, he knew Lucy's last name. The goat-headed man's attention was on Lucy, who seemed to take a fancy to Lucy's last name, not noticing that the hidden magic array around him had blocked the place. "Whether you are Hatphilia or not, you have to die here today." The goat-headed man's eyes were fierce, but they turned into struggle. "No, I can't hurt her. This is the convention." Lucy looked at the man who began to smoke the horn, a little scared. "So close to me, can't it be infected?" After some convulsions, the goat-head looked at Lucy again. Quadruple magic array dream. Thunder Dragon Exterminator Magic Thunder Dragon Jaw. The sudden magic array made Caprico drowsy, and his thunder-entwined fists slammed into Caprico's body. A golden key on Lucy's waist flashes, and Leo appears. Leo shine. The light hit Caprico's body. In Caprico's cry of pain, a figure gradually appeared from Caprico's body. Chapter 046. Under the front and rear blows of Zeus and Leo, Caprico soon lost his support and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Mist Gang immediately added a magic array and suppressed Caprico to death. Unable to move, Caprico struggled in pain, and a man with an explosive head separated from Caprico, looking at several people with a terrified face. The man with the explosive head shivered, looking terrified. Mist Gang stepped forward and pulled the explosive head aside, comforting him. "There is actually a person." Leo looked at the person separated from Caprico's body and wondered, how did Caprico put a large living person into his body? "What did you do to him?" Laxus thought it was a good thing for Caprico to do. Temperamental, he grabbed Caprico's horns, forcing Caprico, who could not resist, to raise his head. Caprico did not answer Laxus's question. His body was gradually surrounded by dots of starlight, which was a sign that the star spirit was about to return to the star spirit realm. Caprico looked at Leo, his mouth closed one by one, making a faint sound. Leo could only look down and listen. Finally. Freedom? Laxus and Leo looked at each other. Could it be that Caprico was enslaved? So who was the person who enslaved him? Could it be the explosive head? Laxus and Leoton felt bad. The explosive head that was originally crying, a hand of magic suddenly attacked Mr. Gang, but was blocked by Mr. Gang with a magic wand. His kindness does not mean that he is defenseless. The explosive head did not expect Mr. Gang to react so quickly, and his attack did not cause any damage, but the explosive head also took the opportunity to bypass Mr. Gang and went straight to Leo. Human subordination and integration. The pitch-black rays hit Leo, and Leo felt that his body was losing control of himself, as if he was being manipulated by another person. In an instant, Leo understood that Caprico had been taken by the explosive head. No wonder he had not returned to the star spirit realm for 17 years. Ha ha ha, although you lose a Capricorn, it's not bad to get a Leo. Leo's body moves backwards uncontrollably, and behind him is the explosive head, and the two are about to merge into one. A card fluttered and landed on almost in Leo's head. Magic card fusion unloaded. Ugh! The fusion is forcibly disarmed, the explosive head is swallowed by magic, and with a scream, Laxus finds an opportunity to punch him to the ground, and Mist Gang once again uses the magic array to subdue him. Leo wiped his sweat, almost his body was about to be taken away, and he finally returned to the star spirit realm to recover his strength. He didn't want to be forced to stay in the world again like Caprico. Thank you, Yuxian. Leo thanked you. This kind of card is only available to Yuxian in the entire magical world. What's the use of thanks? It's better to be practical. Yuxian jumped down from the tree above Lucy's head and rubbed his fingers at Leo. Isn't it enough that you are a profiteer and collected 4 million J from me? Leo was angry, thinking that he took the golden key he bought for 4 million J that day and went to find Lucy for help, but saw a series of golden keys in Lucy's hand. How broken his mentality was. What do you say you need so much money for a star spirit? What happened when I helped you consume something? That's the money I worked hard to earn from picking up girls. Do you know how many people you have to soak to save 4 million J? It's going to be 2 whole years. Do you know how I spent these 2 years? I'm picking up chicks every day. Couldn't have been so happy. Leo's words immediately quieted the scene. Yuxian, lying groove, then I'm not doing harm to women, I'm really stupid to collect 4 million J. Laxus, in the field of puff girls, Laxus would like to call you Leo the strongest. Mist Gang, I can't understand it. Explosive head, impossible, absolutely impossible. Caprico, I haven't been back to the star spirit realm for a long time, and my ears have problems. Lucy, do you want to untie me first? Feeling the surprised gazes of several people, Leo was embarrassed to find a hole to drill into. His emotions were too brute, and he accidentally said the words in his heart. Ahem, that Caprico, what's going on with you? Leo made an excuse to divert his gaze. Mist Aaron unpacks the suppression of the magic array, and Caprico sits cross-legged on the ground and tells several people about his past. 20 years ago, Caprico's previous owner gave up his identity as a magi for physical reasons, gave Capricorn's mind key to the exploding head, and asked that if her daughter became a star spirit wizard, she would give the Capricorn key to her daughter, and the exploding head agreed to sign a star spirit contract with Caprico. Then the explosive head traveled the world, was swallowed by darkness in an accident, and in despair, the explosive head awakened the magic human subordination, summoned Caprico to forcibly fuse with him, which also forced Caprico to stay on Earth for 17 years. Controlling Caprico's body, the explosive head does evil all the way. Later exploding head joins Devil's Heart as Caprico to do things for Hades. After saying this, Caprico looked at Lucy who had been untied from the tree and said, "My last contractor was Miss Lucy, your mother, Layla Hartfilia. Lucy, who rubbed her arms, did not expect to hear her mother's name from Capricorn's mouth, nor did she expect that Capricorn used to be her mother's star spirit. Yuxian felt the golden key of Capricorn from the immobile explosive head and threw it to Lucy. Nope. No. Give me back the keys. They. Explosive head suddenly let out a desperate wail, and his body began to fade. The body of the explosive head is now composed of the starlight of the star spirit, and he who lost the key to the star spirit should naturally disappear. Save me, I don't want to. The exploding head's words did not finish because his mouth had disappeared. Several people watched indifferently as the explosive head turned into nothingness in despair, which was the end he deserved. Yuxian patted Lucy's shoulder and pointed to the Capricorn key in her hand. Lucy came back to her senses and asked Capricorn, "Would you like to be my star spirit?" Capricorn was a little moved. The explosive head was dead, and Lucy, who held the Capricorn key, could have contracted Capricorn directly, but Lucy still chose to respect Capricorn's idea. Reluctantly standing up, Capricorn bowed to Lucy. "Miss Lucy, it's a pleasure to serve you." The stars twinkled, Capricorn returned to the astral spirit world, and the Capricorn key in Lucy's hand shone. Laxus looked at Yuxian, who was smiling as always, and asked, "Did you know about this for a long time?" Yuxian returned Laxus with a smile. "You guess." Humph. Chapter 047. Report to Lord Huayuan. The mechanical fortress has been debugged and can be put into use at any time. A technician reports to the Huayuan. Huayuan nodded, signaled the technician to go down, and saw the technician leave, and Huayuan's two small short legs twisted together. "Why hasn't Capricorn come back? I want to go to the bathroom." "Don't care, can't help it." The figure of the courtyard quickly disappeared into the forest on the other side. Under a large tree, with a tremble, Huayuan breathed out a sigh of comfort. Crunch! Huayuan quickly lifted his pants and looked around vigilantly. Crunch! Huayuan's gaze was locked on a large tree, and the sound came from behind the tree. A man walked out from behind a tree with a steel plate, and the hard steel in his mouth was like a biscuit, bitten down by the man one by one. Looking at the man, Huayuan became vigilant and showed a disdainful gaze. "You can actually find here, do you think you have lived too long? This time, I'll turn you into a pile of scrap iron." Crunch! Gaijuru chewed and swallowed the last steel plate in his hand, and the momentum on his body gradually became dangerous. Huayuan put on a sumo starting pose, and with the experience of defeating Gaijuru last time, Huayuan now does not take Gaijuru in his eyes at all. Gaijuru showed a smile to Huayuan, and in Huayuan's stunned eyes, he turned and ran. Huayuan was naturally unwilling to let go of the prey sent to the door, and he also considered that this was a trap, but the ghost dominator even Joseph died, and the only ones who survived were 2 or 3 big cats, which could threaten him. The fat figure quickly caught up with Gaijuru, chased and fled, and had entered the depths of the forest. The huge rock blocked Gaijuru's way, and the fat body of the courtyard arrived in an instant, cutting off Gaijuru's circuit. "Run, why didn't you run?" Looking at the prey that had no way to escape, Huayuan showed the corners of his smug mouth. "No need to run anymore, this is my destination and your burial place." Gaijuru twisted his neck and clicked. Gaijuru's expression made Huayuan instinctively feel wrong, looked around, and before he knew it, he had gone deep into the heart of the forest, which was far from the spaceship. Thinking of Capricorn, who had been slow to return before, Huayuan finally found that he had fallen into the enemy's plan to leave the mountain. If only Lord Hades knew that he was negligent in his duties. Huayuan did not dare to stay longer, gave up Gaijuru, and prepared to return. Ice-shaped fishing net. Fire dragon's wings. A huge ice net shrouded the courtyard, and 2 flames shot down like wings flapping, making a popping sound. Under the fusion of ice and fire, a burst of water vapor was formed, and the courtyard walked out intact. Natsu and Gray are wary of the courtyard. This kind of pediatric attack wants to defeat me. Physical skills, domineering pushers. One person and one palm, Natsu and Gray were slapped for several meters. Hua-Yuan did not intend to continue the entanglement, he had to hurry back to the spaceship, and a woman blocked Hua-Yuan's way. The red-haired woman in armor, with the sword in both hands, exuded an aura that made Hua-Yuan feel dangerous. Geijiru unhurriedly blocked the back path of the Hua-Yuan, and Natsu and Gray sandwiched the Hua-Yuan in the middle. Hua-Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. This time, I was afraid that it would be planted. Dressing up magic celestial wheel armor. The light flickered, the gray and white battle dress was worn on Ilusa instead of armor, and the white steel wings stretched out behind her back. Ilusha flew into the sky, and dozens of long swords appeared beside her, falling towards the courtyard on the ground. We fight quickly, the heavenly wheel and the sword of chaos. I'm on fire, roar of the fire dragon. Ice shape, ice spring. Dead fatty, I'm here for revenge. Roar of the iron dragon. Damn it. Roar of the poisonous dragon. A poisonous mist containing poison erupted from Kebra's mouth and shot straight at the blonde man who was emitting flames. Ha ha ha, dragon-killing magic, also dare to be presumptuous. Facing the poisonous mist, the blonde man didn't care, let you see the god-destroying magic. The magic of the flame extinction, the wrath of the flame god. Black flames erupted from the blonde man's mouth, engulfing the poisonous mist in an instant and pounced on Kebra. Kebra couldn't dodge, and seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the black flames, a blue-haired man appeared in front of him. Celestial magic, 7-star sword. The pillar of humane magic light like the Big Dipper fell, extinguished the black flame, and quickly slammed into the blonde man. Fist of the flame god. The black flame in the blonde man's hand turned into a huge fist and smashed into the incoming pillar of light, touching it, sending out bursts of fluctuations, making the blonde man take a step back. Who are you? Dare to meddle in the battle of my god exterminator Zankro. The blonde man was a little jealous of the blue-haired man who blocked his attack. Kebra, let's rest for a while. The blue-haired man looked at Kebra, who was still in shock. Kebra came back to his senses and realized that he had been rescued by the blue-haired man, and he was very grateful in his heart. He did not expect that the man did not use him as a tool. But Kebra's mouth was still hard. Humph, Jalal, I won't say thank you. Kebra, you're hardening your mouth again. 4 figures enter the battlefield. The person who speaks is the square-faced Heto, and the other 3 are Angier, Liza, and Dark Knight. Once the general of the 6 devils, they voluntarily joined the Witch Sin after being violently beaten by Jalal, but their first mission was to assist Fairy Tail against their former ally, the Demon Heart. Het AI, the next battle is dangerous, and you are responsible for defense. Jalal said to Hetoi. Leave it to me, Jalal. Hatia smiled back at Jalal, the only one of the 6 devils who voluntarily joined the witch's sins. Haith's greatest wish is to save enough money to redeem his brother from the Tower of Paradise. But when Jalal tells him that the Tower of Paradise has been disbanded by him, now his brother and 2 friends are already on a journey around the world. After learning the news of his brother, Heta took the initiative to join the witch's sin, and he wanted to atone for his sin, so that when he saw his brother again, he could feel at ease. The earth surged and turned into huge rocks to protect the 5 behind him, allowing Jalal to concentrate on the enemy. Jalal? What is your relationship with Zikrane? Zankro asked, looking at the identical faces of Jalal and Zikrane. The Council of Magic has not yet announced the news of Jalal, so Zankro thinks that Jalal is Zikrane's brother or something. God-destroying magic? Let me see it. Jalal was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zankro, leaning his body, his right hand on the ground, his left finger in the sky, ready to attack. Looking at Jalal's movements, among the 5 people behind the rock, the expressions of the 4 except for Het AI were a little unnatural. True celestial magic star break. Chapter 048. A flat ground, a gentle breeze, carries the aroma of charcoal fire and roasted meat into the distance. Somewhere in the forest. On the grill, oil droplets drip along the golden roast on the red charcoal fire, making a moisture-rising sound. A tantalizing aroma comes from a pot, and a spoon fills the broth and pours it over 2 noodle bowls. It's not okay for us to do this, Kildas, suck. Nothing bad, President, you have to believe the juniors, suck. Indeed, Kildas bothered to hand me the chili noodles. In other words, can you eat spicy, sir? 30 years ago, I was a spicy champion. Oh. Worthy of the President, can you ask where you won the championship? The sweet cake shop is the cake shop on our Guild Street. Hearing this, Kildas silently replaced the ordinary spicy with the devil spicy and handed it to Makarov. Makarov didn't look much either, and directly put a large spoonful of chili noodles into the bowl. President, is it spicy? Hiss. It's not spicy, looking. At Makarov, who was red in the face but still hard-mouthed, Kildas couldn't help but laugh. Makarov didn't know that Kildas was ghosting, but now he just wanted to drink something spicy and spicy food. President, drink some milk to relieve the spiciness. A glass of milk is handed over with one hand. Makarov, who could not find the southeast and northwest of the spicy, took the milk. Tons and tons, a glass of milk down the belly, Makarov feels a lot better. Wait, who gave me milk? President, the companions are fighting on the front line, and you and Kildas are eating and drinking in the back, is that okay? A cold and majestic voice sounded. In addition to who else could be besides Ilusa, Makarov suddenly felt a chill behind him. Wait, Ilusa, it's not just me, but Kildas. President, it's not right to shirk responsibility. Oh, Ilusa, how can you say that? After all, the old man is the president. Come sir, another glass of milk. Yushien smiled and filled the cup in Makarov's hand with milk. How could Makarov not know that Yushien was arching the fire? How long has it been, is this kid so vindictive? Makarov suddenly regretted letting Yushien lead the team to complete the mission on Garna Island. Humph, the old guy should have abdicated early and went back to retire. Rebellious words came out of Laxus's mouth. Wow, is this a banquet? President. Natsu. And Gray came carrying a thick branch, and on the branch, the courtyard was trapped like a pig. Ilusa, we're back, it's going well. On the other side, Jalal leads the witches' sin back, and Zankro is also captured alive by them. Well done, boys. Makarov finally found an opportunity to change the subject. Yushien, what about your opponent? It's gone. Hey? Doesn't it say that it is better to try to catch it alive? Yushien could only explain Caplico's affairs to everyone, and by the way, he emphasized Leo's great achievements. Sure enough, everyone's attention was attracted by Leo's past. Can you earn 4 million J with a girl? It's Loki, Leo, I'm going to learn to pick up girls. Forget it, Natsu, no woman like you will take a fancy to you, except Lucy. Gray, what do you mean? In other words, Lucy has another golden key, is she considered the strongest star spirit wizard now? Of course not, what's the use of so many keys? There is not enough mana, and it only takes 1 or 2 keys per battle to reach the limit. Holding the magic is trouble, too dependent on magic items. Lucy, call Leo out quickly, this kind of guy with an unhealthy atmosphere should be taught a good lesson. Wait, Ilusa, why are you suddenly pretending? Jalal, take care of her. Ilusa, don't use violence, you can rush me. Jalal, are you awake? In the star spirit realm, Leo, who was talking to Caprico, scratched his head, completely unaware that he had gone through before life and death. After a short fight, everyone began to discuss the next battle. There is only one of the 7 dependents of Purgatory left, Azuma who controls the arc of the Great Tree of the Lost Demon. And Hades and Brunot should be alert now, it's hard for us to seduce them out. How about the whole army attack? Kildas and Yuxian go against Bruno. The rest of the S-class wizards go and kill Azuma, don't let him use magic to manipulate the magic underground, then we will be in trouble. The President and Jalal go to deal with Hades, we will clean up Brunata and Azuma as soon as possible, and then rush to assist. The rest of the people guard the prisoners and will be responsible for support if something happens to us. In the end, after everyone's deliberation, Naz, Gray, Geigeru, Lucy, and Angel were left to guard the rear. Of course, Natsu and he wanted to go to the front line to fight, but he was honest when he was glared at by Alyssa. Gray saw Natsu and looked, and did not dare to say more. Geigeru took the initiative to stay because his previous injuries in the Ghost Dominator had not yet healed. Lucy and Angier did not object, one of them did not want to cause trouble for everyone, and the other was a Star Spirit wizard who had lost the Star Spirit key and had no combat effectiveness. Everyone recognized Alyssia's arrangement, counting the number of people in the field, a full of 16 people, excluding the 5 people guarding the prisoners, the remaining 9. People. Yuxian looked at this scene, for some reason, a sentence suddenly appeared in my mind, more people beat less people, the advantage is me. Pitch black forest, top of the ship. What the hell are you doing? 7 dependents of purgatory, 2 defected, 1 was wasted, 3 were missing, what use are you? Brunata cursed at Azuma, the only remaining member of the 7 dependents of purgatory. Azuma was full of anger, but helpless, although the 7 families of purgatory were not under the management of Bruno, but now this is indeed a shame. Enough, Bruno. Hades stopped Bruno, how about the mechanical fortress? It can be started at any time, but I don't know if this waste of Rasteros can hold up. Don't worry, Bruno, although Rastalus was defeated and became a waste, his huge magic power has not disappeared, so let him be a magical energy source with peace of mind. You are too merciful. Hehe, it seems that we have enemies coming. Hades' gaze seemed to see far away. The Ghost Dominator intends to use it against Fairy Tail, but now that the ghost is gone, let's use it instead of them. Notify down, start the mechanical fortress. Yes. As the mechanical fortress started, the energy chamber inside the fortress let out a desperate scream. Chapter 049. The huge muzzle of the cannon protruded from the mechanical fortress, and a huge stream of mana was drawn from the energy room into the cannon, accompanied by a wistful howl of pain. The magic is compressed inside the giant cannon, generating amazing energy, which is fired towards the forest not far away. Rumble. Magical shells fell, trees turned to powder, and a huge depression evaporated in the ground. How come there is still a mechanical fortress? Neither Arushan nor Melty mentioned it. Could it be that Hades has been hiding from them? The knowledgeable Makarov watched the fortress cannon condense its magic again and reminded, everyone be careful. That's the magic guided cluster cannon. The magic guide cluster cannon, also known as the magic guide cannon, can condense and compress magic power to form extremely lethal magic cannonballs. However, the magic guide cannon's requirements for mana are also very harsh, ordinary magic crystals cannot meet at all, and only the magic guide can run the cannon with his own mana. Therefore, the use of magic guide cannons will be equipped with multiple magic guides who provide mana in turn. Since the enemy has discovered us, let's start charging, quickly solve the opponent according to their respective goals, and finally deal with Hades together. Good. Since it has already been discovered, let's just start fighting. Laxus turned into golden lightning and rushed towards the mechanical fortress at great speed. He wanted to destroy this big guy who could cause trouble first. Wishful thinking. Gravity magic gravity suppression. Man with his hair braided jumped from the ship, and as he fell, the gravity of the surrounding atmosphere increased, stopping the charging Laxus abruptly. Laxus had already recognized who the man who stood in his way was, the vice president of the Devil's Heart, Bruno. Ho, it looks like I met you first, then I'm sorry Kildas, let me defeat you. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Thunder wrapped his fist, and Laxus swung it out hard, and the gravity that blocked him was broken and went straight for Bruno. Bruno's face was displeased, it's underestimated, gravity magic, gravity strike. The air is pushed by a lateral gravity, forming a powerful attack. Thunder and air collided, with a shrill sound, Laxus was knocked back a few steps while Bruno did not move. Ha ha ha, Laxus seems to be better for us to fight side by side. Kildas snorted on the sidelines, his speed was no slower than Laxus, and Kildas had already arrived by the time Laxus and Bruno were matched. Kildas did not join the fight, he knew Laxus's character, and Laxus would be unhappy when he intervened in the battle at this time. But now, Laxus is slightly inferior to Bruno, then he can make his appearance. Humph, be nosy. For Kildas joining, although Laxus was tough-mouthed, he did not refuse, and Laxus knew that now was not the time for him to play tricks. 1-on-2? That's great, gravity magic gravity attack. Bruno looked at Kildas who had joined the battle, and although he hadn't made a move yet, Bruno had already felt the pressure and took the lead in attacking. Decompose. Thunder magic array. Bruno's attack was broken down by Kildas, and the magic array rising under his feet emitted thunder and lightning, sweeping towards Bruno. Faced with the combination of Kildas and Laxus, Bruno began to fall into the downside. Yuxian looked at Bruno, who was punched by Kildas and spat out blood in the thunder formation. Obviously, I came first, why is it that Kildas and Laxus cooperate so well now? Yuxian shook his head, secretly scolded Kildas as a scumbag, and set his eyes on the mechanical fortress. This big guy, he accepted it. Come out, electronic dragon. Roar. Finally it's my turn to fight. Yuxian jumped on the electronic dragon and flew to the top of the mechanical fortress, which usually looked huge but looked smaller in comparison with the mechanical fortress. The magic guide cluster cannon fired at the electron, which was dodged by the electron dragon, but also interrupted the electron dragon's ascent. Seeing that the magic guide cluster cannon was about to fire again, so that the electronic dragon would be entangled, Yuxian came to the tail of the electronic dragon. Electronic dragon, send me up. The electronic dragon's tail flicked upwards hard, shooting Yuxian high into the air, and then dangerously dodging the magic cannonball. High in the air, Yuxian felt that the power of the electronic dragon gradually disappeared, and the whole person began to fall downward. The falling Yuxian throws a card down. Summon Magic Array Overload Fusion. Show up, Electronic Chimeric Fortress Dragon. At the top of the mechanical fortress, a huge magic array appeared, and 2 rays of light enveloped the electronic dragon and the mechanical fortress. The electronic dragon wrapped in light rushed to the mechanical fortress excitedly, and the strong walls of the fortress failed to stop the electronic dragon, and the electronic dragon entered the fortress like a fish entering the water. The roar of machinery continued to sound, the mechanical fortress began to deform, and the members of the demonic heart in the fortress were constantly squeezed out of the fortress, among which, a silver-haired man without limbs was very conspicuous. In the sound of cool click. Like the transformation of a transformer, the mechanical fortress turned into a huge mechanical dragon, and the body composed of ordinary tires rolled and made the ground tremble constantly. Yuxian's steady landing landed on top of the head of the chimeric fortress dragon, overlooking the 3 who stopped fighting below and fell into shock. Laxus, based on what I know about Yuxian, this should not be a dragon. Kildas, so handsome. Bruno, it's really fake, I'm such a big mechanical fortress. Chimeric Fortress Dragon, Evolve Destruction Light. According to Yuxian's pointing, the light wave with the aura of destruction in the mouth of the Chimeric Fortress Dragon suddenly shot towards Bruno. Gravity Magic, Hypergravity Ball. Feeling the threat of death, Bruno hurriedly used the strongest attack. Gravity continued to concentrate in front of Bruno, forming a black ball of light, and the powerful gravity instantly absorbed everything around Bruno. Kildes and Laxus hurriedly retreated and left the range of the black ball. Evolutionary destruction light tears air and hits the hypergravity ball. Rumble. Under the huge impact, the hypergravity ball began to collapse, and a black hole gradually formed, ruthlessly devouring everything around it. Kildes watched the black hole's attraction grow, and that it could spill over into another battle. Smash. Smashing, two simple words, but extremely powerful destructive magic. Once the creature is crushed, it will instantly turn into blood foam, so Kildes rarely uses this trick on people. One crack after another appeared in the air, quickly spreading to the black hole. Click. With a crisp cracking sound, the black hole instantly lost its attractiveness, and a huge magic force was about to burst out from it. It's going to explode, back off. Kildes beckoned Yuxian and Laxus, such a huge explosion, they could not support. Yuxian didn't move, just snapped his fingers, and the black hole that gradually erupted was swallowed by the chimeric fortress dragon. Boom! A violent sound came from the stomach of the chimeric fortress dragon. Hiccup! A black smoke floated out of the mouth of the chimeric fortress dragon, and the chimeric fortress dragon opened its mouth in disbelief. This one, it's big. Chapter 0-50. In the ruins, Brun Otto was pulled out of the dirt by Kildes with one hand and thrown to the ground. This guy is so lucky, he didn't break his hands and feet. Looking at Bruno, who was drained of magic by the black hole, Kildes was a little surprised. Could it be that his control over smashing magic has reached a higher level? Abominable. Bruno's face was full of reluctance. If it weren't for Kildes' sudden intervention, he and Yuxian would not know who the winner was. Aren't you? You're actually not convinced? Kildes let him go. I'm going to single him out. Yuxian rolled up his sleeves and looked at Kildes. He can't use any strength, and his magic power has been drained. You kid just wants to beat the falling water dog. Is this considered abusing prisoners? Kildes teased. Che, Bruno, you picked up a life. Yuxian made the same lines as a villain. Yuxian looked at another battlefield and couldn't help but laugh at Bruno. Looks like you can't either, Bruno. You see Azuma, the 7 dependents of purgatory, being beaten like a ball in the sky, and he is stunned. Yes, a tough guy. Several people's eyes also looked at the battlefield on the other side, and Azuma foamed at the mouth, rolling his eyes and being hit into the sky by one attack after another, unable to land on the ground. To deal with Azuma, the most important thing is to let him leave the ground, and Azuma, who cannot extract magic from the earth, is just an S-class magic guide with strong strength. Kildes looked at Elusha, who changed into Vajra armor, and lifted Azuma to the sky with a big stick, and couldn't help but mourn for Azuma in his heart. Ahem, Yuxian, is it possible that Azuma has fainted? Oh? That was beaten like this, Azuma never woke up, his sleep quality is so good. Humph, Elusa is still too light. Laxus grabbed the missing limbs of Rasteros and walked over. This person, how to deal with it? Looking at the numb eyes of Rasteros, Yuxian was a little surprised. He was actually not dead. Kill. Kill me. Rasteros suddenly made a voice and looked at Yuxian and the 3 of them pleadingly. Hey, send him on his way, Laxus. Yuxian said that although he didn't kill Rasteros now, he wouldn't live long. Kildes also nodded to Laxus. Seeing this, a tear fell from Rasteros, revealing a look of relief. Laxus was crisp, and an electric current passed directly through Rasteros' body and reached Rasteros's brain. The evil Rasteros finally ushered in the end of his life after suffering a lot of suffering. Where am I? Azuma regained consciousness after being shot into the sky, and the pain all over his body made him grin, and his previous memories slowly recovered. Oh, it turned out that I was beaten by their group. I was beaten to the sky, and then I lost consciousness. The falling Azuma looked at the stick that was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but ponder, how many times have I woken up? Elusha wielded the stick, and Azuma once again lost consciousness, but this time he was not hit into the sky, but fell to the ground. Well, then he should not be able to resist. Ilusa nodded in satisfaction, put away the giant armor, and changed back to the original armor. Several people who dealt with Azuma with Ilusa shivered and did not dare to speak. Mistgang wiped his sweat, and several people who were originally the 6 demon generals were even more glad in their hearts that the last time they went to the cat's lodging did not have Ilusa. "Oh, it looks like you guys are going well." Yuxian and the 3 came with the captive Bruno, and behind them was a huge mechanical dragon. Ilusha looked at Bruno, who was thrown to the ground by Laxus, nodded, and said, "We should go with the president of the gang and Jalal." Before the words were finished, on the side of the spacecraft, a figure passed in front of everyone's eyes like a shooting star, flew towards the forest, hit one tree after another, and finally stopped under a towering ancient tree. Jalal. Looking at the familiar blue hair, Ilusha anxiously rushed towards Jalal, who was almost unconscious. "Jalal, how are you? Go quickly." "Makarov." Jalal fainted before he could finish speaking. Something went wrong. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Jalal was seriously injured. What about Makarov? Laxus turned into lightning again and rushed towards the spaceship, his heart worried about Makarov. Everyone looked at each other and also headed for the spaceship. Ilusha sends a signal to Natsu and asks them to take care of Jalal and receive the prisoners, and with a furious Ilusha quickly follows the group. Defense Magic Array, 3-Pillar God. The gigantic Makarov, with his muscles bulging and his hands folded. 3 huge stone pillars soared into the sky, and a triangular magic array was formed, which was known as the strongest defense magic array in the wizarding world. However, this strongest defensive magic array, under the dark magic that attacked, was as fragile as paper, and it could be broken with a single poke. The dark magic easily penetrated the magic array and hit Makarov in the magic array. Ugh! Makarov was dropped from the spaceship and transformed back into the short body of the old man, lying weakly on the ground. Wrapped in darkness, Hades descended from the sky and walked towards Makarov step by step. "Stay away from him!" Thunder dragons roar. Lightning blocked Hades' footsteps, and violent dragon-killing magic spat out of Laxus's mouth. Dark magic, dark fluctuations. Hades stretched out an index finger and pointed at Laxus, and a pitch-black beam of light emitted from the index finger, and the menacing dragon-killing magic was instantly defeated. "Hey! Hey!" Laxus didn't have time to react, and 2 more pitch-black beams of light emanated from Hades' fingers and penetrated Laxus's body. His face was full of disbelief, his legs fell weakly, and Laxus's breath quickly declined. Komarov's eyes widened in pain, and he no longer had the strength to speak. Laxus looked at the painful Makarov, and his mind was full of Makarov's love for him when he was a child. Looking at Hades who was approaching, Laxus's eyes gradually became firm, and his legs burst with strength again. Thunder magic thunder suppresses fury Tau. The raging thunder and lightning rushed around like a tide, rushing towards Hades on one side and gently carrying Makarov on the other. Makarov realized what Laxus was doing and wanted to stop it, but could not do anything. Laxus looked at the pitch-black beam of light close at hand and closed his eyes. "These years have worried you, Grandpa?" Evolution Destruction Light. Smash! Click! In the explosion, Laxus felt that he was being carried and heard the sound of the photographic magic crystal. "I said, Laxus, if Hades doesn't put us in his eyes, why don't you put us in your eyes and send us to death in front of us? You're still so cheap, Yuxian." Laxus watched Yuxian put away the photography magic crystal, not knowing what expression to make. "This time you still take a photo of my shame, is this good?"